Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I know a good many women who made a resolution a year ago and are still keeping it up. They resolved to practice protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, and are they pleased? They tell me that not only are their homes lovelier than ever, but they've saved themselves hours of work, too. The fact is, things that are Johnson Wax do get lovelier with every application. I don't mean just floors, but many other things in your homes. Furniture, picture frames, ornaments, tables, doors, and refrigerators. All of these things have a lovely, lustrous, satin-smooth polish that adds immensely to the beauty of your home when they're protected with Johnson's Wax. You save yourself work, of course, because dirt and dust don't cling to a smooth, waxed surface so readily. Just a light dusting with a cloth restores their lovely luster in a jiffy. The year's only a week old. How about it? Let's resolve to have a lovelier, cleaner, healthier home in 1946 with Johnson's Wax. Kramer's Drugstore in Wistful Vista always has an interesting window display about this time of year. It consists of a glass fishbowl full of navy beans, and you're supposed to guess how many. Now, if you don't think that's a pretty fascinating exhibit, get a load of the crowd on the sidewalk, which includes Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Somebody could win first prize by betting the same number of beans that won last year. It couldn't be far off.
They say Kramer puts a big rock in the middle of the bowl and piles of beans around it.
Who won the contest last year?
Kramer's mother-in-law.
My gosh, there ought to be some way to figure this thing out scientific.
Yeah, well, why don't you do it, McGee?
Oh, you think I can't, wise guy?
Yeah.
Okay, by George, I'll show you. One side there, fellas. I got business. Hey, Molly. Molly. Hey, Molly.
Get your voice down to a shriek, dearie. I'm right here. Heavenly days, what do you got?
A fish bowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Well, that's nice. If there's anything we need more than a diving helmet or a high-wheel bicycle, it's a fish bowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Don't insult the quarterback till you know the score, Tootsie. I'm going to win Kramer's how many beans in the fishbowl contest.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
Yes,
McGee,
sir.
not another contest. You were just in one last week, remember?
And I won, too, diddle I?
Well, I will say it was nice of Mr. Kramer to let you bring his fishbowl and beans home with you. Or did you just steal them out of his window?
These are my very own.
Oh?
I purchased them. I'm going to count beans into this bowl till it's full and enter the total figure in the contest, and bingo, the McGees have just won a brand new radio.
Well, isn't that a little unethical, sweetheart? Aren't you supposed to guess how many beans in the bowl?
Ah, Pata, leave the guesswork to the peasants. I'm going to do this thing scientific. What have I got a brain for if it ain't to count beans into a bowl?
Well, you got me, dearie. That must be what it's for, all right.
Now, let's see. Help me clear off this table, Molly. I want to get to work right away. There. Now, I'll pour the beans out on the table.
Oh, dear.
I love them.
You've taken enough beans out of circulation to reduce Boston to a crossroads village.
You'd be surprised to see how many beans this bowl will hold. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee.
Huh?
I just happened to think, has Mr. Kramer a 99-year lease on that store? I'd hate to have him go out of business before you finish counting these beans.
Oh, this won't take so long. How many beans have I counted so far?
3, I think.
Oh, yeah. 3.
That makes 4.
I thought you said 3.
It was 3 before you said 4.
You mean before... I got to start all over. 1, 2, 3.
Come in. Hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. McGee, it's Mrs. Carstairs.
7, 8. Hiya. 9. Carsty. 10.
Is Mr. McGee checking up on the grocer again, my dear?
No, no, he's counting those beans for a contest, Millicent.
Oh, my goodness. It must be wonderful to be married to a man who can amuse himself so easily. My husband has to resort to doing jigsaw puzzles or planning a world cruise or tickling the upstairs maid.
23, 24, 25.
Say, maybe we better go in the other room and leave himself here with his beans, Millicent.
I must be running along anyway, my dear. Careless girl that I am, I was playing my accordion without my girdle on and pinched myself rather badly. I wanted Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building. Do you know it?
Oh, of course, dear. It's 816. Or is it 618? McGee, what is Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building?
618.
Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Don't mention it, kiddo. 618, 619.
Well, good day, my dear.
Goodbye, Millicent.
620, 621.
Pardon me, dearie, but aren't you a little ahead of yourself?
Huh?
There aren't more than 35 beans in that bowl.
622. Why, there must be. I've been counting without missing a beat. 623, 620. Oh, my gosh, you're right.
What?
Now, how do you suppose I did that? Doggone it, now I gotta start all over again.
Dear.
Oh, well, it might have been worse. I might have been up in the thousands sometime. 1, 2...
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and Let It Snow.
$1,172, 1,173, 1,100. Hey, this fishbowl's filling up, you know it? The bottom is practically covered solid.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm. You'll win that radio about the time television becomes obsolete.
Don't worry about that, my dear girl. It's going pretty fast now, and by the time I get...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
1,177. Hi, Doc. 1,177. Give me a pencil. Write that down. 1,177. Hi, Doc.
You said that.
I did?
Yes. And incidentally, Einstein, what are you doing? Your homework?
He's counting beans in the bowl to win Kramer's drugstore contest, Doctor.
Going to do it, too, Aerosmith. I got the scientific approach. All them other yokels...
Other yokels is correct.
All them other yokels will stand and gawp at the fishbowl in Kramer's window and make a stab in the dark. I go at it intelligent and come up with the right answer. Oh, within 5 or 6 bins.
Look, Bubblehead. I am no mathematician, but I do know that in computing numbers, one must take into consideration the factors of variability.
What on earth is that? Or those?
Break that down into one-syllable words, Bonebender. Remember, I'm just a barefoot boy with cheeks of tan whistling merrily down the road of life.
I doubt if I could explain the mechanism of a hacksaw so you'd understand it, Jim Dome. But in counting these beans, you should ascertain if you're using the same size navy beans that Kramer used. Also the same size bowl with no false bottom and the identical thickness. Then you must allow for the refraction of light through the drugstore window, which would make his beans appear larger or smaller, plus a consideration of atmospheric conditions. Dampness, for instance, would make the beans swell, thus reducing the number. Have I succeeded in leaving you utterly confused?
Are you by any chance entering this contest too, Fatso?
Yes.
Ah,
I thought so.
sure.
Well, you can't blame a man for trying to discourage his competition.
Uh-huh.
But I've got to get along, kiddies. Say, are you through with this copy of Field and Stream, McGee? I missed mine this month.
Oh, go ahead. Take it along, butcher boy. Anything that'll teach you how to hunt and fish will help your next appendix operation. See you later.
Righto.
Now, let me see. Where was I?
1100 and something. You wrote it down.
I know I did, but what did I write it down on? It's right here on the table. Oh, my gosh, that magazine.
Heavenly days, the one the doctor took.
That's why he wanted to take it, the underhanded old pirate. He saw me write the number down and wanted to mix me up.
Well, that's too bad now, dearie. Going to forget the whole thing and give up?
No, sir, by George. I got my dandruff up now.
Oh.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pour them out and start over again.
Oh, dear.
I'll show that fat-headed old 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
6, 7. Hi, Junie. 7. I guess I can remember that all right.
Hey, I don't like to be nosy, Mac, but are you doing what you seem to be doing? Counting beans?
You guessed it, tall, dark, and commercial.
He's checking the number of beans that will go in the fishbowl so he can win a radio on the Kramer's Drugstore contest, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, you'll never get them counted that way. What you need is more room.
What you mean?
This table is too small. Pour them out on the kitchen floor where you can count better.
I can count on this table, all right.
Not the way you can count on that kitchen linoleum if you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on it.
Oh, dear.
Why, with glow coat on your linoleum, you can count on it lasting many times as long, looking infinitely more beautiful and saving you hours and hours of housework.
Yeah, but what that got to
You
do
can count on being able to wipe up spots and spill things with the greatest of ease. You can count on it being so much easier to take care of. Just pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry, and in 20 minutes or less, you can count on a lovely, sparkling...
Okay, Waxy, okay. You made it. Gee whiz. Don't whip your horse after you pass the finish line. You got any other suggestions? Otherwise, sit down and be quiet. I got a lot of beans to count here.
Now, don't be impolite, McGee. I'm sure Mr. Wilcox was only trying to help.
And I can help, too, Mac. I got another great idea.
Yeah?
If I can only locate a batch of them, I'll be back in half an hour. It'll cut your work way down.
What's that, Mr. Wilcox?
Jumping beans.
Huh?
Let them leap into the fishbowl by themselves. But you better start doing it the old way in the meantime.
Jumping beans. If that wasn't the silk... Oh, they wouldn't do it. Hey, I better get going. I wish there was some easier way to... Oh, I got it. Give me a teacup, will you, Molly? I got an idea.
So have I, but if I'm smart, I'll keep it to myself. You better keep counting while I'm gone now.
Okay. She ain't kidding. This guppy globe is beginning to look as big as a rose bowl. Ah, well, 19, 20. Oh, now, who? Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Peony. Long time no. Seat yourself on a chair and relax. You don't mind my going ahead with my work?
Oh, sure I don't, I betcha.
Thanks. 21, 22.
I know how it is when somebody's trying to do arithmetic, I betcha. You just hate to be interrupted.
Yeah, that's right, sis. 23, 24.
I know I do anyway.
Yeah, everybody does. 25, 26.
Oh, do you know how many presents I got for Christmas, mister? Do you? I got 15. Gee, imagine, 15 presents.
Well, good for you, sis. 15, 16, 17.
Bully Toops only got 12.
12, huh? 12, 13, 14.
I got a dandy set of building blocks with the alphabet on them. 26 of them.
That's fine. 26, 27. Hey, look, sis. Wait a minute till I write this down. I don't want to get thrown off my count. What was that again? Oh, yeah, 27. Now, look, sis, I'm doing some very important work. If I give you a quarter, will you scram out of here?
No, I got a quarter.
Well, what'll you take to beat it?
A story.
Oh.
You tell dandy stories, mister. Will you tell me one, will you please, will you?
Oh, okay. Now, let's see. Ever hear the one about Gus the Grub?
No, I didn't, I bet you.
Well, sir, once upon a time there was a little grub named Gus. You know what a grub is, sis?
Oh, sure I do, I bet you. It's a little baby caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
That's what I said, mister. Caterpillar.
You're saying caterpillar, sis.
Well, what'd you say?
I said caterpillar.
That's what I said, caterpillar.
Never mind. Anyway, this little Gus was a very ugly little caterpillar. Caterpillar.
You almost said it right, mister.
A very ugly little caterpillar. He was kind of green and brown and had orange spots on him.
Oh. Oh, gee.
Yes, sir. Gus was really a creep. All day long, he'd inch himself along a lilac leaf trying to hold back the tears when the other when the other insects and beetles and birds and bees they'd poke fun at him for being so ugly. Ah, poor little Gus.
Ah, poor little Gus.
Yeah. Oh, now cheer up, sis. It's got a happy ending. Well, sir, one day Gus couldn't take it any longer. He crawls up onto a tree and he spins a little nest around himself and just gives up.
Oh, gee, did he die?
No. He thought he did, but he didn't. He just went to sleep. And one day in the spring, he felt the sun on his back, and he found his cocoon had broke open, and there he was, a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, goody.
Yes, sir. Gus was now a gorgeous creature. Flew around and heard the ladybugs whistling at him. And the potato bugs giving him the eye. And he lived happily ever after. And you know what the moral to the story is, sis?
No.
Never complain about the grub, because you can't tell what's cooking tomorrow. Now, beat it, will you?
Sure I will, I bet you. And thank you for the story, mister. Say, is it going to take you long to get all those beans in that bowl?
Oh, quite a while, Teeny, I'm afraid, the way I'm doing it.
Well, then I'll help you, mister. Here. Here's 2 handfuls in the bowl.
No, hey, don't do that. Give us
The King's Men singing Dr. Lawyer, Indian Chief.
There's a doctor living in your town. There's a lawyer and an Indian, too. Neither doctor, lawyer, or Indian chief could love you any more than I do. There's a barrel of fish in the ocean and a lot of little birds in the blue. Neither fish nor fowl, says the wise old owl, could love you any more than I do. No, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. I'm gonna warn all the dead-eyed dicks that you're the chick with the slickest tricks, and every tick of my ticker ticks for you follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his practice. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the Indian chief to take his tomahawk and go back to Little Rain in the Face. 'Cause you know, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. And confidentially, I confess I sent a note to the local press that I'll be changing my home address. For you, follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his patients. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the engine chief to take his Tommy Hawk and go back to Little Rain in the face. 'Cause you know, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. 'Cause nobody else could love you like I do. No, 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 no.
McGee, what'd you ever do with that teacup I brought you? What was it for?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Look, I simplified my counting with it.
How?
You see, this teacup holds exactly 329 beans leveled off at the top.
Why, McGee, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
All you have to do is fill the teacup, dump it in the bowl, and you have 329 more beans. Why, that's marvelous.
Yeah, I was thinking about patenting it, but I guess there ain't anything basic about putting beans in a teacup. Look, I'll show you how it works. I got the teacup full of beans, you see?
Yes.
I dump it in the fish bowl, thus. Write down the new total, which is now 397. Then I refill the teacup like this. 1, 2, 3. Till I get 329 again, see?
Isn't it wonderful what the human mind can do when it...
Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Molly. And you?
Just splendid, Your Honor.
And how are you, McGee?
17, 18. Swell, the trivia. 19, 20. Excuse my not shaking hands. I'm busy counting beans.
Well, every man to his own hobby, I suppose. I once knew a chap who spent his life carving wooden chains out of 10-foot poles.
Where did he get the 10-foot pole?
I was hoping you'd ask me that, Mrs. McGee. He got them from people who wouldn't use one to touch a man who was always counting beans.
Well, this is no hobby, Latrivia. I'm finding out how many beans this fishbowl will hold so I can win the contest in Kramer's drugstore's window.
Do you mean to tell me, McGee, that you are actually counting out enough beans to fish that fill that fish bowl?
How else would you find out how many it holds, Your Honor?
Why, I would simply compute the volume of the fish bowl by a rather commonplace mathematical process available to anyone who happened to attend high school.
How?
You merely take the circumference of the bowl, multiply it by the depth squared over pi.
Any particular kind?
Any particular kind of what?
Pie, Mr. Mayor. You said pie, didn't you?
Oh, yes, but the kind of pie I was referring to...
You didn't refer to any particular kind, Latrivia. That's why I asked.
Mathematically, McGee, there is only one kind of pie. And that is...
maybe that's why mathematicians always look so hungry. Only one kind of pie, for goodness sakes.
I don't suppose you'd use a custard pie or any of them soft kinds for a job like this. That'd be pretty messy.
Wait a minute. Now, let's get this thing straight. When I said pie, I was only referring to the Greek pie.
Well, of course, if you prefer Greek pie to homemade pie, Mr. Mayor, I can only...
I do not prefer Greek pie. It is not a matter of preference. You can't eat the kind of pie I mean.
Oh.
Didn't you ever hear of 31416?
Ah, go on. There aren't that many kinds of pie. After the different berry pies, all you got left...
Stop it, McGee. Stop it. Will you understand once and for all that the pie I mean is a mathematical term? It's a figure. An indefinite figure.
Yeah, you eat Greek pie all your life, Bud, and that's exactly what you'll have, an indefinite figure. I knew a guy once that ate that...
I have never encountered such stupidity in all my days.
Ooh.
Never to have heard of such a thing as pie. Such colossal, abysmal ignorance. Why, anybody who ever... Pie is simply a... Some people... You... I'm sorry, McGee. I was merely trying to get you the volume of the bowl to simplify your problem.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would that tell him how many beans it holds?
No.
When how do I find out?
As the Countess said when her husband dropped ashes on the rug. Count!
We must have said something that upset him, McGee.
No, it's just indigestion with him, I think. And no wonder. Imagine owning 3, 1, 4, 1, 6 kind of pies. Oh, well, I'm going to finish this job. 3, 1, 4, 26, 27.
You know, I'm awfully proud of you for counting all those beans, dearie. How many did you have for a total?
9,707. That's the figure I'm going to give Kramer. Oh, come on, let's go in. Hi, Kramer. You got a minute?
Oh, hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. What can I do for you?
Well, McGee thought
Oh,
that
excuse me a minute. Mr. Shaw, please.
Sorry, Mr. Kramer.
What was he doing, Kramer?
Walking backwards again. He says so many products are spelled that way now, he can fill orders more easily. Now then, what was it?
Well,
huh?
McGee has his estimate of the bean bowl already, Mr. Kramer.
And I'm a sure winner, too, boy. That is, if there's nothing phony about your fishbowl.
Oh, there isn't anything phony, I assure you. Just an ordinary fish bowl. I want to examine it.
Yes, if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. I'll just reach into the window and get it. Here you are, McGee. Take a look. No, you hold it. That's it.
Oh, thanks, Kramer. Well, there certainly doesn't seem to be anything wrong with... Whoop!
Oh, McGee! Heavenly days, the contest is over and nobody won.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, Kramer. I didn't...
Oh, forget it, McGee. I'm delighted.
What?
Huh?
That fishbowl stunt was getting pretty stale anyway.
Oh.
This year, I'll have a real contest. Oh, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Kramer.
Bring me that empty barrel from the back room. Now we'll make it a real contest, McGee. A whole barrel full of beans.
Oh, Shaw.
Did you speak to me, Mr. McGee?
No, come on, Mom.
The wives of men in service have had to learn housekeeping the hard way, many of them. We've received letters from many Army and Navy wives telling us how they've improved shabby linoleum floors with Glow Coat. A letter just received ends with this paragraph. My husband is home now, it reads, and in a few weeks we'll move to a home of our own. One of the first items on my list of musts will be Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You may be sure I'll never accept a substitute for it again. There just couldn't be any substitute for Johnson's products. Well, of course, we're glad to have people feel that way about Glow Coat and other Johnson's wax polishes. The fact remains that a very great many do. Glow Coat is a wonderful floor polish. It gives your linoleum and other floors great beauty, it gives them protection, and it saves you hours and hours of work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing.
609, 610, 611. Hey, Molly, what time is it?
Just after midnight, dearie.
Oh, that late? Well, I guess I better finish this in the morning. Help me out of this barrel, will you? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Is a very important announcement. Next Tuesday night, we welcome back our old friend Bill Thompson. Bill rejoins us after almost 3 years in the Navy to bring us again his famous characters Wallace Wimple and the Old Timer. And now this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Seconds? Oh, we got lots. Ooh.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The holiday season is a time when you want your home as bright and cheerful as you can make it. It's a time that proves as much as any other the value of protective wax housekeeping. If your floors, furniture, and woodwork have been waxed regularly with Johnson's Wax, then it's a very easy matter to put on the finishing touches and have that richly polished kind of home that everyone admires. There are many accessories from one end of the house to the other that you can protect and beautify with Johnson's Wax, either paste, liquid, or cream. Your windowsills, for example, picture frames, ornaments, lampshades, Venetian blinds, refrigerator. Well, many of you know the list as well as I. When you wax all these surfaces, you protect them because the wax itself takes the wear and the surface underneath is safe. When you go over your house tomorrow, try out several of these extra uses for Johnson's Wax. 3 of the most curious things in the world are the gyroscope, the pyramids, and the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista. And if you don't think he's curious, get a load of him sneaking a peek into the hall closet as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at all these Christmas presents. From Molly to Fibber with love. To Fibber from Molly with best wishes. To the best husband a woman ever had. Wonder who that's for. I thought I was the only husband she ever... Oh, well. Uh-oh. An envelope. Do not open before Christmas. Looks like it might be a war bond. Flap isn't sealed very tight either. If somebody's thumb ever got caught in there, it'd flip open like a... Oh, my goodness, it did it. Well, maybe she didn't even mean to seal it. And if it ain't sealed, I suppose it's okay to read it. My dear husband, get out of this hall closet and stop snooping. I like that. To think she'd think that I'd think of stooping to snoop when she knows.
McGee. McGee, where are you?
Oh, caught in the act. I better put this stuff back in here fast. This must be the new belt I've been hinting about. I hope this is a fountain pen. If this isn't a sweater,
McGee, where are you? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get the door closed on the hall closet, Molly. It's so full of stuff, it's sprung open. Aha! I got it. That was quick thinking, McGee, old man. If she ever caught you doing that stuff... Read it. I got to straighten out that closet right after Christmas.
McGee, what goes on here? I told you to stay away from that hall closet. You're much too snoopy.
Why, Molly, do you mean to stand there in one of the best-looking house dresses I ever saw and accuse your own husband by marriage of snooping?
Dearie, you can pump up more phony indignation than Donald Duck. Now get all that stuff put back in the closet. No, you better let me do it.
Something in there you don't want me to see, baby?
Well, if there was and I didn't and you already had, what's the difference?
I didn't unwrap a thing. I never even shook anything. Only thing that even aroused my curiosity is that big white package with the blue ribbon on it.
I don't remember any big white package with any blue ribbon. McGee, stop peering over my shoulder. Go read the paper.
Okay, but gee whiz.
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hiya, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Alice. Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
Well, she's just wearing it differently, McGee. Himself here is getting very observant with Christmas coming on, Alice. Ordinarily, you could wear your scalp full of neon lights and he'd never notice it.
You like my hair with the buns over the ears, Mr. McGee?
Yes, I do, kid. I like the buns over the ears much better than that old sweet roll on top. Or that apple strudel you used to have falling down in back.
My hairdresser says they're wearing it this way in Paris now.
It's a nice hairdo, Alice. What do they call it?
Hair Hitler. because it's more trouble than it's worth.
Yes, I think so, too. You got your Christmas counter crashing all done, Alice?
Creepers, I thought I had, Mr. McGee, but now I'm as confused as a kangaroo at a pickpocket's convention.
Why, dear?
Well, I had a terrific billfold for Harold, but I had to change the tag to Ronnie because I'm giving Ronnie's cufflinks to Rick to take the place of Rick's cigarette lighter because I quick had to give the lighter to Jimmy when he showed up here last night with a simply super pair of earrings for me.
That is a little complicated, isn't it?
That's like the year when McGee gave me nothing but napkins and handkerchiefs, pillowcases, and tablecloths for Christmas. He took the laundry list downtown instead of the shopping list.
Well, gee whiz, how
Alice, we're not doing very much for Christmas this year. The Treasury Department had beat Santa Claus down the chimney.
Well, I told all the boys not to spend their money foolishly on things for me this year. I told them all to take whatever money they intended to spend on me and put it in war bonds.
Good for you, Alice. Use the boys' dough to back up the doughboys.
Certainly. Anyway, I just as soon they gave me war bonds as anything else. Well, I've got to get back to the post office. Goodbye.
There's a girl who has her heart in the right place. On her sleeve.
I don't know. She's a lot like I was when I was a girl, McGee. Except that she has 20 boyfriends and I just had you.
Yeah, well, that wasn't because you were unpopular, Snooky. That was because there was an ugly rumor around Peoria that McGee had put a bear trap in Molly Driscoll's porch swing.
That was more than a rumor, sweetheart. For 15 years after that, my father never sat down without first slapping the chair with his cane. Now, listen, go away while I get this stuff back in the closet.
How about that white package with the blue ribbon on it?
McGee, I swear I know absolutely nothing about that.
You wouldn't kid me, would you? After all, when mysterious packages are hid away in the closet...
Heavenly days, what was that?
My belt. It busted. Remember how I've been telling you my belt was on its last legs?
Well, it's a funny place to wear a belt. But I do remember your mentioning it several times.
Looked awful, too. Supposed to have been genuine calf, but I'll bet a cookie its mother was a paper mill. Doggone it, my last belt, too. Oh, well, I can wear a necktie around my waist till I can get downtown and buy a new one.
All right, dearie, all right. You win. Here, open this package.
Why, this is a Christmas package. Gee, I shouldn't open this till Christmas.
Open it.
Well, okay. Well, what do you know? A new belt.
Sure.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle if this isn't a coincidence.
Remember me to your nephew.
Gee. And with my initials on the buckle. Oh, this is a beauty, Molly. Thanks ever so much.
Don't mention it, and Merry Christmas. First installment.
My gosh, this is really unexpected.
Well, it shouldn't be. The way you've been talking about a new belt the past few weeks, you should have taken out a hinting license.
Here, throw this old one away, will you?
All right, I'll put it in... Why, this is strange.
Huh?
Looks like it had been cut halfway through.
Oh, well, I've had a very sharp appetite lately, and my waist...
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, you big front man for the Stork Club. Why call me Gary? You finally agree with me that I look like Cooper?
No, that's just my abbreviation for garrulous.
Why, Doctor, McGee is not garrulous.
I should say not. I haven't been out with a garrel since I married Molly.
Yes. Yes, I know. You two are the living exhibit A for the scientific theory of the attraction of opposites. Molly is so good-looking and sweet and quiet.
And I'm?
Yes, indeed, in spades. Say, what's all this Christmas stuff around here? You been unwrapping a present, McGee?
Well, he just broke his belt, Doctor. And as long as I was giving him one for Christmas, I thought he might as well have it now.
Beauty, ain't it, Doc? Real pigskin.
I shall not descend to any of the obvious retorts, my boy. It is a very handsome hunk of haberdashery. But aren't you a little ashamed of accepting your gifts now? According to my calendar, it's several days until Christmas.
Well, I was just trying to keep up his spirits and his pants for the next week, Doctor.
What do you use for a calendar, Doc? Cut a notch in a patient for each day of the week?
No, I just glance in the mirror. If I seem to have aged 10 years, I know another day has crept by.
You know, you ought to go away for a good long rest, Doctor. Someplace where you can't get near a telephone, like any drugstore.
Don't think I wouldn't love it, my dear, but I've got to stick around for the Christmas rush.
What Christmas rush? You running a black market in pink pills?
No, but us Cowtown pasteurs expect certain seasonal phenomena about this time of year. Like kids swallowing Christmas tree ornaments. Selfish little animals that they are, an ornament so hard to get. And then, too, digital callosity is almost an annual epidemic.
Heavenly days, what on earth is digital callosity?
Calluses on the fingers. From people rubbing them over greeting cards to see if they're really engraved.
Well, it's nice to have you drop in, Doctor. Particularly without McGee starting an argument with you.
No, just a darn minute. Whom starts all the arguing with whom? Doc always starts them, not me.
Oh, now, don't give us that, little Sir Decibel. You're as bad-tempered as a dime store jackknife, and you know it.
I don't know any such a dirty thing. Just because you always start snarling at me with your big fat teeth don't mean I got a bad temper.
Why, you peripatetic little biological aberration. You have the neurological reactions of a schizophrenic troglodyte.
King's X.
What do you mean, King's X?
Doc don't play fair. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I'll call it off till I look up some one-syllable words, McGee. Anyway, I got to get back to my office. It's probably full of expectant fathers.
Expectant fathers?
Yes, they expect me to tell them beforehand whether to have the nursery decorated in pink or blue.
What do you tell them, Doc?
I give them an evasive answer. I tell them to go fry a pig. Well, Merry Christmas, folks.
Thank you, Doctor. Same to you.
And a Happy New Year, Doc.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, great guy. It was a great loss to medicine when he started studying it. What a patient he'd have been.
Say, I wonder if it was he who sent us the big white package with the blue ribbon on it.
Are you kidding? You don't have to play coy with me, Tootsie. I wasn't born yesterday.
Well, you might as well have been. You're so changeable. Now, if you'll, McGee, if you'll go away someplace while I straighten up this closet.
I'll run over to Kramer's drugstore. I got to buy a new fountain pen.
Oh, no, McGee. Don't do that.
Huh? Why not?
Well, I was... Well, why do you need a new fountain pen just this minute? Can't you use your old one?
My old one? I only got one.
Well, I meant... Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, the point is pigeon-toed. Writes 2 lines instead of 1.
But maybe you'll get...
When I registered with it at a hotel last summer, the clerk looks at my signature and says, "You gentlemen want twin beds?" You go ahead and fix the closet, kiddo. I'll run over to Kramer's and get a fountain.
Oh, dear. You win again, McGee. Here, open this package.
What do you mean?
Go ahead, open it.
Well, okay. Well, I'll be a new fountain pen. Gee, thanks, kid. Oh, this is wonderful.
Merry Christmas. Second installment.
Boy, this is a wonderful pen. Just the kind I wanted, too. And just when I needed it. Why, you could knock me over with a feather, Molly. I never dreamed you... Hey, what are you looking for?
A feather.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Jingle Bells.
bother me, McGee. I've almost got this closet straightened up again.
How about that big white package with the blue ribbon on it? Does it gurgle or rattle or squeak or anything?
Well, I haven't touched it. Somebody around here's got to keep his curiosity under control. And as long as there's only two of us, it looks like I'm elected.
Hey, this is a wonderful pen you gave me, Molly.
You like it, dearie?
It's marvelous. Only one thing wrong with it that I can see.
My goodness, what's that?
I just worked a crossword puzzle with it, and it don't spell very good.
That isn't the pen, that's the ink.
Oh. Well, I'm really quite gruntled with it.
You mean disgruntled?
No, I'm very happy. It's the finest pen
Hello, friends.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, a waxy old man. How do you like the new belt Molly gave me for Christmas?
Say, it's beautiful. But aren't you folks a little previous with your Christmas presents?
Well, he was getting so snoopy, Mr. Wilcox, I just had to give him a belt one way or another. So I took the easy way.
Look, she gave me a fountain pen, too. Ain't that a darb? Writes 10,000 words without filling. Don't know how many he'll write when I fill it. Don't you get it, kids? I says it right.
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it had a kind of a funny taint. You like the pen, Junior?
It's very handsome, pal. But better get your name engraved on it. Be ashamed to lose a nice pen like that.
Well, I couldn't get it engraved till after Christmas, Mr. Wilcox. I took it to 7 different jewelers, too.
Gee, did you really, Molly?
Yes, and I got quite an inferiority complex. Leaning over $80,000 worth of diamond necklaces, trying to get a $3 job of engraving done.
Well, gee, you should have taken it to my cousin, Big Bill Wilcox, on Oak Street, Molly. One of the finest engravers in the country.
I thought all the really great engravers were working for the government, Waxy.
Oh, he used to.
In Washington?
No, Leavenworth. That's why they call him Big Bill. He got caught making 20s out of 10s.
They put him to work making little ones out of big ones for making big ones out of little ones, eh?
Yeah, he's a terrific engraver, though. Well, here, wait a minute. Here, take a look at this common, ordinary little pin.
Well, what about it?
Well, look at the head of it.
Kind of scratched up, isn't it, Junior?
Ha, ha, ha. Look at it through this magnifying glass, which I just happen to have with me.
Uh-oh.
Well, heavenly days, isn't that marvelous?
Let me look at it. Well, I'm a son of a gun. What does it say, Junior? Can't quite read it without my glasses.
It says you don't have to be sharp as a pin to know that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the finest beautifier and protector of linoleum.
Imagine writing all that on the head of a pin.
Oh, there's more than that. It says if you're stuck with faded, worn linoleum, bring it back to life and beauty with Johnson's glow coat, the polish that shines as it dries.
My gosh, he is quite an engraver, isn't he, Waxy?
Well, you know, the funny part of it is, it only took him 20 minutes or less to do it.
Oh, that's too much.
Same length of time it takes for a glow coat to dry to a mirror-like finish on your linoleum. Now, wasn't that a coincidence?
Amazing. Here, let me put the pin back in your lapel, Mr. Wilcox. I'm afraid it might get lost.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's your story, Junior, and you got stuck with it.
Well, here, let me take your fountain pen, pal. I'll have Big Bill engrave it for you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Junior.
Don't mention it. I'll have it back Friday.
Okay.
Isn't he a sweet old... Oh, no, that's Dr. Gamble.
Look, Molly, no kidding. That big white package with the blue ribbon on it. Is that for me?
I tell you, I don't know a thing about it, McGee.
Cross your heart?
Cross my heart.
Well, my gosh, somebody must have... Hey, maybe Beulah put it there. Oh, Beulah. Hey, Beulah.
You call me Miss McGee?
Why should I? You never call me Beulah.
Mr. McGee wanted to know about this big white package with a blue ribbon on it, Beulah.
Did you put it in the closet here, Beulah?
No, sir. That package is a complete stranger to me.
Well, that's strange. Oh, well, we'll find out when we open it at Christmas time. Have you got all your shopping done, Beulah?
Yes, ma'am, practically. All I got left to get stuff for is Papa and Ira.
Ira? Who's Ira?
He's my one and only, sir. At least he's one of the few and far between. Ira, he's the FBI man.
Oh, heavenly days. Federal Bureau of Investigation?
No, ma'am. Friendly but ignorant.
What does he do, Beulah?
He's the insurance man, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he specializes in life insurance with double indignity.
Indemnity?
Yes, only he may have to give it up on account of a greeting card he got this morning.
On account of a greeting card?
Yes, sir. You say, from the President of the United States, greeting.
What's his present status, Beulah?
5'9.5" in his socks, Sam.
No. No, how's he classified now?
I classify him as ready and willing, sir. So he's suffering with flat feet and astigmatism.
Tism.
Oh, yes, 'tis, ma'am. He's so short-sighted he don't know his best friend across a taffy pull.
Well, they don't pull taffy in the Army anyway, Beulah. He'll be okay if he can see well enough to pull a sergeant's leg.
Yes, that's what I mean. Love that man.
Hey, Molly. I think we ought to open up that package. I think it must have been delivered by mistake.
Well, it might have been at that, McGee. There's no tag on it or anything.
You think we ought to?
Well, I don't
Yes,
know.
I think we ought to. One side, baby. I'll soon solve this mystery.
Well, if you really... Heavenly days, it's a beautiful negligee.
Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
Oh, gee whiz. Oh, my. That was my present for you, baby. I bought it a month ago and forgot all about it. If I ain't the dumbest bunny
now,
that ever...
McGee, I think it's lovely and just what I wanted. It's the most...
Oh, now, Hoon. Come in.
Hi, mister. We're all ready.
Ready? Who's all ready for what?
Kenny and Johnny and Buddy and Reddy and me.
Huh?
We're all ready to sing. Come on in, kids.
Well, folks, 3 years ago, Ken Darby of our King's Men wrote for our Christmas show an original musical setting for the poem "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." Everyone seemed to like it so well that we've been asked to do it every Christmas since. And we're glad to do it again tonight.
Okay, Mr. McGee. Go on. Sit down now.
Okay.
You and Miss McGee sit in a circle. You sit at the piano, Kenny. Ready, everybody? A 1 and a 2 and a 3. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their wee little beds, while visions of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering I should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around when down the chimney he came with a bound.
His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses. His nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow. The beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a little old pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke went around and around and around his head like a wreath. He was so chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, that I laughed and I laughed and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He had a broad face, and a little round belly that shook when he laughed, like a bowl full of jelly. He gave me a wink of his eye and a twist of his head, a chuckle and a smile I knew all the while I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word,
but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings.
Oh, boy.
Then turned with a jerk. Then laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney he rode. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team, gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, and he drove outside. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night after Christmas and all through the house. Not a creature is stirring, not even the mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while memories of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are settled at last for a long
Ladies and gentlemen, 2,000 years ago, a star shone over Bethlehem to light the way to peace and goodwill on earth. Tonight, that star is reflected in the windows of millions of your homes.
So our Christmas wish to all of you is that the men and women who have gone out to fulfill the promise of that symbol may soon return. Mission accomplished.
Good night.
Good night, all.
I heard him exclaim, and he drove out of sight. Merry Christmas to all, and to all.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When a dog bites a man, it's no news. But when a woman gets mad enough to bite a dog for running across the kitchen floor every day with his muddy feet, there's only one answer, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to protect the linoleum and keep it clean and beautiful. Floors that are protected with Glow Coat are easy to keep clean. The pup's muddy footprints are easily removed. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. The regular use of Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, besides saving you so much work. Glow Coat, as you know, is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful, sparkling polish. For old or new linoleum, there's really nothing so helpful as Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. The dangerous age in a man is when he wants to start fixing things around the house. And the house we have in mind is at 79 Wistful Vista, the residence of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, let me see. What can I work on first? Oh, I know. I'll go up on the roof and put up a new aerial.
Oh, fine.
Well, what's the matter with that? We need one. If we don't fix that aerial, we might as well give up hope. Say nothing of Lum and Abner and Gildersleeve.
Oh, it's a wonderful idea, dearie, but why do you let it go for 3 years and then do it on a day when the roof is a solid sheet of ice?
How do you know the roof is icy? You been up there?
No, but I walked to the market this morning. I walked to the market.
Yeah?
And I did more fancy skating on my galoshes for free than Sonia Henney ever did for $10,000 a week.
Well, shucks, if I can't work on the air. Oh, I know. I'll fix that loose board on the back steps.
I fixed that 2 weeks ago, McGee.
You did?
I had to before Beulah caught pneumonia.
Well, that's it. How can anybody catch pneumonia from a wobbly step?
By doing a nosedive into a basket of wet laundry once a week. Poor Beulah, you know.
Well, I gotta do something. I just can't sit around. I got too much pent-up energy today. I'll tell you what. I'll put a new pane in the basement window.
Which basement window?
That one I busted last week when the handle flew off the hammer. I was using to hammer the hammer handle back on the other hammer.
The man put a new glass in that window day before yesterday, sweetheart.
Did he leave any putty laying around?
Well,
If he did, I can fix that hole in the plaster in the hall that I made when I was showing Doc Gamble how to swing a brassy.
That also has been repaired.
Oh, shucks.
Look, McGee, if you're so full of pep and vitality, why don't you...
Oh, I know. Tune the piano. I've always wanted to tune a piano. Help me take the top off the piano, Molly.
Oh, McGee, now, please. You're always wanting to tune the piano, and you don't know anything about tuning a piano.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you want me to do anything? You want me to just lay around the house like a bum?
Did you ever tune a piano?
No, but I've watched guys do it. It's a cinch. You just take the top off the piano, see? Then you turn a wrench on them little knobs while you tap on one key over and over and over and over.
Yes.
Then when everybody rushes out of the house to get away from the noise, you put the top back on the piano and look around for the cigars.
Listen, you better stick to the mandolin, dearie. You couldn't stay on pitch shinnying up a pine tree.
Well, doggone it, I gotta have an outlet for all this energy. I got an urge to do something constructive. I want to build something for somebody.
Sit down and build yourself a lap. Here's a book of crossword puzzles. You can work on those.
No, sir, I'm too restless. I feel like I want... Hey, Oh, no. I can do that later.
What?
Take down the Christmas tree.
Now, don't be hasty about that, McGee. It's only the 23rd of January. We can tie some cherries on it and throw a Washington's birthday party.
Well, isn't there anything I can fix or build for anybody around here? I want to do something.
I can't think of anything, dearie. Maybe Beulah needs something done. Oh, Beulah! Beulah!
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, Beulah, you got anything needs fixing?
Yes, I sure have.
Mm-hmm.
My Crystal needs a new wristwatch.
You mean your wristwatch needs a new crystal, Beulah?
No, ma'am. I dropped it in the snow this morning, ma'am, and all I could find of it was the crystal.
My gosh, that's too bad, Beulah. Was it valuable?
No, sir, not awful valuable anyway. It had a prescription engraved on the back of it that said, presented to Wilbur T. Undertrig for 25 years faithful service in the employ of the Wistful Vista Surface line.
Wilbur probably had to hock it to pay the rental on the tuxedo we wore at the banquet where they presented the watch to him, huh?
Where'd you get it, Beulah?
From Mr. Wilbur T. Undertrig, sir.
Didn't he like it, Beulah?
No, ma'am. He said, Beulah, he said, you keep this here tick-tock to remind you never to work for no public futility 25 years. He said when you get to that age, they're liable to close up the works and lay off the hands. Oh.
Well, I was just wondering if there was any odd jobs around the house I could do, Beulah. I'm full of energy today. Got a lot of pep. Muscles are jumping around like a bag full of frogs.
You got something for him to spend all that ambition on, Beulah?
Well, let me think, ma'am. Has you had any experience fixing washing machines, sir?
What do you mean, have I had any experience with them? I invented one. The McGee modern mangle with the built-in hanger-upper.
With the built-in what?
Hanger-upper. I designed a washer that washed clothes, wrung them out, and strung them on a line. Had a gadget that fed a clothesline into one side of it, then it'd pin the clothes on the line and feed it out the other side through the window and out into the backyard.
Well, for goodness sake, Mr. McGee.
Sure.
That sure sounds like a wonderful idea. Thing like that would sure make a monkey out of Monday.
Whatever became of this brainchild, McGee?
I'm still working on it. Designing a time clock attachment that'll bring the clothes back in after 8 hours and iron them.
You gonna sew buttons back on too, sir?
Well, Natch.
What's the matter with the washing machine, Beulah?
Bad manners mostly, ma'am.
Bad manners?
Yes, ma'am. Every time you take the top off to look in, it slap you with a wet shirt.
Well, it can't be blamed for that, Beulah. That's the only way a washing machine can wave its arms.
And why should a washing machine wave its arms, Mr. Bones?
Well, my gosh. If you'd been frozen as long as washing machines have, you'd be pretty cold yourself.
Yes, she'd been frozen like a washing machine. Love that man, and I'll fix it myself.
Billy Mills from the orchestra and Broadway Rhythm.
Build a bookcase in the... Oh, we got a bookcase. I might tear out one wall of the dining room and build in a built-in china cabinet. No, not enough china. Now, let's see, I might
For goodness sakes, dearie, stop pacing up and down. You got me as nervous as a 20-mule team with a Republican driver.
I can't help it, Molly. I got too much energy today. I'm trying to think of something constructive to do.
Why don't you clean out the hall closet?
I can't.
Why?
My mandolin's got a busted G-string.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Everything. Whenever I clean out that hall closet, I come across my mandolin.
Yeah?
Naturally, I sit down in a few minutes and tear off a few selections.
Yeah?
Like Pretty Red Wing and Rachmaninoff's Prelude. Sounds awful with no G-string. Did you ever hear Rachmaninoff's Prelude without a... Well, I'm afraid that's not a proper question.
Yeah. I'm afraid you're right. Look, why don't you go shovel the snow off the... Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, Alice. Hey, you got any odd jobs of work you need done, kid? Something requiring superhuman energy, a keen intelligence, and a mass of muscle?
Such as sharpening a pencil, Alice, or winding a clock?
Well, I can't think of a thing, Mr. McGee, unless you want to put a hook on the inside of my bathroom door to hang a bathrobe on.
Why, McGee, you promised to do that a year ago. I never noticed that he hadn't done it, Alice.
Completely slipped my mind, girls, completely. Where do you hang your bathrobe now, Alice?
On the doorknob, but it drags on the floor that way.
Oh, my gosh, I can fix that easy enough. Bring me your bathrobe and a pair of scissors. See, the doorknob's about 36 inches from the floor. I'll cut 37 inches off your robe, and it'll hang an inch clear. I don't know why you women can't think of these things. It just takes a little imagination.
Look, dearie, wouldn't it be simpler just to lower the bathroom floor about 3 feet?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. If the floor was lowered 3 feet, the cord of the ceiling light would be too high to reach.
Yes, that's true, Alice. Of course, you could carry a flashlight, but it's awful hard to get batteries.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry to be so much trouble, Mr. McGee.
Oh, not at all, Alice, not at all. Happy to do anything to make you comfortable here. How's that north window of yours since I fixed it? Have any more trouble getting it open?
Oh, not a bit, Mr. McGee.
That's nice.
But now I can't get it closed.
Huh? Oh.
Maybe I'd better put that hook on the bathroom door myself.
Listen, I'll do it, Alice. Don't you worry about it.
Well, anyway, that isn't the kind of a trivial little job I'm looking for right now. I want to do something big, constructive, something that will last.
Well, why don't you bake a cake, Mr. McGee? The other one you made lasted for weeks.
Oh. He wants to do something muscular, Alice.
Oh, I have just the thing. Are you strong in the shoulders and arms, Mr. McGee?
Why, Alice? What have you got that calls for simple brute force? Pure peasant strength.
My fountain pen. I can't get the cap off. I'll run up and get it.
Fountain pen. That's child's play. What I need is something to work off this excess energy. I feel so strong, I frighten myself.
Really?
Why, I slapped myself silly just putting shaving lotion on my face this morning.
Well, until this sudden surge of physical strength fades away, Pet, you'd better open doors and things with your left hand.
No, that's no solution, kiddo. I'm just as powerful with either hand. Matter of fact, I'm thinking of writing a book about that.
Entitled what?
Forever Amber. Dexterous. You get it? Amber, dexterous. The pun involves...
Ain't funny, McGee.
No? I liked it because it was topical. A topical joke is always...
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Feel my muscle.
What?
Feel my muscle. My biceps. Ain't that marvelous? Just developed this morning.
It isn't quite so impressive when he hasn't got his shirt sleeves rolled up under his coat, Mr. Wilcox.
What have you been doing, pal? Signing up for a course of training with Charles Atlas?
No, just reached a peak of physical perfection, Waxy. Muscles toned up, eyes clear as a bell, complexion ruddy, hair full of electricity.
Tummy full of wheat cakes?
Well, personally, I always feel that way.
Oh, yeah? Why, compared to me, Junior, you're a weakling. You're big and flabby. I'm the wiry type.
Wiry and well insulated.
Well, now that you've got it, what are you going to do with it?
Trying to find a job of work that'll work off a little energy, Junior. All the odd jobs around here are too trivial to monkey with. I got to use my muscles on something constructive. Hey, you know how to Indian wrestle?
Yes.
Swell. I'll Indian wrestle you for 50 cents.
Right. Here, Molly, here's my forfeit.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Leave us not have no assault and battery. This is just...
Oh, Indian wrestling ain't violent, Molly. Just a matter of balance and psychology. You ready, Junior?
Go.
Yup.
Now, watch it now.
Oh!
My goodness, McGee. How did you do that? Are you hurt, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh.
Gosh, I hope I didn't bust his arm. I don't know my own strength today. Get up, Junior. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What on earth? What's beautiful?
This floor. What have you got on it? Johnson's wax?
Why, yes, but...
Why, it's magnificent. See how the Johnson's wax brings out the beauty of the wood. Feel that protective film that seals the pores of the wood against dust and dampness.
Imagine that guy. Forfeit 50 cents and let you half kill him just to work in that plug for Johnson. Junior, I'm amazed.
Glad to meet you. I'm Wilcox. I represent S.C. Johnson
Yes,
& Son.
we know.
Makers of the finest protective waxes that money can buy. Johnson's wax is the favorite of housekeepers all over the world because it makes housework so easy.
Get up off the floor, Waxy.
Keeps the home so clean and sparkling, protects wood, leather, and enamel surfaces against...
Harlow, snap out of it. It's us, Fibber and Molly.
Say, he must have stunned himself when he fell. Mr. Wilcox.
Where am I?
You're in Racine, Wisconsin.
I am? Gee, I better tell the sales manager I'm here. Look, if you ever get to Wistful Vista, folks, look me up.
For goodness sakes, did you throw him down that hard, McGee?
Nah, he was faking. That big lunkhead let me throw him on purpose. Where's his 50 cents?
Well, he absent-mindedly took it out of my hand when he left.
Absent-mindedly, my clavicle. And that sharpshooter never left...
Come in. Well, my goodness, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, migraine.
Migraine?
Yes, you go against it.
You better go easy with him, Doctor. He's as full of pepper as a Mexican blue plate. He wrestled Mr. Wilcox and threw him clear to Racine, Wisconsin.
He ought to be in condition. Every time he gets out of a chair, he wins a weightlifting contest.
Careful there, bone bender. Don't twit me today. I'm just in the mood to give you the old 1-2.
1-2 is right, Sonny. One pass at me and you spend 2 weeks in the fracture ward. What goes with you, anyway? How'd you get so healthy all of a sudden?
Well, he simply woke up with a vest full of chest, Doctor.
Terrific energy today, Doc. Old Hart's got a beat like a slap bass.
Take off your shirt.
Nah, there you go again. Take off your shirt. Can't take a person's word for feeling good unless you drag out the old stethoscope and have yourself an organ recital.
He's all right, Doctor. 70 days can't a man feel full of good cheer and ambition without being sick?
Not this little man. Anytime that sourpuss turns sweet, I reach for the fever chart.
Well, don't worry your old fat head about me, Quack Jack. Trouble with you is you can't stand seeing anybody feeling healthy. For you, a full bottle of pills means an empty day.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, McGee.
Well,
the doctor never treated you for anything you didn't have.
I treated him for $40 once, and he didn't have that for about 10 months.
And I still think you overcharged me on that, too. My gosh, $40. I only had that pneumonia in one lung.
And what a wonderful patient you were, too. The whole staff at the hospital hated to see you leave when you did.
Did they really, Doctor?
Yes, they wanted to toss him out on his gluteus maximus 10 days sooner. Now, look, muscle-bound, just what are you planning to do to work off this magnificent burst of vitality?
I don't know, kid. Been trying to find some job around here that'd really be constructive. I'm in the mood to build something, to try and, well, something that would... Hey, did I ever show you the plans I drew up for a jet-propelled bicycle?
You never even showed me, McGee.
Where are they?
Why, they're right here in the hall.
Well, there's the job you've been looking for, Lemonhead.
Yeah. I gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men and the Oceana Roll.
Back in 1911, vaudeville was in its heaven. Everyone was doing it, doing it, doing it. Everyone was frivolous and gay. Comedians in baggy pants were followed by precision dancers. Then upon the stage, at a slightly smaller wage, appeared the old quartet. And in a style you can't forget, they'd open up and sing this way. Billy McCoy was a musical boy on the cruiser Alabama. He was there on that piano like a fish down in the sea. When he rattled on some melody, every sailor boy began to holler, ship ahoy, when Billy cut loose at sea. You ought to see it. Every worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship begins to dip and does the corkscrew turn. The smoke is rolling black from out the smoky stack. It's floating up to heaven and it won't come back. Here and there you'll see a stool and chair, a slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. And then the bell begins to ringing and the hammock starts a swinging. Sitting at that piano there on the Alabama, playing the Oceana Roll. Now when the bell begins to ring, when the hammock begins to swing, you better man the tilly. There goes Billy. Sailor Billy boy is the real McCoy. Your ship goes whoop, whoop, whoop with joy. There upon the Alabama, sitting at the old piano, knocking out a raggy rhythm. Everybody dances with him, rolling on the mighty ocean with the gay and easy motion. He plays that Oceana Roll, the Oceana Roll.
McGee, did you straighten out the hall closet?
No, I just kicked the stuff back in. I didn't want to waste all this energy on a simple job like that.
Well, while you dream up something constructive to batter your biceps against, I'll go upstairs and do some mending.
Okay.
If you hear me scream, just ignore it. There's a hole in my thimble.
There goes a good kid. There isn't another wife in the world that'd put up with me, even if it was legal. The way she goes along with my little moods is one of the most... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit to our humble abode?
What's an abode, mister?
An abode is a house, sis. We call it that because it's a boat half paid for. That's a joke.
It was a pun, I bet you.
A pun? So what? You one of them highbrows that sneers at a pun because you didn't think of it yourself?
No, but my daddy says a pun is the lowest form of humor.
No, he does, does he? Well, he's probably one of them guys that thinks a hot foot is a priceless bit of wit. But you didn't answer my question, sis. Why aren't you in school?
Oh, school's closed on account of an epidermis of measles, I bet you.
Not epidermis, sis. Epidemic. Epidermis is skin.
Where do you think you get the measles, mister?
Touche. I says touche, sis. That's a Spanish word meaning you got me, pal. Well, why aren't you out playing? It's a wonderful day.
Well, gee, mister, I couldn't find any of the kids, and the playground stuff is all put away for the winter, and I guess I didn't want to go see anybody in particular, so I came to see you.
Well, that's a very... Hey! You say the playground stuff is all put away for the winter? You like to play on trapezes and swingses and turning poles and stuff?
Gee, I love it, mister, but in the winter you can't...
Sis, I think you were sent here by Providence.
I was not. I bet you it was my own idea.
I mean, you're the answer I've been looking for. You got a big basement?
No, but my daddy says when I get to be middle-aged, I'll have...
No. I mean, in your house. You got room in your basement for some playground stuff?
Gee, sure we have, I bet you, but what you
Sis,
mean?
how would you like it if I built you a trapeze and a swing and a turning pole and some stuff right in your own basement?
Oh, gee, mister, that'd be super. Criminy, when you gonna do it, mister? When?
Right now, sis. Stand by while I gather up a load of tools. Now, let's see now. I'll need a hammer and a rope.
Mister, is that a ripsaw?
No, Teeny, this is a crosscut saw. What made you think it was a ripsaw?
On account you ripped your pants in 4 places with it.
You can't do this stuff without a few mishaps, sis. Now, let's see. Better put this brace right here. Phew. Now, one more brace on this swing, it'll be all finished, sis.
Yeah?
And better 3 hours work I never did in my life.
You were just wonderful to do it, mister. I take back everything my daddy ever said about you.
Believe me, these things are built in here to stay. You couldn't drag them out of here with a bulldozer. Now, let's see.
Hey, mister, look what I can do.
Huh?
Looky, I can hang by my knees.
Oh, that's very good, sis. I had a distant relative once that learned to hang by his neck.
For fun, mister?
No, for stealing a horse. Now, there you are, Teeny. It's all finished. You now got a set of athletic equipment that ought to last you till you're 82.
Oh, gee, thanks ever so much, mister. Why are you so nice to me,
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because you kind of remind me of my wife.
Oh?
Besides, it was a privilege, sis. All day long I've been looking for a good constructive job like this. Something to use up my energy. And believe me, I did it. Whew. I've used up my energy for the next 7 weeks. Boy, am I tired. Whew.
Your shirt is wringing wet, mister.
Yeah, I know. Really worked up a sweat, didn't I?
Oh, you mustn't say that, mister. That isn't nice.
Huh?
My teacher says horses sweat, men perspire, and women glow.
Oh. Now, you tell your teacher that when a man works like a horse, he can sweat if he wants to. Help me gather up these tools, will you?
Sure.
Oh, boy, that was really quite a chore, sis.
I'll say it.
I hope you enjoy using the trapeze and the swing and stuff.
Oh, gee, I will, I bet you. I'm gonna ask my daddy if I can stay up late tonight and play down here.
Oh, you don't have to do that, sis. You'll have plenty of time to use it. This stuff is built to last. It'll be here a long, long time.
Yes, but we won't, I bet you.
Huh?
We're moving tomorrow. Oh, whoops. You dropped your screwdriver, mister.
If a man is known by the company he keeps, is a housekeeper known by the house she keeps? I'm sure you know better than I that the answer is yes. There are certain homes that just seem to have more charm than others, a friendlier gleam that you feel the moment you enter. What makes that extra something? It's not expensive furnishings. No, it's first of all good taste in selection and arrangement, and second, it's good care with wax. It's really remarkable what regular polishings with genuine Johnson's wax will do for the appearance of your home. Floors, furniture, and woodwork take on extra beauty that increases and mellows with each waxing. Windowsills, Venetian blinds, ornaments, lampshades, and picture frames, all are more beautiful for their protective shield of Johnson's wax. And all of these things are easier to keep clean because dirt and dust does not readily cling to waxed surfaces. In fact, when you practice protective housekeeping by the regular use of Johnson's wax, you're saving yourself many hours of work all through the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the March of Dimes is on. Your dimes, all the dimes you can spare, from 1 to 1,000,000, are desperately needed to fight infantile paralysis. This is the most viciously cruel disease that can strike at children, and you can help in the fight against it.
Yes. Send your contribution, the most generous contribution you can, to the March of Dimes, White House, Washington, D.C.
Don't be ashamed to send 1 dime, and don't be afraid to send 1,000.
When you get out of bed in the morning, think of the children who can't.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I say, Bitterbrook, old rutabaga, what say we pop out this evening for a bit of dancing? Or maybe a cinema? There's plenty of petrol in the rolls.
But dash it, old girl, you know jolly well Tuesday's my night with the wireless. I simply can't miss Amos and Andrew, you know, or that Hope laddie, or the Skelton chap, and the man and wife thing, what's the name again?
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly?
Gotcha, that's it.
Makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. About this time of year, you can be very thankful if you've been using the wax method of housekeeping. If you have, then you don't get the jitters over this spring house cleaning business. You can take that job in your stride because your floors, furniture, woodwork, and many other surfaces probably just need a touching up with Johnson's Wax. This famous wax polish is more than just a product. It's a method of protective housekeeping. When you wax your things regularly throughout the year, you accomplish 3 important things. First, your home is more beautiful. It has that mellow, wax-polished radiance that is so much admired. Second, your floors, furniture, woodwork, and accessories are protected against wear, dirt, and moisture by the tough film of Johnson's Wax. And third, you save hours and hours of work, both in your daily and weekly housework. And in these days of spring house cleaning, believe me, it will pay you to adopt the modern wax method of housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. When a woman like Mrs. McGee, who is a good cook, marries into a family like the McGees, who are always hungry, they should have a revolving door on the guest room. The latest relative to be heard from is being discussed right now by Fibber McGee and Molly.
Imagine seeing old cousin Salvador again after all these years, Molly.
Yes, and him a famous artist.
Must have been 15 years since he was here last.
And if I remember correctly, he put away enough groceries at that time to last him 20.
Mm-hmm.
You know he's 5 years early?
That's certain. Well, a guy as hungry as him was bound to be either a poet or a painter. I hope he brings me some of his pictures with him. I'd like to buy a couple just as an investment.
You mean like if you'd have bought a few Rembrandts 300 years ago, you'd make a neat profit on them today, old man?
Well, anyway, I hope Cousin Salvador remembers how interested I was in his career. I always said he'd make good someday with his painting, didn't I?
Well, I don't remember you saying that, McGee, but I do know how you tried to help him along.
Certainly.
Every time he mentioned painting, you'd give him the brush.
Imagine our own cousin, a famous artist.
I hardly remember him, McGee. Did he look like an artist?
What do you mean, did he look like an artist?
Well, did he wear his hair long?
No. Only about 25 years, and then it all fell out.
I see. Did his telegram say what time he'd arrive?
No, but it'll probably be around dinner time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me see. I think the light will be better if I move this easel over by the window, don't you think?
Why don't you wait and let Cousin Salvador put it where he wants it?
This is not for Cousin Salvador, my dear. I myself am indulging a bit in the creative urge. Salvador's telegram has aroused my artistic instincts.
Oh, what have I done to deserve this? And the smock and beret. Oh, McGee.
You know, baby, I got everything I need to become a famous modernistic artist. I'm practically colorblind, and I can't draw for sour apples.
You know, it's too bad Cousin Mervyn isn't coming, or you could paint some still life.
Hmm?
He had one of the biggest stills around Peoria.
I'm going to do impressionistic things, my dear. My first canvas, this one I'm working on now, will be entitled Retribution on Tuesday. It will show a well-done hamburger draped over an alarm clock with a human torso in the background tattooed with soft-shelled crabs and a green heifer wearing a paper hat. It will give an impression of the futility of life.
I'll bet it will at that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, Van Dyke, if you get paint all over my living room right now.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp. What's the umbrella for? Is it raining?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee.
No.
I was just taking it downtown to get it repaired. I thought maybe I could get it fixed while I went to the doctor.
Oh, are you ill, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. The umbrella and I are in the same condition. We each have 2 broken ribs.
Your wife have something to do with this, Wimp?
Well, yes, in a roundabout way, Mr. McGee.
What do you mean in a roundabout way?
She chased me round about the house 7 times before she got close enough to hit me with the umbrella.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Wimple, you certainly lead a strenuous life. Don't you ever fight back?
Oh, I did once, Mrs. McGee.
My gosh, you did? What happened, Wimp?
Well, I'm a little ashamed of myself for losing my temper like that, Mr. McGee, but one day Sweetie Face was particularly naughty to me, and I grabbed up a loaded shotgun.
Heavenly days.
And I just stood there and I said, Sweetie Face, I said, and I meant it, too. Sweetie Face, I said, you take 1 step toward me and I'll let you have it.
Yes, yes.
So she did.
Ooh.
She took 1 step toward me and I let her have it. I didn't want it anymore anyway.
You ought to get your wife to take up some quiet hobby, Mr. Wimple.
Like me, Wimp, I just took up painting. I'm working on a modernistic job now called Sunrise Over Your Father's Mustache. Or Tapioca Pudding in B-flat.
Oh, that's very interesting, Mr. McGee. But I'm more interested in poetry myself.
Oh, have you written anything lately, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I have, Mrs. McGee. It's called Oh, Pretty Little Easter Egg.
Well, let's hear it if you insist.
All righty. Oh, pretty little Easter egg, whose shell I cracked so very gladly. You look at me from in my hand and make me feel so very sadly. Of all the folks on this great earth, the one I judge the very worst is the one who died you, little egg, and never thought to boil you first.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Velia.
I think this one here's the best painting I've done in my whole career, Molly.
And considering that your career just started about an hour ago and you've done 7, that's really something.
Yeah. I sure wish it'd get dark, though.
Why?
So we could see the northern lights. All artists have got to have a northern light to work by, you know.
No, that's just a north light, dearie.
It is? Well, I'm sure glad to hear that. Them northern lights flicker like anything.
What's the name of this current masterpiece you're working on?
This? This I'm calling 2 railroad tickets in love with a pile of lint. Notice how the blue tones modulate into this dirty gray color? Don't it give you a far-off feeling of emancipation and stupidity?
Yes, it does. As a matter of fact...
If that is one of the tradesmen, my dear, bid the fellow be off.
Coil up your lasso, Picasso, and get down off your high horse.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And what are you up to, underslung? What's that on your head, an ice bag?
That, my dear doctor, is a beret. You will forgive me, I trust, if I pursue my artistic endeavors while you and my good woman indulge in the local gossip. One must take advantage of the fleeting light, you know.
That's all. I can't take it this week. So long, Molly.
But, Doctor, Now you see what you did, McGee? You and your fancy talk. Another few hours of this and you won't have a friend left in town.
Well, Dad, right, you got to be rude to people if you want to be noticed. Who ever heard of a polite genius?
Well, for goodness sakes, you shouldn't.
My curiosity got the better of me, friends. Is it true that little smudge spot here has gone in for painting?
Yes, it is, Doctor. He's going to burst into the art world with a noise like threading a needle underwater.
We have a house guest coming, Doctor. My cousin, Salvador McGee, the famous artist. You know of him, I suppose.
Frankly, deep seat, I've never heard of him. Is he a blood relative or anemic like you?
Well, according to his last letter, Doctor, his latest work is in the National Gallery in Washington.
Take a look at some of my work, Doctor.
All right. What's the name of this nauseating little item?
I call this little thing Tempest in a Piggy Bank. Or 7 razor blades in search of a girl's bicycle.
It's very interesting.
Do you really think so, Doctor, or are you just saying that because you haven't got your glasses on?
You realize, of course, my dear Doctor, that I'm not a mere painter of pictures. I paint emotionally. I depict the innermost thoughts of humanity, the primitive urges and the savagery of civilization.
You done a self-portrait yet, McGee? You really should do a self-portrait. I've always thought you should be done in oil.
Painted, Doctor?
No, boiled.
Well, for your information, you big sinus plumber, there's an artistic strain that runs clear through the McGee family.
Oh, and what a strain it is, too.
I don't expect any appreciation from an illiterate old oaf like you, Fatso, but believe me, I know talent.
You not only do, you have.
I have what?
No talent. So long, Molly.
I'm afraid the doctor has a low opinion of your efforts, McGee.
Well, what'd you expect? You ever notice that corny picture he's got in his office? It's a cowboy on a ratty-looking old horse holding a rusty rifle.
Why, darling, that is a genuine Remington.
That rifle?
No, the artist.
You mean little Benny Remington that runs the shoe shine parlor down on Oak Street? Why, that guy couldn't paint.
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Mrs. Carstairs and Mr. Wilcox.
Glad you dropped in, friends. My friends are always welcome in my studio. Do sit down.
Thank you.
We can chat while I work.
We just met Doc Gamble, pal. He said you had a bad case of painter's colic, so we thought we'd drop in and see how you were.
Oh, he was just being sarcastic, I guess, Mr. Wilcox.
That is rather a strange bit of work you have in hand there, Mr. McGee. May I ask what you call it?
Carsty, you have a true eye for the better things. This is a dream impression of unreality with tragic undertones of elementary depravity. And it doesn't hurt a bit. I call it ragamuffins at high noon. Or passion's plaything without board motor. I say, Wilcox, old fellow, hand me that tube of pink there, will you? That's a good chap.
Hey, this isn't paint. It's toothpaste.
I know. I'm just starting a new canvas called Delirium with Miriam's Irium.
Or, while there's hope, there's life.
You know, Mr. McGee, this is all very reminiscent of the time I spent in Paris in 1933. I saw several paintings very similar to yours.
Exhibition, was it, Millicent?
No. One afternoon in a painter's studio, some of the artists tried a little experiment. They backed a blindfolded mule up against an easel, tied a wet paintbrush to his tail, and let several horseflies out of a bottle. The picture won first prize that year.
McGee. And remember, that mule was blindfolded.
Yeah, that's all very well, but where can I get a bottle of horseflies at this time of year? Hey, what are you doing, Junior?
Pal, here's a painting that really appeals to me. Can I buy this?
Oh, my gosh, Junior, you don't want that old thing.
Name a price, will you? I have a place on my living room wall where this will be perfect.
Where are you living now, Mr. Wilcox? In a fracture ward?
That one is pretty badly wrinkled, Mr. Wilcox. Why don't you select one?
No, I want this one. I can just see it framed in a mahogany and gold frame. You know what I'll put on the frame?
I think I can make a pretty good...
Johnson's wax, naturally. Anybody who appreciates good things wants to see them get the best possible protection against dust and dirt and dampness.
Yeah, but that one you
selected... Johnson's wax is the standard household protector for picture frames, woodwork, floors, furniture, enamel surfaces, and leather goods.
Yeah, but what that
because it seals surface pores against penetration of dust and dampness.
Yeah, but that thing you...
And gives a sparkle to your home. A sparkle that's like hospitality spelled out in rhinestones. How much, pal? Name your price.
Shall I leave while you gentlemen haggle?
Oh, no, don't go, Millicent. This is McGee's first sale, and he promised me whatever he got for it.
Gee whiz, Waxy, I don't want to see you do that.
Oh, come on. $25.
No,
40, 50, 75.
Junior, I'm going to keep this friendly. I want you to have that painting, and for you, it's just $5.
Oh, no, I couldn't take advantage.
$5 or no sale, Buster.
Well, okay, here you are, and thanks ever so much. I want you to see it after I have it framed. By the way, what's the name of it?
Oh, I call that splitting an atom at Eve. Take good care of it.
Oh, I will, believe me. Can I drop you off at home, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, please do, Mr. Wilcox. I must get back and write Boris Karloff a letter.
Goodness sakes, Boris Karloff. Is he a friend of yours, Millicent?
No, I merely want to say, so you think you make horror pictures. Good day, my dear, and Mr. McGee.
Good day, friend.
I can't understand you, dear. You had a chance to get $100 for that painting.
Dad rat it, that wasn't a painting. That was the rag I've been wiping my brushes on. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going upstairs and get the guest room ready for Cousin Salvador.
Oh, fine.
Don't make any more mess than you will anyway.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. I ain't fooling her any with this long-haired stuff. She knows I'm just a Grant Wood with knot holes. But does she care? No, sissy. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny.
Hi. Gee, what you doing in the apron and tam o' shanter, mister? What you doing,
Well, this is a smock and a beret, sis, and I'm painting pictures. Like this one here, you see? What do you think of it, sis?
Will you tell me a story, mister? Please, will you? Please?
You didn't answer my question, Teeny.
Well, my mommy says if you can't say something nice about people, don't say anything, mister.
Well, so you want a story, eh?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I ever tell you about Katie the kangaroo?
Oh, no.
Okay. Once upon a time...
See, I like stories that start out like that, mister. All the Mother Goose stories do.
Mother Goose, sis.
There's more than one of them, mister. Goose is singular, geese is plural.
Okay, let it go. Well, sir, once upon a time, way down in Australia, there lived a little kangaroo named Katie. And for years and years, till she was big enough to hop around by herself, she traveled in her mama's vest pocket. Yes, sir. And one day, as she was sitting there on her front pouch... Pouch.
Oh.
Her mama said to her, Katie, she says, tomorrow you go to school.
Oh, boy, kindergarten,
Yep. So Katie went to kindergarten, grade school, and high school. On her last year of school, she was made chairman of the senior hop.
Oh.
On account of she could hop farther than any other student, see? Thanks to Katie, it was the greatest senior hop they'd ever had. And they were all trying to leap around as high and as fast as she did. And everybody had a wonderful time. Jump, leap, hop, spring, leap, jump, hop. And that's how love came to Katie.
See how, mister?
Well, sir, her boyfriend, Curtis Kangaroo, who had just been chosen as the boy most likely to be chosen as the boy most likely not to get any place, says, what are you looking at me like that for, Katie? And Katie says, I loved you, Curtis. Let's get married. Okay, says Kurt, so they did. And all because that senior hop had reminded Katie of something. And you know what that was?
Sure I do, I bet you.
What?
It was a leap year.
Oh, sure.
Thanks anyway, mister. So long.
The King's Men sing The Blue-Tailed Fly.
Shoo, 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 fly, shoo, 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 fly, shoo.
When I was young, I used to wait on Master and give him his plate and pass the pitcher when he got dry and
brush away the blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Master's gone away. One day he rolled around the farm. The flies so numerous, they did swarm. One fly bit him on the thigh. Shame upon the blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Master's gone away. That pony, he run and he jump and he pitch and he tumbled my master right into a ditch and he died. All on account of a blue-tailed fly. They laid him under a cinnamon tree. His epitaph is there to see. Neath this stone I'm forced to lie.
victim of the blue-tailed fly.
Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Master's gone away. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Jimmy crack corn, don't care. Master's gone away.
Now, let me see. A little more tattletale gray in the background. dash of taxicab yellow.
That's
here.
quite a painting you're working on there, McGee.
Oh, this is the best one yet. It's a fantasy of social insecurity as the forces of nature meet the challenge of television.
What's the significance of the mustache cup in the lower left there?
This? That ain't a mustache cup. That's an allegorical figure. That's Nincompoopi, the goddess of heavyweight wrestling.
Dear, I'm afraid I'll just never understand modernistic painting, dear.
Anytime anybody does, all us artists will be looking for work. Now, let me see.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mary Latrivia.
How do you do, Molly? Hello there, McGee. Oh, pardon me, madam. I thought you were Mr. McGee.
Don't let the smock and the beret fool you, Latrivia. I just wear these to keep the paint out of my eyes, clothes, and hair.
With little or no success, you might add.
Well, I didn't know you were an artist, McGee. Is this some of your work?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. You like it?
No.
No, that's because you don't understand modern art, Your Honor. And if you'll move over, I'll join you.
You're accustomed to old-fashioned art, Latrivia. Sunsets and stuff, kitchen counters, 3 kittens in a basket. Photographic. You got to learn to appreciate modern painting emotionally.
What brought on this burst of self-expression, McGee?
Well, his cousin Salvador McGee is coming today for a visit, Your Honor. He's a well-known painter back east. Made a lot of money at it, too.
Anytime you want him and me to do any mural painting at the City Hall, Latriv, just speak up.
You mean mural painting, McGee?
What'd I say?
You said Muriel.
That's a girl's name.
Why should you want us to paint her on the wall at the City Hall? Who is she, anyway?
Who is who?
Muriel, the girl you want McGee to paint on the wall.
I don't want anything of the kind. I didn't suggest any such thing.
Oh, don't be so cagey, boy. We won't hold you up. Wait till you see a rough sketch before you say yes or no. You got a snapshot of her with you?
Now, look, McGee.
Is she a blonde or brunette, Your Honor?
The reason she asked is I paint brunettes cheaper. Mixing the color for a blonde or a redhead.
I tell you, she is not a blonde head. A wall type. And this whole thing is your idea. I don't even know anybody named Muriel, except an elderly aunt of mine. Is that clear?
Personally, I think it's mighty sweet of you to want your aunt's portrait in the City Hall, Mr. Mayor.
The way I'll do it, Latriv, is this. I'll make a preliminary sketch, you see. Then we'll find out where in the City Hall would be the best place to hang Muriel.
I tell you, I don't want any Muriels. A mural. If my aunt was... Look, anytime the city had a mural hall, I mean a superior paint a mill, you said that I wanted a Muriel. A picture pointed. Portrait pitched. You were the... It was... McGee?
Yes?
Tell me, how do you mix your paint?
That's an interesting question.
Depends on whether you mix it wet or dry, Latriv. If you mix it dry, you take a powder...
I certainly do. Good day.
Boy, oh boy, I sure wish he'd shown me that snapshot of Muriel before he left. I'd have painted her picture and give it to him for Christmas.
He's just shy, I guess.
Yeah.
And if she's his aunt, what's the matter?
You see anything in my palette?
You mean my breadboard that you were mixing all that paint on? You laid it on a chair when the mayor came in.
Which chair?
The one you're sitting in, I think.
That's what I think.
Well, aren't you going to get up?
There's no hurry now. I can't get any more paint.
Come in.
I do. Is this McGee's residence?
Cousin Salvador. Hi, boy. Come on in.
Oh, my goodness. It's good to see you again, Cousin Salvador.
Well, thanks. Well, gee, who's doing all the painting?
Me, Salvi. How do you like 'em?
Well, don't ask me, Cousin Fibber. I wouldn't know.
Oh, go on with you. And you with all your paintings at the National Gallery in Washington that you wrote us about.
Well, not my painting, Molly. My painting.
Oh, just one, you mean?
Yep. Yeah. But it's the biggest job I ever did.
Yeah.
I did the whole interior in white, 2 coats of white enamel, trimmed all the windows in moss green. Why, next month I got another job doing a brewery, and they told me...
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You'll pardon me, I'm sure, if I paraphrase an old saying. Dirt may come and dirt may go, but a glow-coated floor goes on forever. Well, at least practically forever, if you use Johnson's Glow Coat regularly on your linoleum surfaces. Scrubbing linoleum is bad for it. You've heard me say that many times before. Linoleum manufacturers themselves, and housekeeping authorities, too, recommend this kind of care that gives protection to the linoleum or other floor surface, adds wax-polished beauty, keeps colors fresh and new-looking. Johnson's Glow Coat is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. Therefore, you see, it saves two ways. Saves the linoleum, saves you time and work. And by the way, if you have floors of asphalt tile or rubber tile, remember that Glow Coat is the preferred polish for these floors, too.
Cousin Salvador wants to know if we want any painting done around here.
No.
He says he'll do a wonderful job. He says when he gets through with the house, you wouldn't recognize it.
Yeah, I know. He proved that at dinner with the porterhouse.
Well, yes.
You said it. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. And back with us tonight, after 3 years in the Navy, Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple. Those of you who use wax polish regularly know all about how your home grows lovelier with every application. But if you've yet to discover the beauty of wax polishing, you certainly have a most pleasant surprise coming. For example, you'll really be amazed at the shining new beauty of your floors when you first wax polish them with genuine Johnson's Wax. For the very first time, perhaps you'll appreciate the real beauty of your dining room tabletop, because Johnson's Wax brings out its beautiful natural grain and gives it a lovely mellow polish. Your chairs and sideboard and bookcase suddenly gleam with a lustrous, satiny, dry sheen. Ornaments, leather articles, picture frames are richer looking. And when Johnson Wax polished, your lovely things are wax protected against wear, dirt, and spilled things. So for a lovelier home that's easier to keep lovely, get Johnson's Wax. Paste, liquid, or cream. When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista sent her husband to the library for some reference books on raising cinerarias, she might have known he'd come home with 2 volumes on the history of baseball, 1 on big game hunting in New Zealand, and 3 murder mysteries, one of which he is reading now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
You mean you didn't get me that book on cinerarias, McGee?
They didn't have one. The librarian and I spent 45 minutes looking through the list, and it didn't have a single book about cinemanarians.
Cineraria?
Yeah, that's what I says. Cinemanarians. She asked me, what are they? And I says, flowers.
That was correct.
And then she says, how do you spell it? And I seen she had me, so I took these books and scrammed. You love these murder mysteries.
You know, one of these days I'm going to write a murder story, and it'll be autobiographical.
What you mean?
It'll be entitled, That Wasn't the Book She Wanted, and That Wasn't Sugar on His Wheaties.
Oh. Well, my gosh, when a guy runs into an ignorant librarian who don't even know a cinemastertium is...
Cineraria.
Yeah. When you run into an ignorama like that...
Ignoramus.
This was a woman. Takes a feminine suffix when used as a subjunctive.
Oh?
When you run into an ignorama like that, what can you do?
Well, now, don't expect me to read those murder stories. They give me the twitches.
Ah, Pata, you got to remember it's just fiction. Personally, I'm used to them. Boris Karloff could creep into this room right now, dragging 7 dead bodies, and I'd never...
What was that? Something just crawled across my foot.
Oh, that was just my ball of yarn, dearie. Rolled off my lap.
All that effort for that. The reason I jumped was on account of this story. It's pretty gory. It's by far the best of the 3 I got.
You mean you've read all 3 of those mysteries since you got home?
Certainly, it's a cinch with my system. I just read the first 3 pages and the last 3 pages. That tells you who got killed and who done it. That's all you want to know in the first place.
That stuff in between is a shameful waste of paper, then, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose some people read all that padding. They did in this one, anyway. There's a loose page right here in the middle.
That what?
It ain't a loose page. It's a map. Somebody left a map in here.
A map of what?
I don't know. It looks like it might be a... Oh, my gosh. Molly. It's a treasure map. Look at...
Tear it up, dearie. Huh? Tear it up. With taxes the way they are, we can't afford to find any treasure.
No kidding. This is real. You see here? It says, due north from old mineral well, 200 paces. Strike line from loose rock in stone wall to foot of old oak. Then there's a big X, and it says, treasure buried here.
Where?
Right here in Wistful Vista. I know exactly where that old mineral well is in the stone wall, too.
Oh, but McGee, who would bury a treasure in Wistful Vista? The only pirate who ever operated around here is Alderman McClatchy.
Well, there was plenty of stagecoach holdups around here in the old days, kiddo, and plenty of bank robberies, too. Oh, boy. Imagine me walking into the Elks tomorrow and paying my dues with a handful of uncut emeralds. Huh?
Just the same, dearie, I don't think...
Oh, no, not a word about this map, baby. This may mean life or death if the word gets out.
Compared to me, sweetheart, an oyster is positively gabby. I can close up like a General Motors sales room.
If anybody knows we're on the trail of a treasure...
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Good afternoon, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carstairs. Just the gal I wanted to see. Look. Isn't there an old mineral well just west of your property?
Yes, but it's really on my property, Mr. McGee, and the well is no longer in use.
Run dry, Millicent?
Oh, no, but the water was only good to cure rheumatism and arthritis, and neither Mr. Carstairs nor I are troubled that way, so we had it shut off.
Oh. Why don't you cut down all your trees, too? Neither of you care for robin's eggs.
Don't be rude, McGee.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. You see, Mr. Carstairs loves to watch our feathered friends through field glasses. He's president of the Wistful Vista Bird Watchers, and why don't people pull down their shades clubs?
Interesting hobby.
My husband has a very powerful pair of binoculars. Last week he saw a purple-breasted chimney lark, a fan-tailed barn jay, and 2 new nurses at the lying-in hospital.
We've just been talking about some of the local landmarks, Mrs. Carstairs, like your mineral well and the old stone wall and those big oak trees.
Oh, yes. Mr. Carstairs inherited the estate from his great-grandfather, Long John Carstairs, who was a pirate with Captain Kidd.
Hot diggity, a pirate, eh? Did he bring home any Spanish gold and stuff, Carsty, huh?
Well, so far as we've been able to ascertain, Mr. McGee, the only things he brought home were a severe case of malaria and a parrot whose language is most disturbing.
Swears, does he, Millicent?
Terribly, my dear. Although we have tried to re-educate him with some success. He now says 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of Pepsi-Cola.
Dear, they say parrots do live to be hundreds of years old, Carsty.
Yes, I'm inclined to think so myself, Mr. McGee. This parrot is always saying things in Italian, like, if I may make a suggestion, Chris, why don't you call it America?
Dear, tell Millicent about the bird you had once, McGee.
You mean Sherman? Yeah, I had a strange bird once, Carsty. Crossed between a stork and a parrot. Yeah. Used to fly around town and holler down people's chimneys. What'll you have, folks, a boy or a girl? Yeah, scared the tar out of a lot of people. You gotta go, Carsty?
Yes, I simply must be going. It's been such a cozy little chat. Good day.
You hear what she said, Molly? Carstairs' great-grandfather was a pirate. Don't that make this treasure map look reasonable?
Well, after your stork and her parrot, almost anything would look reasonable, dearie. But if the treasure's on her property, doesn't it belong to her?
No, sir. The law says Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. It's all ours, baby. We're rich. Go order yourself a mint coat. Buy yourself some pearls, a diamond necklace.
Let's go all the way, dearie. Let's call the market and order a half a pound of butter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the bells of St. Mary.
Let me see now. I got a shovel, flashlight, a shovel, piece of rope, and a shovel. What else do I need to dig up a buried treasure?
Buried treasure, for one thing.
Don't you worry about that, Tootsie. The treasure will be there, all right. Hey, I know what else I need. A pick.
A what?
A pick.
Tooth, ice, or mandolin?
Plain, big, old Irish pick that you dig holes with. Maybe I should ought to take a black scarf, too, in case I have to put on a mask.
Why should you wear a mask?
I don't know, but digging up a buried treasure at midnight seems to call for a black mask somehow.
Why do you have to wait till midnight?
Oh, my gosh, you want the whole town in on this thing? If anybody sees us digging on Carstairs' property, they'll...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come right in.
Good evening, my dear. And how are you, Rover boy?
In the pink, Arrowsmith. I managed to stay in perfect health simply by ignoring all your advice.
He's just talking, Doctor. You know, the minute he gets a tummy ache, he loosens his belt with one hand and reaches for the phone with the other to call you.
Yes, I know. To me, his character is an open book. A cheap edition in a bad binding which should have been suppressed at the time of publication.
Horseradish. As a judge of character, you bulging bag of bedside baloney, you're a total deficit. For instance, can you look at me and deny that I will be a wealthy man in a very short time?
Now, careful, McGee, you might...
My dear boy, if you'll forgive my using the phrase, as you are neither mine, nor dear, nor a boy, I can take one look at you and say without fear of contradiction that you will be a wealthy man about the same time that I become the premier danseur of the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Okay, Fatso, take a look at that.
It's a map of buried treasure, Doctor. Right here in Wistful Vista. McGee's going to dig it up tonight.
And if you open your big fat puss about this to a single soul capsule, Happy, I'll personally knock you so flat you can go home in a mailing tube.
I ignore your empty threats of violence, wind tunnel, knowing that you couldn't punch your way through a damp cracker. And as for digging up a buried treasure, if you find enough Spanish doubloons to buy yourself a plate of tamales, I'll throw myself under the wheels of a passing roller skate. However, good luck with it, tumbleweed.
That old septic. He'll look pretty silly when I pay his bill with a rope of pearls. What time is it?
Oh, it's early yet, dearie. About 8 o'clock.
My gosh, don't the time drag, though? I'm just itching to get busy with that pick and shovel. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better do the digging while I stand guard with a shotgun. We might get hijacked out of the treasure.
You're sweet to do the dangerous work while I have all the fun, dearie.
But you better do the digging because...
Hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Mind if I come in, he says. That's like lightning saying, do you mind if I strike you? You are in, Junior.
And very welcome, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. What's the shovel and stuff for, Mac? If you're planning on digging for fishworms, I can tell you right now the ground is harder than a landlord's heart.
Can you keep a secret, Junie?
Pal, I am as close-mouthed as an Armenian's purse. What cooks?
Shall I tell him, dearie?
Sure, go ahead. And if you pop off about this thing, son, I'll give you the bus driver's curse.
What's the bus driver's curse?
May you stand on the windy corner and stand and stand and stand while the sleet drives up your pant legs and your nickels freeze in your hand.
That's a fairly vicious thought, sweetheart. Just take a look at this map, Mr. Wilcox. It's a treasure map, and himself here is going to dig it up tonight.
You want to go along, Junior? Glad to buy a couple of hours of your time, if you don't mind being paid off in diamonds and rubies.
No, thanks, Mac. As a matter of fact, I'm going on a little treasure hunt tonight myself.
What?
You are?
Yep. Don't say anything about this, but do you remember when the Limited was held up just outside of town 5 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, my gosh, yes.
Well, look, we think we know where the robbers hid the loot.
Huh?
And among it is 100 containers of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Heavens days, why should anybody steal that? You can buy it almost any place.
Yes, but with the war just starting, these bandits thought glow coat would become hard to get, you see. And housewives would pay almost any price for it.
Now, look, Waxy, that's a pretty far-fetched...
And it might have happened, too. Imagine how desperate women might have gotten, seeing their kitchen linoleum getting worn and faded, making their housework mere drudgery, and their homes look shabby and uncared for.
Yeah, but what that got to do...
They didn't realize they'd still be able to get their Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and keep their kitchen sparkling and fresh as always.
Yeah, but what that
making housework because a glow-coated linoleum is so easy to keep clean, lasts so much longer, and gives that proof of immaculate housekeeping.
Yeah.
Say, are you sure this treasure map is authentic?
Well, McGee thinks it is, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks it's an old pirate map.
Well, if you've got time, I could show it to my cousin, Big Peg-Leg Wilcox. He used to be a pirate.
Gee, really, Junior? On the Spanish Main?
No, in Pittsburgh. He played third base. Let me know if you want him to check it for you. So long now.
McGee, did you ever stop to realize that Mr. Wilcox almost always mentions Johnson's glow coat or Johnson's wax?
Mentions it? He beat you over the skull with it. That guy's about as subtle as a garlic sandwich. Hey, remind me to wear my basketball shoes tonight. I want to walk pretty quiet. You know where they are, my basketball shoes?
You told me to give them away, dearie. You said the shoemaker had resoled them with truck rubber, and you kept walking through puddles and splashing people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'll wear my bowling shoes. They got rubber soles.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. I'm glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. I was just passing by on my evening constitutional, and I thought I'd... Well, what's this? Going to sink a well, McGee? Or going out to dig for buried treasure? Did I say something wrong?
No, you just hit the nail on the cuticle, Your Honor.
You guessed it, so I might as well tell you, Latriv. We are going to dig up some buried treasure.
No.
Yes.
Indeed. Here's the map, Mr. Mayor, see?
Well, this is an interesting document. Ever done any treasure hunting before, McGee?
Nope.
I have.
You have, Mrs. McGee?
When, Molly?
Every time you get through taking a nap on the Davenport.
Huh?
I've dug under the cushions and come up with as much as 64 cents.
Well, give it to me.
I had an interesting experience with that sort of thing once when I lived in New Orleans. I had a little catboat, and I used to sail through the bayou.
Take her with you all the time, Latrivia?
Take whom?
Your cat.
I didn't have a cat.
What's the idea of having a catboat, then? Passenger boats carry passengers. Cattle boats carry cattle. Don't catboats carry cats?
Not necessarily, McGee. A catboat is merely a small sailboat.
Well, just the same, it was a little selfish of you not to take her along with you, Mr. Mayor. Even as maybe just a mascot.
I tell you, I didn't have any... All right. I had a cat. It was her boat. She went with me every place. Now, may I tell my story?
Sure, Latrivia. Don't let us interrupt.
Thank you. Well, one day I left my little home in New Orleans, a Creole colonial house as I remember it.
What's Creole colonial, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a rather graceful variation of the Charleston colonial, Mrs. McGee. Narrow pillars, green shutters, high stoop.
Hi, Latrivia.
How have you been?
Fine, and you?
Splendid. Nice to have seen you again. Good day.
And here are the King's Men singing Hubba Hubba Hubba.
It's always fair weather when the hep cats get together, and every time they meet, here's the way you'll hear them greet. Hubba hubba hubba, hello Jack. Hubba hubba hubba, I just got back. Hubba hubba hubba, shoot the breeze. Oh, whatever happened to the Japanese? Hubba hubba hubba, ain't you heard? Hubba hubba hubba, I got the word. I got it from a guy who's in the know. It's as mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba 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 yuck yuck. Well, I got another mission. It's okay, and with your kind permission, I'll just say, hubba 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 on my way, and I'll dig you later in the USA. Hubba hubba hubba, just got in. Hubba hubba hubba, give me some skin. You're looking mighty pretty, curly locks. You're the gravel Gertie of the Bobby socks. Yakety 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 yakety, you talk big. So you're the fresh tomato I can't dig. Let's have a heart to heart, then you'll decide that I'm a guy really on the solid side. Knock me flat, you're the kind of a cat makes me want to blow my top. When I feel this way, I can only say, hubba hubba hubba, mop mop. Glad we got together, you and I. You're really put together, that's no lie. If you want to date me, that's okay. Just dig me later in the USA.
Isn't it almost time for us to get going, McGee?
We'll give it another few minutes. Give old man Carstairs time to get good and sound asleep.
Say, are you sure this isn't stealing, dearie? Digging up a buried treasure on somebody else's property?
Why, certainly it ain't stealing. Buried treasure don't belong to anybody till somebody finds it. And that's me. Now then, have we got everything? Shotgun, rope, shovel, pick, shovel, map, shovel?
Who could that be at this late hour?
Search me. Come in.
Well, for goodness sake.
Wallace Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Well,
my, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Wimple.
It sure is, Wimp. We didn't know when you'd get in, or we'd have met you at the station.
Oh, my wife, Sweetie Face, was there, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And you should have seen our reunion.
Pretty emotional, was it?
Yes. She really tugged at my heart.
Did she really?
Yes, but I was lucky. It didn't come loose.
Incidentally, Wimp, what were you in the Navy?
Homesick.
Now, he means what was your title, or rank, or rating, or whatever you call it?
Well, you know what they call a sad sack in the Army?
Sure.
Well, in the Navy, I was known as the droopy ditty bag. You see, I was a physical instructor.
You, a physical instructor?
Oh, my stars, yes, Mrs. McGee. I taught boxing and jiu-jitsu and judo and wrestling and knife fighting and everything. And you know what I'm going to do if Sweetie Face starts picking on me again?
What, Wimp?
Hide under the porch.
Ah, you poor lad. I don't suppose it was a very happy homecoming, was it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. McGee. But it was certainly amusing. The minute Sweetie Face saw me, she just grabbed me up in her arms and started waving my legs up and down.
Why, oh, what was that for?
Then she threw me down very disgusted and said, "What do they mean, bell-bottom trousers? They don't make a sound."
Well, I don't like to be personal, Mr. Wimple, but don't you ever get tired of such treatment? Isn't the worm if you'll pardon the expression, ever going to turn?
Well, yes, I suppose so, one of these days, Mrs. McGee. But I'm really very fond of Sweetie Face. She went for a little ride in the car tonight, and I locked all the windows shut so she wouldn't get cold.
My gosh, Wimp, that's a dangerous thing to do. With no ventilation, she might get knocked out with carbon monoxide.
Yes.
Nice to see you. Good night, folks.
Poor little Mr. Wimple. What a life he leads.
I don't know how the Navy's going to get along without him, but I'll bet it wants to. Well, we better get going, kiddo. Now, you bring the pick and shovel and the rope and that stuff. I'll carry the flashlight on account of I know the way better.
Say, hadn't I better bring the piano, too, in case you get tired and want to lean on something?
No, I can use a tree. You all set? Let's go?
Making any progress, McGee?
Not much. Wilcox was right. The terror is really firmer tonight. What I ought to do is build a fire and soften the ground up.
Somebody'd see it, dearie. And goodness knows I'm nervous enough about being on Carstairs' property like this.
I'll calm her down with a handful of rubies as soon as I get this treasure dug up.
McGee.
Huh?
I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah, it's probably just some little animal. This ground is frozen so hard the rabbits sound like tap dancers.
Mr. McGee. Mrs. McGee, may I ask what's going on here?
Heavenly days, Millicent.
My gosh, Carsty.
Will you please explain, if possible, why you are trespassing on my property?
Well, you see, Millicent, McGee found a treasure map in the library book.
Yeah, and I was going to split with you when I got the treasure dug up, Carsty. Yeah. A frail little woman like you wouldn't want to do any actual digging.
Let me see your map, Mr. McGee.
Okay. Turn the flashlight on my face, Molly.
No, she needs the treasure map.
Here, Carsty. You see? It says due north from Old Mineral Well.
I know very well what it says, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I made this map myself several months ago and mislaid it. It was to help me remember where to put the flowers.
Flowers?
Ah, but look. It says treasure buried here.
Of course. Treasure was the name of my pet turtle.
Oh, sure.
He ate a firefly last October and died of heartburn.
Heavenly days. What are you looking at, McGee?
The audience. Ain't this ridiculous?
I have only one regret about Johnson's Glow Coat, said a woman to me the other day. I regret I didn't begin to use it sooner. It really annoys me to think what lovely-looking linoleum and other floors I could have had all these years with so little work. Well, now, of course, we're always pleased to get compliments like that about Glow Coat, and as a matter of fact, we think they're well-deserved. It's really so easy to keep your floors beautiful and protected, too, with Johnson's Glow Coat. First, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself. And second, because spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy from a Glow Coat protected floor. The tough film of Glow Coat saves the surface underneath from wear, protects it from dirt and moisture. In fact, its regular use adds greatly to the life of your linoleum and other floor surfaces. Ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I just heard the old-timers getting out of the Navy next week.
My goodness.
Uh-huh.
How did an old man like him stay in the Navy this long?
He was the old salt they couldn't shake.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, how goes the spring cleaning? I'll wager your house is clean as a whistle and simply beautiful. In fact, I'll go one step further and say that if you gave your floors and furniture a few finishing touches with Johnson's Wax, you've got one of the most beautiful homes in town. That's not just flattery either. Wax polishing really does make a wonderful difference. Take your floors, for instance. How beautifully they respond to a protective coat of Johnson's Wax. It gives them that mellow wax polish sheen. Johnson's Wax does wonders for all kinds of furniture, too. Chairs and sideboards and radios glow and sparkle beautifully. Your tabletops take on a lovely satin-smooth luster that adds immeasurably to their good looks. And beauty isn't the whole story, either. A waxed home is far easier to keep lovely. An occasional quick dusting is all that's needed to have things always bright and sparkling. Why don't you highlight the beauty of your nice clean home right now with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream? If you want to live to be 100 years old, here are a few basic rules to follow. A, never try to beat railroad trains to crossing. B, don't try to breathe underwater. C, avoid falling off tall buildings. Now, these rules should keep you in reasonable health. But if you really want to get technical about it, read the little book just brought home by Mr. McGee. Of Fibber McGee and Molly.
What on earth are you reading, McGee? I haven't seen you so interested in anything since you had your thumb caught in a bowling ball.
Oh, this is really fascinating, Molly. It's a book on how to live to be 150.
Heavenly days, 150?
Yep.
I didn't know anything lived to that age, except redwood trees, elephants, and radio jokes.
According to this guy, it's a thing. You just got to go primitive, that's all. Wear fewer clothes, breathe more air, eat simple things, and most of all, don't get excited.
Who's excited? I think it's very dull.
Well, by George, I've only been reading this book for an hour and a half, and I feel 5 years younger already. I feel like I could leap clear across the room.
Well, naturally. You're sitting on my knitting needles.
Huh? Oh. Well, anyway, I'm going to live up to what this book says and see what happens. Have we got any goat's milk?
What? Dearie, fantastic as it may seem, we haven't a drop of goat's milk in the house.
Any turtle eggs?
Well, now, let me think. Turtle eggs. Turtle eggs. McGee, I'm sorry to say that even if I had known that turtles laid eggs, which I didn't, I probably wouldn't have forgotten to order any, which I did. Even if the milkman was silly enough to carry them, which he is.
Oh, well, that isn't your fault, baby. How about figs? We got any figs?
Well, we have some fig Newtons. You could scrape the cookie part off and eat the filling.
Great, great. Now we're getting someplace. Now, let me see.
Incidentally, Methuselah, what's the name of that book?
Huh? Oh, it's called Be Middle-Aged at 100.
Huh? Who wrote it?
A fellow named Young. Will be... Yeah, Will be Young. Here's his picture in the front of the book. Look at that physique, will you?
My. He looks strong enough to fight his weight in tigers.
You betcha.
And stupid enough to try it.
Yeah, but look at that chest expansion. He has to have pleats on his necktie.
You think you'll ever look like that, heaven forbid?
Why not? I'm muscular, but I'm just not developed yet. Now, my dear, if you'll excuse me, I must do some exercising.
Such as what, said she, trying to remember where she put the liniment?
Well, the book says a simple exercise for the novice is open the window wide, remove or loosen the clothing, sit on the knees, and practice holding the stomach in.
Why don't you start with something even simpler?
What do you mean?
Try sitting on your stomach and holding your knees in.
No, according to the book...
Put your biceps back in your arms, dearie. We've got company. Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hiya, Carsey. Hey, do you know where I can get any goat's milk?
I've always heard, Mr. McGee, that one of the most reliable places is from a goat.
Well, that sounds very reasonable, I'm sure.
The reason I inquired, Carsey, is I'm starting a new health program. I got a book on how to live to be 150.
I think it's a very hazardous idea, Miss McGee. One of my great-great-grandfathers lived to be 103. And do you know what happened?
Drafted, was he, Millicent?
No, my dear. But at his 103rd birthday party, they had to make such a big cake to put all those candles on that the dining table collapsed and killed him.
My gosh, I'll remember that. Make a note, Molly. On my 150th birthday, no cake.
Pardon me while I run out and turn off the oven.
Must you have goat's milk, Mr. McGee? And if so, why?
Goat's milk, Carsey, has nutritional elements which are lacking in ordinary cow's milk, according to the book anyway.
I think it's overrated, McGee.
Why do you?
Well, I've seen goats that were only 6 years old and they had beards a foot long. You know, that's grown old pretty fast.
But you must remember, my dear, that Mr. McGee will probably not eat any tin cans. Or will he?
I eat nothing but simple, natural foods, Carsey. Pigs, dates, bananas, turtle eggs, and grass.
Heavenly days, grass.
Certainly. Science has discovered that ordinary dried grass has got practically all the vitamins there is into it.
Are you permitted a dandelion or two for dessert, Mr. McGee?
Bring your lawnmower over someday, Millicent, and we'll have lunch with McGee.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride me. But by George, 50 years from now, when you two old ladies are being pushed around in your wheelchairs, I'll be waving to you from the handball court.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss McGee, if I seem skeptical of your health program. I really wish you every success with it.
Well, gee, thanks, Carsey.
You really think it might be good, Millicent, huh?
Indeed I do, my dear. Particularly the diet of dried grass. I'm only sorry he started it too late.
Too late for what?
To enter you in the Kentucky Derby. My, what a thrill it would be to walk down into the winner's circle, lift up the floral horseshoe and say, "Why, I know that horse's neck." Well, I must be going. Good day.
Willie Mills and the orchestra, The King's Men, and One More Dream.
Hey, Molly, it's working. This book is marvelous.
Is it, dearie?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to me you're bulging any new places.
Maybe not, but I feel wonderful. I wish I knew where I could get some goat's milk, though. Do you mind if I buy a goat?
Frankly, dearie, yes, I do.
How about a camel? According to the book, camel's milk can be used if goat's milk is unattainable. According to the book, there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia that lives entirely on camel's milk and wild honey.
I never heard... I never heard of milking a camel. Is that why they call it a dromedary?
You're thinking of a different kind of a dairy. Besides, camels and dromedaries are two different kinds of animals.
What's the difference?
One advertises dates and one advertises cigarettes. That's why they have to...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Mayor LaTrivia, and so early in the program.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, LaTrivia, old man. Have a caraway seed. Take two, they're small.
No, thank you. You consider caraway seeds a confection by any chance?
Well, he's on a new health program, Mr. Mayor. Raw vegetables, seeds, nuts, and goat's milk, if obtainable, which it doesn't seem to be.
Going to live to be 150 years old by this system, LaTrivia.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Wouldn't you want to live to be 150, Mr. Mayor?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because by that time, the new cars will be available, and I won't be able to buy one out of my pension. Just what is this new system for longevity, McGee?
It's got nothing to do with longevity, LaTriv. This is a system that if you follow it closely, you'll live a lot longer.
Oh, pardon me. You know, my grandfather drank a great deal of goat's milk. No one knows how long he would have lived if he hadn't met with an accident at 99.
Heavenly days, 99. What happened to the poor old man, Mr. Mayor?
He was thrown from a polo pony.
My God. He's off on a horse at 99, huh?
It was his own fault, McGee. He'd been up all night carousing around the nightclub. Oh, I warned him, but he said he simply had to do something to forget the pain.
The pain of what, Mr. Mayor?
He was teething again. His third set.
That settles it, George. Is it against any city ordinance to keep a goat in this neighborhood?
Living as I do, McGee, only 2 blocks from here, if there is no such ordinance, I shall see that one is passed immediately.
Well, that's what I keep telling him, Your Honor. You'd better just forget that part of your health program, dearie.
Well, is there any law, then, against my swinging through the trees in a leopard skin?
Yes.
What law is that?
Gravity.
Nobody says anything when Johnny Weissmuller does it.
Well, movie actors can get away with things like that, dearie.
Well, I've been in the movies, haven't I?
You have, McGee? When was that?
In 1936. Remember the newsreels of the Legion Parade in Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was the guy that kept running back and forth across the street and making faces into the camera.
Sure, Fox Movie Tone News offered him a contract, too, Mr. Mayor.
Did he sign it?
I most certainly did not know never such a thing. Nobody can make me stay at home when there's a parade in town. Not even for $18 a month.
Strange that they should have offered so little to gain so much. Well, I must be getting along. Unless
what, Mr. Mayor?
Unless you would enjoy involving me in one of your annoying little word mix-ups.
Oh, not this week, Latrivia. According to the book, I ain't supposed to get excited. Shortens one's life.
Yes, I've been on the point of murdering you a number of times. Well, good luck with your health system, McGee. Good day.
What's the matter? What are you looking for?
My book. Oh, here it is. Now, let me see. How to sleep. It says open air sleeping is preferable.
Mm-hmm.
If one must sleep indoors, open all windows and doors and sleep on floor covered with pine needles, or place a flat board under mattress. Hey, where do you suppose I could get 100 pounds of pine needles?
Well, now, if you think I'm going to get up 20 times a night to cover you with pine needles, you're wrong.
Don't mean to cover me with pine needles. It means to cover the floor with pine needles.
Look. Why don't we just sell the house and go live in the woods? We could hibernate all winter, being natural hibernians.
How about clothes?
Well, you could go out and skin a moose, and I'd tan your hide for you. That is,
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Have a pistachio?
Oh, I used to have, but I shaved it off when I...
No.
Oh, a pistachio. No, thanks.
Look, McGee, it might be all very well for you to eat just nuts and carrots and caraway seeds, but does the book say to eat them all day long?
It don't say.
What book is that, pal?
Well, it's a book on how to live 150 years, Mr. Wilcox. It's wonderful. He's only had it a few hours, and I've aged 10 years already.
It's called Be Middle-Aged at 100, Junior. Just a few simple rules of health that anybody can follow. Hey, do you know anybody that owns a camel?
No. Why, are you going to join the Foreign Legion?
He thinks he has to drink camel's milk or goat's milk, Mr. Wilcox. Like most diets, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Where'd you get the book, pal?
Out of Doc Gamble's office. I went up there to see him to get vaccinated, and I saw this book on the table, so I bought it. What would it be doing in a doctor's office if it was no good?
That doesn't prove anything. I've seen your cousin Morton in a doctor's office, and he's no good.
Well, anyway, I didn't say it was no good, pal. Might be very worthwhile. Frankly, I'm in the same business.
What business, Junior? Inquired fun-loving little Fibber. His blue eyes dancing with mischief because he knew darn well what the answer was going to be.
Well, my business is making people live longer and happier, particularly housewives.
See?
But the minute they start using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, they have more leisure, more time for fun and frolic, and consequently more happiness.
If your little blue eyes are through dancing with mischief, McGee, you can sit this one out.
Well, I was merely
The reason I say I'm selling longer life is double-barreled, folks. I sell longer life to people because it eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And I sell longer life to
Linoleum.
Yeah. Because Johnson's Glow Coat protects and preserves it against wear and scuffing. Helps restore faded and worn scuff to its original bright beauty. No rubbing, no buffing. It shines as it does.
Still having trouble with that word, Waxy?
What word?
Linoleum.
Certainly not. I can say it any time I want it.
Say it.
I don't want to.
Now, come, Mr. Wilcox. You'll simply have to get over that. Remember what happened to McGee? He had to give up a good job selling encyclopedias.
That's encyclopedia.
Oh, well, I'm not worried. It'll come back to me one of these days.
What will?
Linoleum. Say, about this book you're studying. Does it really claim you can live to be 150 years old?
Well, according to the book, Mr. Wilcox, there is a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who all live to be over 100.
My gosh, what do they do for a living?
I think they sell each other life insurance, Junior. Hey, do you know where I could buy some good fresh turtle eggs?
No, I don't, pal. Could you use any goose eggs?
The book don't say anything about goose eggs, Waxy. You got some?
No, but my little nephew brought some home from school. 4 of them. Huh? In arithmetic, spelling, geography, and deportment. Let me know if you want them.
I wonder what school his nephew goes to.
Why?
I'd like to visit there sometime. Imagine teaching a goose geography.
Why not? As I remember it, you laid an egg in both history and English.
No, that's different. I used to copy all my examinations from the guy in front of me. Remember him, Webster Foot?
Oh, sure, old Webfoot. Yeah. I wonder whatever became of it.
Just in time, didn't it? I don't know where we'd have gone with that one. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple. Nice to see you.
Hi, Wimp. Have a fig? Good for what ails you, if anything. If nothing does, it soon will if you eat enough of these.
No, thank you, Mr. McGee. I'm not eating very much these days.
Gaining weight, Mr. Wimple?
No, losing teeth, Mrs. McGee. Please?
My gosh, Wimp. You got 4 teeth missing.
Oh, they're not missing, Mr. McGee. I know where they are. Oh. They're under the desk in our living room.
Oh, I'll bet you've been having more trouble with Mrs. Wimple, huh?
Oh, yes. A little, Mrs. McGee. She gave me a rabbit punch for Easter.
What was she sore about, Wimp?
Simply because I brought her a big bouquet of flowers, Mr. McGee.
Well, that's a pretty silly thing to be annoyed about, Mr. Wimple. What kind of flowers were they?
Lilies. Sweetie Face was taking a nap when I came in, so I just tippy-toed over it, laid them on her chest, and folded her hands over them. She looked so natural. When she woke up, she just flew into a rage, believe me.
What'd she do, Wimp?
She grabbed me and threw me against the ceiling. Down I came, crashed. Then she threw me up again. Down I crashed. Then she threw me up again.
What happened? You go through the plaster?
No, I landed in the chandelier. Then I stuck my head over the side of it and stuck my tongue out at it.
Oh.
My goodness, what a brawl. I'll bet that infuriated her.
Boy, it really did. She jumped up on a table and grabbed my leg and tried to pull me down. But I fixed that all right.
How, Wallace?
I took out a light bulb and stuck my thumb in the socket.
Ooh.
There was a big flash of blue and white light, and Sweetie Face turned green and purple and landed across the room in a red and yellow wastebasket. It was a very pretty effect.
Well, how come you didn't get an electric shock yourself, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I couldn't, Mrs. McGee. You see, my father and his father were both streetcar motormen. I come from a long line of non-conductors. Goodbye now.
King's Men and Ezekiel saw the wheel.
He saw the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for the sing and shout way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months it all turned out way in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hip riddle do way in the middle of the air. You talk about me, you talk about you, way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw the wheel
way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw the wheel
way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, mark when 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air. This whole world is gonna reel and rock like Daddy is his rocking chair. You saw the wheel rocking away up in the middle of the air. You saw the wheel rocking away in the middle of the middle of the air. You saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, you saw that wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air.
What say? You haven't, eh? You got any idea where I might get some? Haven't, eh? Okay, thanks anyway.
What are you trying to get, McGee?
Goat's milk. Let me make one more call. Hello, operator. Give me Underdunk's Golden Holstein and don't keep the bottles any longer than you have to dairy. That's right, I'll test. Oh, hi, Mert.
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Is it? What's say, Mert? Your brother. Got a job with the United Nations organization, eh? Doing what, Mert? Oh, well, that must keep him fairly busy.
What does he do, dearie?
He opens the door when the Russians walk out. What say, Mert? Oh, well, never mind. I'll call later. Boy, I can't locate any goat's milk anywhere.
Well, maybe you should call it. Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Good day, shortening bread. B-R-E-D.
Hi, delivery boy. I was down to see you for a vaccination this morning, but the nurse says you were busy. Did you put your two heads together and have a consultation with yourself?
tell the doctor about borrowing this book, dearie. Unless you think he hasn't missed it, in which case let your conscience be your guide.
Oh, yeah. Look, Doc.
Yes?
I was up at your office this morning, but I didn't see you.
Thank you very much.
He wants to be vaccinated, Doctor. And he says he wants it where it won't show in case he ever has to pose in a bathing suit for Charles Atlas. Now you tell one.
Hey, by the way, Doc, when I left your office, I picked up a book off your office table.
Yes, I know. The nurse put it on your bill, $2.50.
He didn't think anybody saw him take it, Doctor.
My nurse not only has eyes in the back of her head, but they're better than the ones she has in front.
Well, you got a lot of moxie, you big tummy thumper, charging me $2.50 for a little skinny book like that.
Like what? I don't even know what book you stole.
He just borrowed it, Doctor. He's very conscientious about borrowed books. My goodness, he knows to the exact dollar how much he owes the public library on Anthony Adverse.
The book, Doctor, is called Be Middle-Aged at 100. It's all about how to live to be 150. Did you realize there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who live simply on wild honey and camel's milk?
No, but I have a patient who has lived for 15 years on just nuts and dates.
Really, Doctor? What does he do?
He runs an escort bureau.
No kidding, Doc. This book says to drink lots of goat's milk. Is goat's milk really healthy?
Well, it must be. I haven't had a goat in my office for years.
Have you read the book yourself, Doctor?
Oh, yes.
Like it?
It's amusing.
Amusing?
Look, my fine feathered physician and sturgeon, just because you're loaded to the gills with professional jealousy...
Professional jealousy has nothing to do with it, my boy. In fact, that book was written by a good friend of mine, Will B. Young.
Oh.
Fine lad. What a physique. Too bad.
What do you mean, too bad?
Oh, he died when he was 22. Simply keeled over while milking a goat. What's the matter, McGee? Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I was just wondering if you'd like to join us for dinner, Doc. We're going out for some chili con carne. Aren't we, Molly?
Are we?
Sure.
I hope you finish off your spring cleaning as I suggested earlier tonight. I mean by waxing your floors and furniture. When you step back and admire that wax-polished beauty, you'll certainly be glad you did. And while you're about it, don't forget that Johnson's Wax has 100 extra uses. All through your home, you'll find many things that grow lovelier with every wax application. You'll have picture frames whose richly polished beauty performs miracles for your walls and pictures. Your leather luggage will have a handsome, glowing luster and be protected, too, against scratches and scuffing. You'll have windowsills that'll laugh at sudden showers and ornaments and lampshades that sparkle with new beauty. Yes, all these things and many more when Johnson Waxed will add immeasurably to the charm of your home. And remember, the shining beauty of a waxed home reflects your good taste. Be sure to get Johnson's Wax, though, paste, liquid, or cream.
What are you doing now, McGee?
Writing a book.
About what?
It's a health book. How a guy can eat anything he wants, stay out as late as he likes, and avoid all exercise.
My goodness. What's the name of it?
How to be middle-aged at 35.
35. What a memory.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Remember, daylight saving time goes into effect in certain areas next week. This may change the time at which Fibber McGee and Molly are heard in your community. So please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next Tuesday night and each week thereafter. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When the end of the day comes around and you're out in the kitchen getting dinner, have you ever thought how nice it is to have floors that are always clean and sparkling? I mean linoleum floors that are protected regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. They do sparkle and shine, and they're easy to keep that way. They brighten up your kitchen and make it a pleasanter place to work in. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy, and those old scrubbing days are gone forever. Glow Coat saves you work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. And here's something you should know. The regular use of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. That's one reason why linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend it. And it's a very good reason why you should try Johnson's Glow Coat on your floors. The McGees of 79 Wistful Vista have been sticking very close to home lately. In fact, they haven't been 3 blocks from the house in months. But all that has been changed today, for here at 14th and Oak Streets, 4 blocks from the house and on their way to the railroad station, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, come on, Molly, we gotta hurry. To me, the dumbest thing anybody can do is miss a train.
To me, the dumbest thing anybody can do is get such a late start they might miss a train.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't walk any faster carrying this heavy suitcase.
Well, cheer up. Another 3 blocks, and it'll be my turn to carry it again. Doggone it, where are all the taxi cabs in this town anyway?
They're afraid to face all the increased business, I suppose.
Oh, yellow, huh? Well, by George. Hey, here comes one. Hey, taxi! Hey!
He had 7 people jammed in it already, dearie. They'll have to get that first passenger out with a fork like a bottle of olive.
Did you call the station to find out what time the squaw leaves for San Francisco?
Yes, 20 after.
20 after what?
Just 20 after. That's as close as they dare predict these days. Incidentally, that's an odd name for a train. Why do they call it the squaw?
It goes out after the chief.
Well, I just wondered what... McGee, here comes a cab.
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Whistle, Molly, whistle! Did you see that? Wouldn't stop, and he had an empty cab. And he was going about 40.
Maybe he was trying to make the garage before he ran out of gasoline.
Yeah, could be. Or maybe you didn't whistle loud enough.
I wish you wouldn't make me whistle like that, McGee. It isn't ladylike.
Yeah, well, gee whiz, I tried to learn how once, but I got a pivot tooth, and it always turns around at me and blows me back 2 feet. Gosh, I hope we don't miss that train.
Oh, we'll make it. Don't you remember when we went...
Hey, here comes a taxi. Hey, taxi! Hey, taxi!
Well, that driver was at least friendly. He waved to you.
Yeah. Would have been even friendlier if he'd taken his hand away from his face while he did it.
Oh, well, he didn't mean it. Well, for goodness sakes, here comes Alice, darling. Yoo-hoo, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Creepers, aren't you a little late to catch that train?
Oh, it don't leave till 20 after, Alice.
20 after what?
Let's leave it at that, Alice. It gives us 24 chances.
Oh.
What brings you downtown, Alice? I thought you were working at the airplane plant today.
Oh, well, the foreman sent me down to the hardware store to get a pair of outside calipers.
Heavenly days, Alice. Isn't it pretty chilly these days to be working outside?
She don't know much about mechanics, Alice. You see, Molly, calipers are a tool that are used to...
Yeah?
Oh, it's what you got to use when you... It's a sort of an intricate thing with a...
They're used to measure outside diameters.
Certainly. Outside diameters. What they got you working on at the plant now, Alice?
I'm tapering pinion flanges on booster gears for the intermediate drive shaft that controls the ratio between the hydraulic pressure housing and the hermetically sealed Rigsby.
Oh. Well, how interesting. And what is a Rigby?
Oh, that's a military secret, Mrs. McGee.
Pretty well guarded, eh?
Guarded. Creepers. One of our workmen just pointed at it the other day, and they shot his finger off.
Lucky he didn't bow to it.
Well, I don't want to delay you. I know you want to get down to that train.
Yeah, we better be trotting along.
See you when we get back, Alice.
Don't take any wooden shoe coupons, kid.
I won't. I might get in Dutch. Hope you make your train.
Isn't she a pretty girl, McGee?
Yeah, she even looks good in coveralls. Some women look like they were paying off an election bet on President Taft. You know, there's some... Oh, hey, here comes the taxi. Hey, taxi! Taxi! Oh, fine.
Oh, well, thank goodness.
Now, let me take the suitcase, Molly. It's too heavy for you to lift into the cab.
Thank you. Which hand am I carrying it with? They're both numb.
Left hand, I got it. Now, come on. Now, okay, driver, take it away, and don't spare the spark plugs.
Where to, Mac?
To the Union Station and hurry now.
You can walk there about as quick as I can drive you, folks.
Well, we're in quite a hurry.
And don't give me any argument, Bud. Remember, the customer's always right.
Yeah, but...
Come on. Get going. And if a cop stops you, I'll handle it. I'm strictly a guy that walks into the mayor's office with his hat on.
But, look, Doc.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Get going, will you?
Right. Here we are, Union Station. 35 cents.
Why, you only went across the street.
35 cents just to make a U-turn? Why, that's robbery.
I tried to tell you, Mac.
Huh?
Now, do you reach for 35 cents, or do I reach for the jack handle?
Let's see the jack handle.
Here.
I reach. Come on, Molly.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, and I Dream of You.
Heavens, McGee, look at all the people. Is it always like this down here?
Oh, sure. Stays just the same. For every person that goes away, somebody arrives.
Oh, look at that sailor kissing that girl. He acts like he wouldn't see her again for years. And maybe he won't.
Oh, yes, he will. He'll see her again tomorrow.
How do you know?
That's more Toops' boy, Charlie.
Oh?
Charlie always takes his girl to the station instead of the movies. Kissing isn't as conspicuous down here. You see, in a movie...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Carry your suitcase, sir.
Oh, yeah. Here you are, Bud.
Yes, sir. What train, please?
The Squaw. It leaves at 20 after, doesn't it?
Right on the dot, ma'am. Though, just between us folks, it's a very flexible dot.
What track does the Squaw leave on?
I can't say, sir. It'll be announced over the loudspeaker, or you can ask at the information desk. I'll meet you folks at the train then.
Okay. My gosh, man. Get a load of that mob around the information desk.
They must be giving a pair of nylons away to the one who can ask the stupidest questions. Oh, well, I suppose...
Your attention, please.
Passengers may now board the Panhandle Express for Tulsa, Amarillo, San Antonio, 2 towns I can't pronounce, and Galveston. Ready at gate 3, please. Have your tickets ready. Thank you.
Ah, good old Texas, where men are men even in high heels. I wonder when the squaw leaves. Let's get to the information desk, Molly.
But, darling, we'll never get there. There are 200 people ahead of us.
Ah, bunch of peasants. No initiative. No brains. Sophisticated guys like me don't have to stand in line for anything.
No, that's the spirit, dearie.
betcha.
That's the spirit that gets you a poke in the nose.
Yeah. Now, you watch this, kiddo. Follow me, and you'll see how it's done. All right, folks. Now, don't crowd. There's plenty of time for everybody.
Oh, dear.
Now, move back there a little, please. That's it. We're trying to give you the best service we can. But there's a war on, you know. Now, move back a little, please. Who is that guy? You just wait your turn. Is this the information desk, sis?
No, this is Grant's tomb. Will you please get back in line and wait your turn?
Now, don't get uppity with me, sis. I'm a friend of the general passenger agent.
A passenger agent has nobody but friends these days, sir. Now, please get back in line.
You might as well get your information while you're up here, McGee.
Well, Natch. What track does the squaw leave on, sis?
The squaw is not made up yet, sir. She's having a little trouble with her lipstick. Now, will you please get back in line?
Ah, pipe down back there. Now, look, sis, you've been very impudent with me, and I'm going to report you to the president of the road.
Very well, sir. His name is George H. Abercrombie.
And what's your name?
Mrs. George H. Abercrombie. Who is next, please?
Now, look, sis,
Get that guy out of there!
Come out! Get
Here. Come on, McGee. This'll only lead to bloodshed in the train shed.
Yeah, come on.
Fine state of how do you do when the guy can't even get some information.
That's what you get for pushing yourself ahead of everybody. I warned
Your
you.
attention, please. If the gentleman who put the 15 cents in the cigarette machine will report to the station master's office, he will receive a refund and a short lecture on over-optimism. And now, a brief pause for station identification. This is the Union Station.
Maybe this whole idea was a mistake, McGee. Why don't we just give up and go home?
No, sir. By George, this thing may mean $10,000 to me, the biggest deal I ever got into. I'm going to be at that gate when the squaw's ready to pull out.
Well, my goodness. Oh, there's Mr. Wilcox. You-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal. Gee, I never expected to meet you folks down here.
Listen to him, will you? For 10 years, at about this time on Tuesdays, he's been meeting us, and he still don't expect it. You take a long time to catch on, Junior.
Do you know what track the squaw leaves on, Mr. Wilcox?
The squaw. Gee, that's that super deluxe train, isn't it?
Well, the best is none too good for me, Junior. Got a big deal pending on the West Coast.
Gosh, I always wanted to take a trip on that train myself. I hear they've got hot and cold running orange juice in every room.
Sure. And when you get to Albuquerque, the Indians come aboard and sell you General Custer's scalp. McGee bought 3 of them on his last trip.
Well, look, how long are you folks going to be gone? Because
Attention, please. For Mr. Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson Wax representative, please report to the announcer's desk.
Hey, that's you, Junior.
Yeah, I know. Listen a minute.
Calling Mr. Harlow Wilcox, who sells that wonderful Johnson's Wax, which makes housework so much easier and protects floors, furniture, and woodwork against dust and dampness. Thank you.
Why, that dirty double-crosser, he didn't say anything about...
It is also marvelous for luggage and leather goods of all kinds.
Well, all right.
Lampshades, windowsills, and 1,000 other protective and beautifying uses.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. How'd you ever manage
Quiet a minute, Molly. He's got more than that to say to earn that $10 I slipped him.
No, I'm through, Wilcox. I had to split with the station master. That is all.
Why, Waxy, I'm ashamed of you. That was sheer bribery.
Oh, I just call it extra fare on the SP.
Southern Pacific?
Sales promotion. Besides, it's all in the family. The announcer's my cousin, Big Gerald Wilcox. Well, have a nice trip, folks. I'll see you when you get back.
Yeah, have a nice trip. His cousin, Big Gerald Wilcox. That guy's got more relatives than a dying millionaire. Hey, I hope that red cap don't lose my suitcase.
Oh, he won't, dearie. Those boys are all bonded.
I know, but it's that bonded stuff that always disappears first. That suitcase had 6
Your
months...
attention, please. Will the lady who left the baby in the women's lounge please go and speak to it for crying out loud? Thank you.
goodness, you certainly see and hear some strange things around a railroad station, don't you, McGee?
Fascinating place. Well, I better get busy. I don't even know what track the squaw leaves on. I'll ask that Pullman porter over there talking to that woman.
Don't you know who that woman is?
Huh?
That's Beulah. Oh, Beulah! Beulah!
Well, for goodness sake, my people.
Hi, Beulah. What are you doing down here in this square roundhouse?
Oh, I just come down to meet Ira, sir. Ira, that's the gentleman with whom I'm going to commit matrimony.
Ah, yes, I met him one night when he called for you, Beulah. He seems very nice, too.
Oh, Ira's a fine man, ma'am, and so considerate. He said after we're married, I can have breakfast in bed every morning.
Well, good for Ira.
Yes, sir. Only see when I bring it up to be real quiet on account he don't like to get up till around 11.
Have you set a date for the wedding yet, Beulah?
Oh, several times, ma'am. But something always seems to happen.
Mm-hmm.
One time we picked out a justice of the peace, friend of Ira's. Only he didn't get re-election, so that fell through. Then we got us a minister, and he moved away, so that fell through. Then Ira and me was going to elope, and he put a ladder up to my window, and the ladder busted. Oh, Ira fell through.
Well, the road to romance is full of chuck holes, Beulah.
Yes, they sure is. It's also full of dangerous curves and soft shoulders. And Ira's too good looking to run around loose.
Yes. You better grab him and marry him quick, Beulah. Good husbands are hard to find, especially after you marry them.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not so hard to find. If I'm not at the Elks Club, you can always get me at the bowling alley.
Well, Beulah, I hope we're not going to lose your valuable services when you do get married.
Oh, no, ma'am. At least not for a while, anyway. Ira, he don't expect me to give up my career. And good jobs with nice folks is hard to get.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Yes, a good job with nice folks is hard to get.
No, Beulah. No, Mr. McGee was just agreeing with you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And don't mention it. Hey, Beulah, you got any idea what time the squaw leaves and on what track?
No, sir, but they generally announce it over the speak louder.
Yes, I suppose they do, but we'd better find out anyway in case we miss the announcement.
And don't worry, we'll hear him. That guy's a one-man network. He's louder than a bag of peanuts at a sad movie.
Oh, louder than a bag of peanuts. I love that man.
The King's Man and Poor Little Rhode Island.
Poor little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got the prairie moon for which coyotes croon. But I still think that you're great. You're such a tinky-winky poor little Rhode Island that all the Texans yet to fight. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South. They've written songs about the North. And I have heard them say there's nothing finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. But how about the night before little Rhode Island? Be careful if your fancy free. In Providence one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's a place for me. Washington has the apples, Oregon has the trees. Florida gets the sunshine, Illinois gets the freeze. Every state has room to spare, all but one. Still, I'd rather be right there than anywhere under the sun. Where? Poor little Rhode Island. Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's a place for me.
I tell you, Molly, I'm getting my back up about this. I've been pushed around like a boot camp wheelbarrow. I'm going to take this up with the big shots.
Well, why not? It's always a good idea to deal with executives.
You betcha.
They may not know as much as the employees, but they conceal their ignorance better.
Well, by George.
Attention, please. If Mr. Omar J. Clunkle Height will call at ticket window number 3, an upper berth has been reserved for him on the Onion Growers Special.
Happy upper birthday to you. Happy upper birthday to you. Happy upper birthday, you lucky Mr. Clunkle Height. Happy upper birthday to you.
Thank you.
Well, come on, let's get going, McGee. I've been standing around this railroad station so long, I'm almost tempted to say it.
Say what?
So long.
Well, I didn't come down here to get treated like this. I've asked 12 people when and where the squaw leaves, and nobody seems to know. You know what I'm going to do? What? I'm going right to the office of the president.
Oh, now, McGee, I don't know whether you should do
Don't worry now. Don't worry. I can do it. I tuned the piano, didn't I?
Yeah? Well, where is the president?
I don't know, but I'll find out. Hey, I'll ask that heavy-set guy over there. Hey, Bud.
Yes?
Oh, heavenly days, it's Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Groucho. What are you looking so sore about?
Oh, I can't get any information around this joint. I got business on the West Coast, and I can't seem to find out when the squaw leaves or on what track she leaves on.
So you're taking a train trip, are you?
Yep.
You realize you're making a chump out of me as a fortune teller, my friend?
What do you mean, Doctor?
I always predicted he'd be ridden out of town on a rail. Now he's going out on 2 of them. Well, I'm glad you're getting away for a while, McGee. It's going to be very therapeutic.
Oh, I don't know. I think it might be good for me.
That's what I said, ignoramus. Just where are you going, if I'm not being too nosy?
Oh,
Don't tell him, Molly. Don't tell him. The old snoop is just being inquisitive.
Why, you egocentric little jackdaw. I don't care $2 in a brass ashtray where you go.
Huh?
Or how far or for how long. In fact, if you ever want a roomette on a rocket to Neptune, I know 40 people who'll beg to chip in for it.
Those are harsh words, Doctor.
Ah, harsh words, my clavicle. He's so full of wind he can whistle Dixie through his ears.
Take it easy there, lobster pot. Take it easy, or I'll take you across my lap and dust your holsters.
Now, boys, for goodness
You
sake.
haven't had a lap for 20 years. You muscle-bound old serum salesman.
Is that so? Why, you... Say, I don't want you to miss your train, McGee.
I think we better be going at that, Doctor.
Yeah, nice to have seen you, Doc, old man.
Same here, buddy. Have a nice trip. I'll miss you.
Well, thanks, Doc. See you soon.
Take care of yourself, boy.
I will, sport. Well, come on, man.
Ah, isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, great guy, Doc.
Do you think you and he will ever really come to blows, dearie?
Nah, we're both in such lousy condition we wouldn't dare. Well, come on, Molly. Here's the executive offices right here.
Hey, maybe the president of the railroad doesn't have his offices here, McGee.
I'll soon find out from Gravel Gertie over there. Hey, sis, I want to talk to the president of the railroad. Or the chairman of the board. Or somebody. I'm getting mighty tired.
Excuse me, sir. I was just passing through when I heard you mention the president of the railroad. What could I do for you?
Heavenly days, are you a railroad president?
Yes, madam. Why not?
Well, it can't be much of a railroad. You're not wearing a Gates Ajar collar.
Well, we only wear those in the advertisements, madam.
Oh?
Now, what could I do for you, sir? I am Mr. Abercrombie.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Ab. This is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Oh, how do you do?
I'm her husband, Mr. McGee. Now, look, Ab, old man. I want to ask a simple question, and I want a simple answer. When and where does the squaw leave this station?
Track 9 at 20 after.
20 after what, Mr. Abercrombie?
Don't fence me in, Mrs. McGee. 20 after whatever hour it's made up. I can't give you any more information than that.
Oh, you can't, eh? Do you want it kicked around in railroad circles in Washington that you refuse to assist a federal investigator, Abercrombie?
A federal Oh, certainly not, sir. Certainly not. I was merely going...
That's all, Abercrombie.
You
You either give me some cooperation around here,
I'd like to ask you for your credentials, Mr. McGee.
I have nothing more to say, Abercrombie. Come, Mrs. McGee.
Shall we walk or run?
I say I'd like to ask for your credentials, sir, but of course I won't. I'll take you to the gate and see that you catch the squall myself. Now, right this way, please. And, Miss Jones.
Yes, sir?
If Harrison of the Missouri and Akron calls, give him $3,500,000 for that 30-mile spur track. Take it out of petty cash. Come, Mr. McGee. I'll meet you at gate 9, Mr. McGee. I'll go ahead and clear the way for you.
Oh, thanks, Ab.
You know, McGee, you're going to get in trouble one of these days. You're no federal investigator.
Oh, I was once. Remember when I investigated prospects for the Federal Loan on Your Signature Only company back in Peoria? I was the first customer. Come on, hurry up.
All right, Mr. McGee. Right through the gate here. One side, please, folks. Thank you. What car is your reservation in, sir?
This car right here is the one I want, Bud. Here we are, the mail car. Hey, you in there. Hey, Bud. Yeah, take this letter, will you? Thanks. Well, that's that, Molly.
Oh, I see, Mr. McGee. A postal inspector.
No, he's a limerick writer.
What?
I'm entering a limerick contest on the coast, Abercrombie. Had to mail my entry on this train, or it would have been too late. Might mean $10,000 to me if I don't get that in there in time.
Well, I'll be... You mean you're not leaving on this train?
Why, certainly not. Suppose they answered that letter and I wasn't here. That'd be an awful...
Oh, there you are, sir. Where shall I put your suitcase?
Just put it in a taxi cab, Redcap.
Yeah, and make it snappy, will you, Redcap? I got 3 weeks washing in that bag, and I got to get to the laundry before it closes. Come on, Molly. Thanks, Abercrombie.
Have you ever noticed how important those last finishing touches are to the looks of your home? Just the right curtains or lampshades, the proper placement of pictures. Yes, and the rich gleam of wax-polished floors and furniture and accessories. When you enter a home that's wax-protected, you can tell the difference immediately because the beauty that wax gives is unmistakable. Floors become lovelier with every application of Johnson's wax. Tabletops and chair arms and bookcases have elegance and charm when they wear a coat of Johnson's wax. Windowsills, Venetian blinds, picture frames, and ornaments look their best if you keep them clean and shining with regular applications of that same Johnson's wax. It costs so little, goes so far, yet nothing equals it for making your home inviting.
You never did show me that limerick you sent in. What was it?
$10,000 first prize to the best limerick about gas rationing.
Oh, and what did you send?
I says, a civilian named John Henry Cass kept yapping for more and more gas, but shut up about fuel when they sent his renewal addressed simply to Mr. Jackass.
Well, that's very good, dearie.
Mm-hmm. I thought so. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Ben and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, know, there's one thing we all have in common in this country. We love to entertain. Whether it's a big reception or just a get-together with the folks next door, there's nothing we like better. Of course, if you're one of the millions of women who use genuine Johnson's wax, when friends do drop in, you always have a home that's sparkling clean and bright and something to be proud of. For example, that softly shining look on your wax-polished floors gives an immediate impression of charm and good taste. Your furniture glows with a delightful luster. Everywhere you look, you see things transformed by the magic touch of this wonderful wax. Picture frames and leather articles that gleam richly, windowsills that aren't afraid of a sudden shower. And don't forget, there's less work attached to a house that's protected with Johnson's wax. Just a light dusting maintains its shining beauty. Try it, won't you? Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream. It's a horrible thing for a woman to have a new dress, a new hairdo, and still be wondering if her husband will remember that this is their wedding anniversary. Apropos of which, just outside the La Parisienne beauty salon, we find the very social Mrs. Carstairs and the very sociable Mrs. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
You really like my hair this way, Millicent?
My dear, it's simply stunning. I haven't seen such a happy-looking wave since my niece got out of the Navy.
Well, I hope McGee notices it. This is our wedding anniversary, you know.
You mean he's forgotten it?
Oh, I don't think he's forgotten it exactly. He just hasn't remembered it yet. I think I can bring it to his attention in my delicate way, if I have to beat him over the head with the calendar.
Personally, I handle the matter somewhat differently. I always leave a note on Mr. Carstairs' shaving mirror wishing him a happy anniversary. That gives him all day to pretend he'd remembered it, too, and buy me something expensive to quiet his conscience.
Does it always work, Millicent?
Last year it worked 4 times.
Well, McGee won't... Oh, heavenly days. Yoo-hoo, Otis. Otis Cadwallader, yoo-hoo!
Well, hello, Molly. Nice to see you. I'm sorry I haven't got time to talk, but I'm on my way to the airport.
Well, happy landings, Otis.
Thank you, Molly. Remember me to, what's his name, your husband?
I will, Otis. He'll be very... goodbye.
Good heavens, my dear. Wasn't that Governor Cadwallader?
Yes, a very old friend of mine. If I hadn't married McGee, I probably would have married Otis. Ah, lucky me.
Lucky? You mean you wouldn't want to be the governor's wife?
No, it'd be too much etiquette for me, Millicent. I wouldn't know which knife to use on the filet mignon and which to use on the politicians. Well, I've got to be getting home now.
Well, can I give you a lift, Mrs. McGee? It would save you a lot of time. The traffic is terrible these days.
Yes, particularly with so many cars on the street.
Huh? Oh, hi, Molly. What'd you say?
I said I'm home.
Oh. You been out?
Yeah, for a while. Notice anything different about me?
Different? Well, let me look at you a minute. Oh, I know. You're not wearing a hat.
I was, but I just took it off. So you could see.
See what?
My hair.
What's the matter with your hair? It looks all right to me. Quit worrying about it.
Thanks. How about this dress?
Fine, I like it.
Good.
I've always liked that dress.
It's a new one.
Oh, it is? Well, it's very pretty. What are you celebrating, kiddo?
Dearie, don't you know what day this is?
What day? No, Oh, my gosh. Well, This is May 28th, and I didn't get my copy of Field and Stream. I'll write them guys a letter that'll... What's the matter, Molly?
Oh, nothing. I was just hoping that... Well, never mind. Say, do you know who Mrs. Carstairs and I met downtown? Otis Cadwallader. Oh, we had such a nice chat.
What? Cadwallader? I never did have any use for that guy. Him and his Stutz Bearcat and coonskin coat. Skin coon coat. Look, Molly, I never mentioned this before.
Yes?
But I once caught him cheating at croquet. He skipped the middle wicket.
Well, I'm sure he didn't mean to, dearie. And you don't have to be jealous anymore. I'm glad I married you. That certain day in May.
I'm glad you did, too, Tootsie. You wouldn't have been half as happy with...
Come in.
Hello there, kids.
Well, my goodness. Hello there, old-timer.
Hi, old-timer. What's on your mind?
I was just passing by, Johnny, and I thought I'd... Hey, you're looking mighty pretty there, daughter. New hairdo, eh? And a new dress.
Yes. You like it?
Like it? It's prettier than a guinea hen sitting on a haystack in a full moon.
Well, thank you, I think.
What was it you said you wanted, old-timer?
Hey! Oh, I was just passing by, Johnny, and I thought I'd tell you I seen an old friend of yours downtown. Old E. Cadwallader.
What do you mean, friend of mine? That slab-sided, money-hungry, boat-grabbing wolf in wolf's clothing? That guy's so two-faced he could dance cheek to cheek in a broom closet.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, McGee. I think Otis has always been a very nice man. The kind who remembers birthdays and wedding anniversaries and things.
Well, I've known Odie for many a year, kids, and he's come a long way, too. Must be worth $1 million.
Oh, at least.
He may have it, but he ain't worth it.
No. No use to feel that way about it, Johnny. Just because you young fellers started out together and one of you is rich and one of you is you.
Why, of course not. Money isn't everything.
No, sir. Believe me, Johnny, you wouldn't want to do what Odie has done to get all that dough. You could have had $1 million, too, if you'd want to make that filthy money the way Odie made it.
Gee, really? How did he make it, old-timer?
He worked for it. Well, so long.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and seems like old times.
Huh?
Look, do you think it's true that if a couple have been married a long time like we have, that if one of them thinks very hard about something, the other one usually knows what she's thinking?
Absolutely. I've always believed that there. Why?
Well, concentrate. I'm thinking of something. What significance, if any, has the 28th of May to you and me?
28th of May, what's your... Oh, my gosh, the 28th of May. Is that today?
Indeed it is, dearie.
This is the day I get my gray pants back from the cleaners. Hot dog. Imagine you remembering that. That's marvelous,
Thank you. I thought for a minute you weren't going to... Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Thank you, Molly. Hi, Needlepoint. What are you wandering around town for? Get kicked off the staff at the hospital and none too soon?
No, sack seat. I just got in a fresh shipment of arsenic, which naturally reminded me of you, so I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Well, it's nice to see you, Doctor.
I can return the compliment doubled and redoubled, my dear. Your new hairdo is extremely becoming. It's a new dress, too, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Doctor. I got it especially for today. This is a very special occasion for us, you know.
It is?
Oh, I'll say it is, boy. After 5 weeks, the dry cleaners are finally sending back my gray pants.
From the pained expression on your wife's face, Lip Switch, I would say that you were walking down memory lane with one foot in the gutter. Incidentally, Scuttlebutt, I saw an old friend of yours downtown this morning, Otis Cadwallader.
Yeah, that fathead is no friend of mine. I hated him in high school, and I hate him now. That apple polisher, bootlicker, teacher's pet.
None of mine ever did.
You know, Doctor, Otis was sort of an old flame of mine.
But she married me.
Yes, just goes to show what a drip can do to a flame.
Oh, yeah? Well, he wasn't so much competition, Fatso. Molly knew right from the start which was the best man.
Of course I did.
Then why did you marry this one? Don't answer that. It's too late to do anything about it anyway. But to me, it's like picking a donkey out of a bunch of racehorses.
Personally, I think donkeys are cute, Doctor. And I read someplace that donkeys are the most patient of all animals.
Thanks, kid.
Well, if you'd practiced medicine as long as I have, you'd think that patients were the donkeys of all animals. Which reminds me, I better get back to the barn and look at a few of them. So long, Beauty and the Beast.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
He's old and he's a character. But if he's sweet, we got sand in the sugar bowl.
Well, I think he's nice. McGee, would it bother you if I played the piano a little while?
Not at all, kiddo. Not at all. Go right ahead. I love to hear you play the piano.
All right. Remind you of anything, dearie?
Well, now, let me see. Oh, I know. Yes, we have no bananas.
No, pet. How about this one?
Oh, I remember that one. That's, now, wait a minute. It's an old army song, ain't it?
No. But if something doesn't happen pretty quick, it's going to be one of the greatest battle hymns of all time. Now, look, McGee, this has gone far.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Say, you certainly look beautiful, Molly. New dress, new coiffure.
New what, Junior?
Coiffure.
Have you, Molly?
Certainly.
Let's see it.
Take a look.
Where?
That's her hair. Where do you suppose?
Where in her hair? I don't see any coif. What was that again?
Coiffure, dearie. That's a French word, meaning you'll keep coming back to us because you'll never be able to comb it this way yourself.
Say, now that you mention it, Molly, I notice you're doing it up different. Looks very chic.
Well, thank you very much, sweetheart. You say the nicest things to me, if you're prodded hard enough.
Say, Molly, I saw an old friend of yours downtown today, Otis Cadwallader.
Yes, I saw him too, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, Molly, didn't he once fling a little woo at you? Before you and Fibber decided that a home was warmer than a porch swing?
Yes, he did, Junior. He was the banker's son, with the underslung roadster and the wood-burning outfit and the overworked brains. He was such a heel, they say O'Sullivan once sued him for infringement.
Oh, now, McGee, Otis was a very nice boy. Though I'll admit I was rather impressed by that big shiny car of his.
Well, naturally. Women love to see a well-kept, gleaming automobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, will those of you who know what's coming next please jiggle the ground wire of your radio? Thank you. Go ahead, Waxy. I just didn't want you to catch anybody flat-footed. Let's play fair with this, I always say.
Okay, I was just going to say that a car polished with Johnson's Car New is a good car to ride in.
I thought.
Because a man who is proud of his car's appearance and careful to protect it against road grime and dust and dampness is probably a careful driver, too.
Oh, now, Mr. Wilcox, car new as a safety device is rather far-fetched, isn't it?
Well, I don't think so. It's a matter of character. If a driver is reckless with his car's finish, letting it get grimy, spotted, and faded, he's apt to have a don't-care attitude about other things.
Yeah, but Cadwallader had 2 chauffeurs to do the work on his, so he doesn't get...
Now, there's no hard work to using Johnson's Car New. You know that.
He didn't do the work.
You just spread it on, let it dry, and wipe it off with a soft cloth.
Waited on hand
It
and foot.
cleans as it polishes.
He didn't do it himself.
Car New is like a paid-up life insurance policy.
Why is it, Mr. Wilcox?
It protects your finish. Say, pal, speaking of Cadwallader, Doc Gamble says if Molly had her pick between him and you, and took you, what a horrible mug he must have been.
I'll say he was. Hey, now, wait a minute there. You're insinuating
The
that...
opinion just expressed was Dr. Gamble's and does not necessarily reflect the opinion of my sponsor, S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, or myself. This is the National Broadcast... so long now.
Oh, well, dearie, I suppose I might as well go upstairs and put my new dress away.
Yeah, might be a good idea.
Unless you think we might be going out somewhere tonight.
Such as where?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe to a restaurant or nightclub or someplace.
Nah, let's save that for some special occasion.
Like maybe our anniversary or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what day this is, don't you?
Sure, Tuesday. Hey, when my gray pants come, let me know, will you, Molly?
Yes, dearie. Now you just relax and don't get excited about anything.
Okay.
A-hinting we will go, a-hinting we will go, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, a-hinting we will go.
A-hinting we will go. Funny how that brogue of hers hangs on. I remember one time... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny. Say, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been the past few weeks?
Cut for time.
Oh. Well, it's nice to have you back, sis. I was afraid... Hey, what you got on your finger there?
Oh, this is a cigar band, mister. Willie Toops put it on my finger. We're engaged.
You are, eh? I says you are, eh?
Are what?
You're engaged to Willie Toops.
Gee, how'd you know, mister? Did Winchell carry it?
Doggone it, you just told me yourself.
Oh, and it was supposed to be a secret. Gee, will Willie ever be sore if it gets around?
No, don't worry, sis. I'll clam up. But aren't you and Willie a trifle damp behind the ears to be considering marriage?
Why, mister, I think that when a woman chooses her life partner, it is best that she know him as well as possible.
That's what I mean.
I believe that with faith and understanding in one another, married people can surmount any obstacles which life may present.
Surmount any what, sis?
Obstacles?
I think not obstacles.
Okay. Anyway, I have studied Willie's character, and I think he is the type which he will never leave the refrigerator door open. And he will always bring me flowers and candy, which I like chocolate caramels the best. And I bet you, if we get married, he will never, never forget our wedding anniversary either, I bet you.
Now, I hope he doesn't, sis. If there's anything a man can do that'll put him in the doghouse quicker than anything else, it's forgetting his own wedding anniversary.
I'll say. When's yours, mister?
When's my what?
Wedding anniversary?
Oh, not until way long about in... Ooh. Oh, my gosh. May the 28th. So that's what... Ooh.
Hey, mister, what you doing? What you banging your head against the wall for?
Go away, sis, go away. And tell Willie to get your wedding tattooed on his thumb, your wedding day. Oh, if I ain't a dope.
The King's Men sing Out California Way.
Oh, made up my mind to go where I'm always going to stay. I lay a bet you know where I'm California way. I'm going to wear my Levi's and lay around all day. My life I'm going to revise on California way. Got a rope and a saddle that I've learned how to straddle like a old cowhand. I can walk pigeon-toed, I got a sob in my yodel for that sunny wonderland. I'm feeling mighty dreamy. I know I'm going to stray, and then you're going to see me from California way. Got a 10-gallon Stetson, a guitar, took a lesson, got a cowboy vest. Now I sing mighty wistful, got a pearl-handled pistol and a craving for the west. The sun'll soon caress me. Hi-yippee-oh-ki-yay. So hope
partner, just address me out California way.
Out California way. Out California way. Out California way.
Oh, what a fool I am. Oh, what a cad. What a rotter. What a thoughtless, selfish, inconsiderate bounder. What a stupid oaf. What a callous jerk. What a mean, narrow, nasty, ingrown egotist. Why, come in.
McGee's residence?
Yeah?
I am from the Wistful Vista Flowers of the Language of Love, and why not send that dear one a fragrant remembrance florist? 722 Oak Street. Call us at any time. We'll send you Rose a poppy or your poppy a rose. Just ask for Sweet William, the florist, who knows.
What are you talking about?
Package for you. Sign here.
What's in it?
Flowers. What's the matter? Is your nose deep?
Flowers, eh? Now, who's sending my wife flowers? Aha, just as I thought. Happy anniversary to Molly from an old admirer, Otis Cadwallader. Why, that rat. I'll fix him. Where's my fountain pen? Now then. Dear Molly, many happy returns of the day. Your loving husband, Fibber. I'm a dirty, underhanded thief, but anything's fair in love. Hey, Molly. Oh, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
Package just came for you.
Package for me?
Yeah.
What on earth is that from? I wasn't expecting it. What is this? Flowers.
Looks like it, kiddo.
Heavenly days. I wonder who... Oh, dear. Oh, what magnificent roses. Look, McGee, aren't they beautiful?
Who sent them? Read the card.
I'll bet I know. Dear Molly, many happy returns of... Oh, McGee, you shouldn't have done it. Oh, you darling. You did remember our anniversary. You were fooling me all the time.
My gosh, you don't think May 28th is that unimportant to me, do you, baby? I'll admit it was kind of a cruel joke, but look. Get back into that wonderful new dress, and we'll have dinner at the Bird of Paradise nightclub.
Oh, I've always wanted to go there, dearie.
Fine.
They say the food is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine me at the Bird of Paradise nightclub.
Yeah, great place. They give you a bird in the front room and a pair of dice in the back.
Well, in that case, some other place might be. Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia. Good day, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. Congratulate us, boy. This is our wedding anniversary.
Well, I most certainly do congratulate you. When I get home, I shall drink a toast to a lucky man and a courageous woman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What do you mean, courageous woman? And just what is that?
Excuse me. I don't want to detain you, as you must want to go out and celebrate.
Right.
But I wanted to know if I could borrow a couple of eggs, Molly.
Why, certainly, Your Honor. And if you're going to a political meeting, I also have some very ripe tomatoes.
I intend to use these eggs not for throwing, but for cooking, Mrs. McGee.
What? You a cook, Latriv?
Yes, occasionally. I like to get up in the morning and make a batch of pancakes.
Isn't that wonderful?
I don't cook many things, but I often make batter cakes.
You make what?
Batter cakes.
Not than my wife, you don't make better cakes.
I didn't say anything about your wife, McGee. I merely said that I often make batter cakes.
If they're not better than mine, whose are they better than?
They're not better than anybody's. I was only trying
to say... If they're not better than anybody's, what are you bragging about?
I am not bragging. Good heavens, there are any number of prepared mixtures that one
Prepared by whom?
Well, by whatever company that puts it out, naturally.
You mean when you have company, they got to make their own batter cakes? By George Latrivia, if you're hospitality...
I didn't say I made my company make their own hospitals. My own batter cakes mix... Look, I was only...
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Mayor. Heavenly days, if you want to sit around and ask your guests to cook their own breakfast, I'm sure it's...
I tell you, I don't sit around on my own guests. I mean, when I start greasing a greedle, greasing a grundle, a graddle, when I make batter cook-a-bakes, cakes, you would have... wasn't it enough to just... McGee?
Yes?
In about 3 weeks, I'd like you to come over and have breakfast with me. I'll mix up some batter tonight and let it set in a warm room in the meantime.
What?
for 3 weeks? Why, it'd spoil, Mr. Mayor.
What are you trying to do? Poison me?
What do you mean, trying? I'll guarantee it. Good day.
Well, come on, Snooky. Let's go. Get into your burlap and we'll do the town. Come on, let's go.
Oh, McGee, I'm so happy. And to think I thought you'd forgotten what May 28th was. How silly of me.
You know, Molly, this really wasn't such a sudden idea. This going out for some nightlife.
No?
No. All day long I've been wanting to take you to a club.
Well, isn't that a coincidence?
Why?
All day long I've wanted to take a club to you.
I see what you mean.
What's the most difficult part of your home to keep clean? Isn't it your kitchen floor? Every time you have it looking nice, somebody tracks it up or you spill something or the children bring in mud. But if you know the secret, it's really quite easy to have a kitchen floor that's clean and shining all the time. Just get some Johnson's Glow Coat, and in no time at all, you'll have a kitchen floor that fairly sparkles. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Just spread it around on the linoleum and let it dry. That's all there is to it. All you do is come back in 20 minutes to find your floor polished and gleaming, never streaked or uneven. Next time someone tracks in mud or you spill something, just wipe the floor with a damp cloth and it'll shine like new again. And apart from this handsome wax-polished beauty, you'll know, too, that your attractive linoleum is wax-protected by that tough film of Glow Coat so that it will retain its bright colors and pattern and newness far longer. Try it, won't you? Be sure to ask for Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
Oh, my, that was a wonderful evening, dearie.
Yeah, but Molly.
Yes?
Look, I never had any secrets from you, and I hate to be deceitful on our anniversary. I got a confession to make.
Why, whatever is it, dearie?
About them flowers you got. I changed the card on them on account I forgot to send any. They were really from Cadwallader.
Well, don't worry about it, dearie. I have a little confession to make, too.
You have? What is it?
Those flowers.
Huh?
They weren't from Otis.
Huh?
I sent them to myself and put his name on them.
You did? Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The most familiar use of wax is, of course, for the protection of wood surfaces, your floors, furniture, and woodwork. It wasn't long before you ladies discovered 100 extra uses for Johnson's Wax for other kinds of surfaces, including leather and metal. And then your husbands, being very bright and venturesome, began protecting their guns, fly rods, saws, and hand tools with that same wax. That was very wise, because Johnson's Wax does protect metal surfaces against corrosion and moisture, makes them easier to use, longer lasting. Now, industry has picked up this use of Johnson's Wax finishes to protect metal and other surfaces. Many vital war materials are given surface protection with wax. One company writes as follows: we have a large carpenter shop, make all our mill work, and we use Johnson's Wax on all our tools, saw tables, and planer beds. We find they do much better work and are easier to operate. The wax is not messy like oil, and is easy to apply. Well, letters like this show how Johnson's Wax finishes are being used more and more for the protection of metal surfaces in industry. Well, when a guy gets out of the hospital with a wonderful topic of conversation like a snappy recovery from pneumonia, you'd think a guy would get a chance to pop off about it, wouldn't you? Like this guy here and his wife, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Look, are you going to let me tell you about this or not?
Dearie, I can hardly wait to hear it, but now first let me punch up those sofa pillows a bit. There, now.
Thanks. Well, sir, that first morning when I woke up in the hospital, full of sulfamerzied oats, and I saw that nurse.
Now, raise up a little, dearie. Your bathrobe has slipped. Now, if you want to stay down here in the Davenport, you'll have to be careful. There you are.
And I saw the nurse standing there.
Are you sure you should be talking so much? Remember that the doctor said take it easy.
What do you mean, talking so much? I'm dying for a chance to talk. My gosh, I establish a record for beating the rap with pneumonia, and nobody will ever even listen to me.
But, sweetheart, I'm listening to you. I don't want to miss a word of it.
Okay, then let me tell you.
Now,
the
take
minute
it easy.
Doc flanged me into that ambulance and rushed me to the hospital, and I saw there was a room and 2 nurses ready and waiting for me, right there I had a hunch something was wrong.
You're a shrewd little character. Nobody else would have given it a second thought.
Well, you know how I am about my health. Nothing bothers me. Get a cold and pay no attention to it. Laugh it off.
Say, how about the time you got the little thorn in your thumb and insisted on wearing your arm in a sling for 3 weeks?
Well, a thorn can be a serious thing. I knew a guy got a thorn in his finger, and 6 months later, to the very day, he got threw off a horse.
What was the connection?
Well, I don't know, but it makes you stop and think. But as I was saying, when I woke up that first morning in the hospital, full of sulfagabardine, and saw the nurse standing there with a...
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right, Alice. Just got to take it easy for a while. It was a close call. And
speaking of calls, were there any phone calls for me, Mrs. McGee?
One, Alice. Some young man called, told me to tell you that Charlie called.
Oh, rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis?
Yes, that's a friend of mine that he works at the airplane plant. Charlie Mortis. He's a rigger.
Well, let's just call him Charlie after this, dear. It's less clinical.
Speaking of clinical, when I woke up in the hospital that first morning, full of never mind, and I saw that nurse standing there...
Charlie is really a wonderful boy, Mrs. McGee. He and I have talked quite a lot about getting married, and we probably would, except that we don't like each other.
Oh, that's no obstacle, Alice. I knew a gal once who was a Republican committee woman, and she married a guy simply because he looked like an elephant.
McGee knows more interesting people, Alice. He even knew the man who drove the ambulance when he went to the hospital. Yeah. He was in the Army with him in the last war.
Had to lend him $5 before he'd even start the ambulance. But that's how Doc Gamble says my case was.
How, dearie?
Touch and go.
You know, my brother had an interesting case of pneumonia once. It settled in his lungs.
Yeah. Yes, it often does.
Mm-hmm. But let me tell you about this, Alice.
All right.
Well, sir, that first morning when I woke up in the hospital...
It's time for your medicine, dearie.
Huh? Oh, okay. Excuse me a minute, Alice. I don't really need this stuff, but as long as I'm paying the doctor, I might as well get something out of it.
Open your mouth, dearie. There. That's it. Taken like a little man.
Taste awful, Mr. McGee?
Oh, not bad if you care for distilled roofing paper with a slight dash of blacksmith's apron.
Gee, I guess you were a pretty sick man there for a while, weren't you, Mr. McGee?
Pretty sick? Why, my gosh, Alice, when I woke up the first morning in that hospital...
They woke him up at 6 o'clock in the morning, Alice.
6 o'clock? What on earth for?
Well, the nurses all have to get up early, and they hate to think of all those lazy patients laying there pounding their ears all the forenoon till 7:30 or so.
Oh, McGee had a couple of wonderful nurses, didn't you, McGee?
Oh, yeah, they were swell. Well, the way they talk, it's kind of embarrassing at first.
Well, why, Mr. McGee?
Well, they came bustling in with a pan of water, and they say real cheerful, well, let's take our bath, shall we? My gosh. Scared a guy to death. I was scared at first we were both going to have to...
McGee. What was it you were going to tell Alice, dearie?
Going to tell? Oh, yes. This is very interesting, Alice. That first morning when I woke up in the hospital, full of sulfatrampoline, and I saw that nurse standing there.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. It's time for your temperature.
Huh?
Hand me that thermometer, will you, Alice?
Oh, sure. Here you are. What's the matter? Was there a spider on it?
Oh, she's just shaking it down, Alice. You see, it's a Fahrenheit thermometer. That means it's got to be far down so it can rise to the height of your temperature.
Oh.
Yeah, you see?
Jeepers, I guess you know just about everything, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I don't know. I just read a lot. I got a retentive memory for not forgetting things. But as I was saying...
Now, here, McGee, under your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Excuse me for interrupting you.
That's okay. You know, the first thing in the morning, and in the hospital, well, there's something in the morning.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Speak Low.
Sure is good to be back from the hospital, baby. This is about the time of the afternoon they'd always come in and wash my mouth out with soap.
Wash your mouth out with soap? What on earth for?
Well, they couldn't refrain from asking me how I liked hospital food. I couldn't refrain from telling them.
You don't have to worry now, dearie. Beulah's going to fix you a lovely dinner.
Great. That gal can really wrestle the vitamins, can't she? What's she fixing?
Well, I don't know, but she was yodeling a little while ago, so I think it's Swiss steak.
Oh, fine.
Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm hungrier than anybody put together. And that's a funny thing. I thought I'd never be hungry again. That first morning when I woke up in the hospital full of sulfa-Korsakoff and saw that nurse standing there with... I sure been keeping that nurse standing there, haven't I?
You really have. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Oh, my dear Mrs. McGee, how delightful to see you again. And McGee, old man, how do you do?
Hi, Sig. Sorry I can't shake hands, but I'm still pretty weak. Got to take care of myself for a long time yet.
Well, somebody must, and it might as well be you.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Wellington?
Thank
Sure,
you.
Sig, sit down. Though I must ask you not to smoke.
But I say, old man, you're smoking.
Oh, I'm not inhaling.
Beg your pardon.
Can I get you a slug of tea or something, Mr. Wellington?
Thank you, no, my dear. I can only stay but a moment. I merely wish to tell McGee that having heard of his unfortunate illness, the entire membership of the Elks held a meeting and passed the hat.
Oh, now, Sig, my gosh, that was awful swell of the boys, but gee whiz, they shouldn't have.
I'm afraid that's too much like accepting charity, Mr. Wellington. We simply couldn't do it.
Please, leave us not leap to conclusions. As I say, hearing that McGee was ill, the entire membership passed the hat. After everyone had examined it and no one would lay claim to it, we decided it must belong to McGee. Is this your hat, my friend?
Yeah, why, sure, that's my hat. But my gosh,
well, of all the man is lying sick and his friends.
Ah, yes. They all asked to be remembered to him. You received our flowers, McGee?
Yes. Did you get them back?
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Get them back?
Yeah. We got a swell big bouquet of paper flowers that we always send to a lodge member that gets sick, you see. Yeah. When he leaves the hospital, he always returns it.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
And we figure the budget is ahead in the past 7 years, the sum of $1,120 odd.
Yeah.
We use this sum to have a banquet twice a year, at which several members always get very sick.
That way everything comes out even, you see, Molly.
Oh, that's a lovely sentiment.
Have a pretty tough siege of it, old man?
Yes, I did, Sig. I was going to tell you, that first morning when I woke up in the hospital full of sulfa liverwurst,
And I saw that nurse standing there with
Oh,
it.
by Jove, speaking of nurses, I simply must dash along, old fellow. I must be at the Wistful Vista nursery at 3.
Really, Mr. Wellington? Boy or girl?
Apple tree. Good day.
Well, it seems to me you might have been more sympathetic, McGee.
Oh, Sig's heart's in the right place, Molly.
You think so, dear?
Must be. Isn't in the left place where everybody else's is. Hey, hand me the phone, will you? I got to call Wilcox and thank him for sending me all those books while I was in the hospital.
Now, you'll tire yourself, dearie. Let me call him.
Oh, I won't talk long. Just want to say thank you. He sent me one honey of a book that I predict is going to sweep the country.
Which one was that?
Tom the Bootblack. By a fellow named Alger.
Oh?
Good, clean story. At the end, he comes into a fortune of $500.
When was $500 considered a fortune?
Well, believe it or not, there was a time when if you had $500, you had $500. Not $11 and an internal revenue receipt. That was a long time ago.
Hello there, Molly. And how are you, convalescent?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How am I, Oh, if that isn't the worst joke I have...
Says it right.
Take my advice, Junior. Steal gags if you want to. Repeat them, buy them, eavesdrop. Listen to Bob Hope. Read joke books. But don't try making up your own.
I didn't. You pulled that one on me when I had the flu.
I did?
Yes, you did, McGee. I remember. You were particularly bad about that period.
Huh?
We called you our pun-up boy of the month, remember?
Well, my gosh, I never...
Well, never mind that, pal. How do you feel?
Well, I'm still kind of rocky, Junior. That's a tricky thing I had, that type 3 stuff. And I got to watch myself for quite a while.
Yes, he was really very sick for a few days, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah.
In fact, the man who drove the ambulance said McGee would not have been conscious when he got to the hospital if he hadn't let him work the siren all the way.
Boy, when I woke up in the first day in that hospital full of sulfacidony strokes, and I saw that nurse standing there...
I stopped in the hospital to see you, pal. But they said you were having an alcohol rub, so I went on my way.
Heavenly days, you could have gone in while he had that, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure.
Who, me? After all these years of selling Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, deliberately sit there and watch all that rubbing and buffing? Oh, no.
Yes, it really would have perturbed Junior, Molly. Didn't even restore any of my original color like glow coat does. My original color when I went in there being a sort of a bird's nest gray.
Well, it did give you a little new sparkle and life, dearie, like Johnson's glow coat.
Well, I guess it was sort of a silly comparison, Molly. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Sorry he brought it up, he says. Junior, anytime you're sorry you mentioned Johnson's glow coat, I will present in Carnegie Hall a program of original compositions for comb and tissue paper.
Well, I guess he feels all right, Molly.
Yeah, but you should have seen me the first day I woke up in that hospital, full of that sulfur herpicide, and that nurse standing there with a big...
Big what, pal?
I was expecting to be interrupted. I never got as far as the word big before. Oh, anyway, she was standing there with...
Gee, I'll never forget what a close call I had when I had my appendix out.
Oh, this is much more serious than an appendix, Junior. The doctor told me...
My doctor told me it was the worst case...
You see, my symptoms came on so suddenly that I never realized...
I never did either. There I was eating a simple dinner of charcoal broiled spare ribs and coleslaw and French fried onions, au gratin potatoes and sparkling burgundy, when suddenly I began to...
Me too. Took me all of a sudden.
So I said, uh-oh.
I said, oh, boy, get me a doctor.
Get a doctor, I said. I think I got appendicitis.
I think I got pneumonia.
Call an ambulance.
Get an ambulance.
Get me to a hospital right away.
Me too. Come on, Junior. You can ride with me.
Okay, but hurry up because... What am I saying? That was 5 years ago. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, pal. So long now.
My gosh, I forgot to thank him for the books. Incidentally, did I bring my Spanish dictionary back from the hospital?
Yes, you did. It's on the table. What'd you want that for?
A patient across the hall from me in the hospital spoke nothing but Spanish. Nurse used to run in and ask me how to say things to him.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. First time she run in, she says, how do you say, please turn over in Spanish? So I looks it up and I tells her.
Well?
10 minutes later, she comes trotting back. And you know what she wanted me to look up?
What?
How to say, I'm sorry you fell out of bed. She was the same little nurse, you know.
Oh, hello, Doctor. I was sort of expecting you.
Hello, Molly. How are you feeling, live bait?
I'm paying you to tell me that, medicine man. Anybody think... And stop folding my eyelids back. That hurts.
Just wanted to see your eyeballs, Sonny. Look pretty good this afternoon. 2 limpid pools of loveliness. One of them with what I took to be a gleam of almost human intelligence. No kidding. How do you feel?
Oh, I think he's feeling better, Doctor.
I do, Doc. And look, the bowling team of the Elks plays tomorrow night. Do you think I can...
No.
Okay.
Incidentally, Doctor, I want to thank you for your fast work in getting McGee to the hospital and arranging everything so smartly. It was wonderful, really.
Well, he was a pretty sick boy, my dear. You could have fried a hamburger on his forehead, and his pulse felt like cold tapioca. Treat you all right in the hospital, McGee?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. But believe me, Doc, the first morning when I woke up in that hospital full of sulfa intermezzo and saw that nurse...
Oh, that'd be Miss Croveney, the night nurse. Very efficient girl.
Oh, she certainly was, Doctor. McGee says she could change his pillows, powder his back, give him a shot, and be back in her chair asleep before he could say, hand me a Kleenex.
I didn't sleep very good because I was scared of falling out of bed. Why do they have hospital beds so high, Doc?
Easier to reach the patient. It's easier to clean under. And with rooms so hard to get, it's easy to see if there are any stowaways.
Well, it certainly is nice to have him out of the hospital, Doctor.
You know, that's the second time I've heard somebody say that today.
Who said it first?
The hospital.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll bet I was as good a patient as they ever had in their noisy old germ trap. I never...
Well, in the first place, Fever Blister, you were a nuisance to one and all. You kept dropping things on the floor all the time.
Oh, that was just a natural boyish curiosity, Doctor. He was merely trying to see how many times the nurses could bend over without those little white caps falling off.
My gosh, a guy's got to have a little amusement in a hospital.
Yes, I know. And you were really the life of the 4th floor. The nurse said you started twitching one night, and she asked you what was the matter. You said you'd had so many alcohol rubs your skin had the hiccups.
That was very funny, McGee.
I thought it might cheer the nurses up a little.
Oh, they loved it. You know, nurses get so they think there are just 3 kinds of patients: comics, Casanovas, and complainers. You're number 1, the witty type. The kind that grabs the doctor's stethoscope, sticks it in his ears, and says, "Be quiet, everybody. I think I got Sinatra."
I did not. I said Crosby.
Or else you pick up your fever chart, get what you think is a humorous gleam in your eye, and say, "When it gets to 110, sell me out."
Oh, he did not say that, Doctor. He said, "Look, my temperature zigged when it should have zagged," which I thought was very amusing.
Yeah, and the nurses did, too. The nurse did, too, and she had to turn her face away for a minute, she did.
Well, certainly. She was trying to resist an overwhelming desire to strangle you. Well, just continue the treatment, McGee. Keep out of drafts, keep quiet, don't smoke, eat lightly.
You think he's all right now, Doctor?
Oh, he'll be all right if he takes care of himself, which is an old rubber stamp I had made in 1924.
Well, much obliged, Doc. You sure pulled me out of this one all right. But that first morning when I woke up in that hospital full of sulfabenzohoop with that nurse standing there with that...
Uh-oh, it's probably for me. Hello. Yes, it's Dr. Gamble. Yes. Got a feverish look, has he?
Poor Dr. Gamble, never a minute's rest.
Yes. Well, loosen his shirt collar, roll up his sleeves, and tell him to start dealing. I'll be right over.
So long, folks. See you later.
The King's Men sing San Fernando Valley.
I was never one to be a setter. I've been from Santa Fe to Mandalay. Wherever I am, someplace else looks better. But where I'm going now, I'm gonna stay.
Gonna pack my grip.
Bought my ticket.
I'm leaving today.
Clear the track.
I'm taking a trip.
One-way trip.
California way.
Won't never come back. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam. And make the San Fernando Valley my home.
I'll forget my sin.
Way out there.
I'll be making new friends.
Way out there where the west begins.
Way out there.
Where the sunset ends.
Way out there.
'Cause I've decided where yours truly should be. And it's a San Fernando Valley for me. I think that I'm safe in stating she will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old
freight.
Where to?
To the cow country.
Over yonder.
Send my mail.
Where to?
Care of RFD.
Over yonder. Gonna settle down and never more roam. And make the San Fernando Valley my home. Gonna plant some lemon trees, plant some beans and plant some peas. No more troubles, no more cares, no more influenza. Plow the dirt and plant the seeds, shoe the birds and pull the weeds. That's what everybody calls San Fernando frenzy. I'm a-leaving right away for the land where the sun shines every day.
I'm hitting the trail.
Where to?
To the cow country.
Over yonder.
Send my mail.
Where to?
Care of RFD.
Over yonder. Gonna settle down and never more roam. And make the San Fernando Valley, the San Fernando Valley, the San Fernando Valley my home, my home.
McGee, when I call the drugstore the next time, remind me to order some more talcum powder.
Okay. Use that same kind you've been putting on my back. That smells wonderful. What kind is that?
That's passion flower.
Passion flower. My gosh, get that can out of here. Order some after-shaving talcum. How would I look if somebody come in here and... Hey, here, hand me the phone.
Now, McGee, you mustn't exert yourself.
Well, it don't exert anybody to lie down on a Davenport and toss a few wrong numbers around.
All right, now, but you've had a hard day for an invalid, you know. 2 crossword puzzles, 3 comic books, a game of solitaire, and Vic and Sade. Here, now, and don't strain your voice.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of 14th and... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? Your brother just bought a 1944 convertible.
Heavenly days, I didn't know there were any 1944 automobiles.
Well, they really wanted $20 for this one, but the kid dickered them down to 1944 without the windshield wiper. What say, Mert? Yes, yeah, I had quite a time of it, Mert.
Now, McGee, take it easy.
Well, thanks, Mert. It's quite a thing, all right. That first day when I woke up in the hospital, I was full of that sulfadizidine. And I looked up and saw that nurse standing there with that... Hello? Hello? Hello, Mert? Hello? Cut off.
Yeah. She'll probably call you right back unless I'm badly mistaken, and I'm sure I am. Don't you want to take a little nap now before dinner?
No. If I take a nap now, I won't be able to sleep tonight, and I'm planning on finishing a dream where I've hooked a swordfish about this long, and I want to be...
Yes, Beulah?
Excuse me, ma'am. But where at can I locate the whereabouts of Hoop? Put the rolling pin where I can't find it.
Well, the rolling pin is up on top of the cabinet, Beulah. You making a pie?
Yes, ma'am. I thought maybe Mr. McGee might be in the mood for a nice custard pie. Is you, Mr. McGee?
I sure am, Beulah. Not that anybody has to be in the mood for one of your pies. Everybody admires your crust, you know.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sir. The sentiment is reciprocal. It's a reciprocal. Everybody admires yours, too.
Beulah, are you getting along all right with everything?
Yes, ma'am. Except I hope the refrigerator get cold again so I can chill the salad. I ex-frosted it this afternoon.
Oh, you could have let that go, Beulah. Personally, I never defrost the refrigerator till it starts stamping its feet.
Till it starts stamping its feet? Oh, look at you. Love that man.
Well, I'll go out and see if you've got it turned up high enough, Beulah. Now, don't get into a draft while I'm gone, McGee.
No.
You sure had a bad cold, didn't you, Mr. McGee?
Bad cold? My gosh, Beulah, I had the pneumonia.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, sir. I was afraid you had a real bad cold.
Look, Beulah, pneumonia is a very dangerous thing to have. They had to rush me to the hospital in an ambulance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You scare me to death riding one of them things, you know that? They skedaddles along with that old banshee howling and the gong, and when they unload you, what you got? Worse.
You had some experience, eh, Beulah?
No, sir. I've never been sick a day in my life. Only time Mom ever called a doctor for me is when I get vacated for dippox and smalltheria.
Smallpox and diphtheria.
Yes, sir. Outside that, I never even had no childhood diseases like falling off a tricycle because I never had a tricycle.
Now, wait a minute, Beulah. Let me get this straight. You never been sick a day in your life, eh?
No, sir.
Never been in a hospital?
No, sir. Only to deliver a friend of mine who was in a run-down condition from a beer truck.
You never had anything wrong with you at all? No physical ailments?
No, sir, never.
Ah, sit down, Beulah. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, sir?
Well, Sir Beulah, I'll never forget that first morning in the hospital when I woke up full of sulfonasturtium and saw that nurse standing there with an 8-pound baby in her arms. She just stopped by on her way from the maternity ward, of course. But me with all dizzy from that sulfa and looking up at that new baby, it was one of the most frightening things I ever...
When wet April feet come tramping in across the linoleum floor in your kitchen or front entrance hall, you can say to yourself, I'm glad they're protected with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. That's really one of the times you're especially grateful for Glow Coat because in a jiffy you can remove those wet spots with a damp cloth. You've saved yourself work, kept up the good looks of your floors, and protected the linoleum itself from harm. 3 important benefits from a polish that requires practically no work at all. There's no rubbing or buffing with Johnson's Glow Coat because it's self-polishing. And there'll be no more scrubbing of your linoleum floors once you begin to protect them the Glow Coat way. They will wear much longer, actually 6 to 10 times longer. Yes, April is a very good month for you to start using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all the flowers, cards, letters, and telegrams you sent me in the hospital, I'm very grateful. They were swell. I can't express my appreciation to all of you in person, so this will have to be a blanket thank you. We also want to thank our old friend Gildersleeve for coming over to Wistful Vista to help us out last week. Now that I'm on my feet again...
Excuse me, McGee.
Yes?
Move over a little, will you, please?
What for?
You're on my feet again.
Huh? Oh. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Just about saved my life, Harlow, a friend tells me. I came into my kitchen with wet, muddy feet the other day. I looked at the muddy tracks on the floor. I looked at my wife. I waited for an explosion. To my amazement, she hardly said a word. That's where you come in, Harlow, said my friend. Apparently, you've persuaded my wife to use your Johnson's Glow Coat. She says it's no trouble at all to keep her kitchen floor clean now. Well, it's true. When you Glow Coat your kitchen floor, it really is easy to keep it clean and sparkling. You see, Johnson's Glow Coat forms a tough, protective wax film that keeps dirt and spilled things from penetrating linoleum. You simply wipe this shining wax surface with a damp mop, and right away its bright colors and patterns are clean and beautiful again. As for applying this famous floor polish, you just spread it around on the floor and let it dry. There's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat shines as it dries, doesn't streak. For a lovely floor that's easy to keep lovely, use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
The McGees of 79 Wistful Vista have worked out an arrangement with the evening paper. Whoever has the energy and ambition to go out and bring it in is entitled to first crack at the news section. So guess who's reading the want ads? As we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Here's an interesting ad, Molly. It says, me too. For sale. Fine saddle horse by farmer who is moving to town with 5 gaits and gentle manners. I'd like to answer that. I've never seen a 5-gated farmer. Here's another ad that... Am I disturbing you?
What do you think?
I think I am. Anything in the news section, kiddo?
Well, quite a bit. And before I forget it, you'd better put plenty of water in the car before we go to the drugstore so it'll stay cool.
Stay cool? Why are you worried about the car staying cool?
Well, look at this headline. Police rounding up large numbers of hot cars. My goodness, the way that car of ours... No. Don't be so knave. That ain't what that means, Molly. A hot car means a stolen car. Oh.
Now, how come there's been so many jalopy swipes?
Well, too many people leaving their keys in the ignition, according to the police.
Ah, the police, pa. What's the matter with them guys? Sitting around on their big fat precinct stations? Playing pinochle while innocent citizens get their cops cooped. Coops cops. Car stolen. By George, if...
That's not fair now,
Well, why ain't it? My gosh, if them lazy mugs would get out and patrol the streets, you know what it would do?
Certainly. It'd make people like you grumble that they ought to stay in their precinct stations and stop hounding innocent citizens.
Well, gee whiz,
Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mayor Latrivia. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. You're just the guy I wanted to see. Take a look at this newspaper.
Yeah, pretty crumpled, isn't it? Been sleeping on it?
Never mind what I've been sleeping on. It's what you've been sleeping on that's got this town in a mess.
And what has the mayor been sleeping on, McGee?
The job. That's what the mayor's been sleeping on.
Just what is your current complaint, McGee? Has the garbage collector been waking you up in the morning dropping eggshells?
No. He thinks the police department is falling down on the job with the stolen car situation, Mr. Mayor. Not that I agree with him.
Well, why don't your whistle-blowing tavern tummied mob of Keystone cops get busy, Latrivia?
For your information, McGee, if you're capable of assimilating it, our police department has been greatly augmented to cope with the situation.
Augmented my clavicle. Why don't you hire more coppers?
That's what augmented means, sweetheart.
Sure. Huh? Oh, it does?
Yes.
Well, what are you doing about it, Latrivia?
We have started a campaign to get car owners to remove their ignition keys from their cars. We call it the Car Key Club.
Oh, do a lot of people leave their keys in their cars, Mr. Mayor?
More than 60% of the current crop of stolen cars have been taken by youngsters who wanted to go joyriding, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
And in 9 out of 10 of those cases, the keys left in the ignition were a standing invitation to them.
Well, any sap that's lemon-headed enough to leave his keys in his car deserves to have it stole.
I almost agree with you.
I notice you have your car keys in your hand, Mr. Mayor. You don't take any chances yourself, do you?
These are not my car keys, Mrs. McGee.
Whose are they?
Yours.
Oh.
You left them in your car out in front. Here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You better be more careful, McGee.
Ah, Pata, nobody get very far with my car. There ain't a tire on it that would roll over a cigar butt without blowing a tube.
The loss of your car does not interest me as much as the youngster who starts himself off as a thief by borrowing it, McGee.
Yeah, and you'd really miss that car, too, if you couldn't take it to go on a fishing trip this summer, dearie.
Oh, my goodness, I'm glad you mentioned fishing, Molly. I've got to stop downtown and pick up some fishing tackle I ordered.
Live bait, Your Honor?
No, I'm a fly fisherman.
Really, Latriv? I'm a fish fisherman myself.
I didn't mean that I fished for flies, McGee. I fished with flies.
Oh, McGee fishes with Dr. Gamble.
No flies for me, Latrivia. I don't want to be distracted when I fish and a lot of flies buzzing around.
Never mind, McGee. That's a pretty sorry attempt, and I refuse to go along with it this time.
Okay.
Where do you buy your flies, Mr. Mayor? Who catches them for you?
Nobody catches them, Mrs. McGee. I tie most of them myself.
You mean so they won't get away before you need them, huh?
It isn't a matter of their getting away, McGee.
Why, of course not. Not if you tie them up tight.
I don't tie them up. I don't tie them tight, I tie them loose. I don't tie them up. I just tie them. Didn't you ever hear of a trout fisherman tying flies?
No, and it must be pretty delicate work, too. I tried to lasso a calf once and couldn't come within a mile of it. But to tie a fly... What do you do, tie their hind legs together and then throw them down?
No, I don't. I merely take the feathers.
Heavenly days, feathers.
Now, just a darn minute, Latrivia. I and my little wife may be pretty dumb, but feathers on a fly is just...
I didn't say flies had feathers, feathers. I said a fly trouterman, a fish flyer. When a man tries to fly a tie, you know very well that fish flying, fishes is a flat. McGee?
Yes?
Did I show you the new fly rod I bought for $10?
Yes, and it was a good buy, Latrivia.
Goodbye, McGee.
And here are the King's Men with Bahia.
When twilight is deep in the sky, someone that I long to see keeps calling and calling me. And so the loneliness deep in my heart calls to you. I'm lost in the memory of many dreams ago, when my love was young and you were mine alone. My love for you cannot die, though the oceans run dry. While there's a star in the sky, you are mine, Bahia. Can you hear my lonely cry, Bahia? I will love you till I die.
Got to get them brakes fixed. You said you wanted to stop at Kramer's drugstore, didn't you?
Yes, thank you. Where shall I meet you?
Oh, I'll come in with you. While you're buying your Kleenex, you think. I'll see if I can get Kramer to break a box of paper clips for me. I only need half a dozen.
Well, you can probably get a dozen now that the steel strike is over, dear.
Yeah. Well, here's the door of the drugstore, Molly, which we are about to enter for the benefit of those tuning in late. Kramer's drugstore. After you, my dear.
Thank you. Ah, don't you just love the smell of a drugstore, McGee?
Yeah.
Peppermint, licorice, carbolic acid, mayonnaise, tobacco, and wet umbrellas. Got 2 pennies, McGee? I want to weigh myself.
You can weigh yourself for 1 penny.
I always do it twice. I never believe it the first time. Or maybe oh, for goodness sakes. Hello there, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do, my dear? Good afternoon, Miss McGee.
Hi, Carsty. If you're waiting for Kramer to fill a prescription for you, you better sit down, Carsty. Takes him 5 minutes to fill the order and 2 hours to type the label.
Nobody ill at your house, I hope, Millicent.
Oh, no, my dear. I had just stopped in to get Mr. Carstairs a bottle of his favorite shampoo.
You mean shampoo, Carsty.
Not the kind he likes, Mr. McGee. He prefers a brand scented with tiger lilies. The formula, I believe, is in the proportion of 12 tigers to 1 lily.
Does your husband wash his own hair, Millicent?
Oh, no, my dear. He sends it out. But he sends his own shampoo with it.
Oh, he wears a skull rug, does he, Carsty?
Yes, Mr. McGee. I think that's one reason I fell in love with him years ago. I simply adored sitting in front of the fireplace, running my fingers through his hair after he'd gone home.
Your hair is getting a little thin in spots, too, isn't it, McGee?
Yeah, but it isn't baldness.
What is it, then, Mr. McGee?
I used to wear a crew haircut, and some of them deserted. Don't you get it, girls? Crew, deserted? The humor of the remark lays.
Yes, doesn't it? Well, I see the clerk has my package ready. Good day.
Good day, Millicent.
Trouble with her is she's got no sense of humor. She's the kind that groans when you make a pun and then uses the same pun the rest of her life.
Making a pun is like laying an egg, McGee.
Yes, isn't it?
You do all the work on it, and then somebody grabs it, and you never see it again.
Well, oh, my gosh, come on, let's get out of here.
But why? My goodness, we
Over there by the cigar counter. It's more tooth. I don't want him to see me.
But he's one of your best friends. Why don't...
I'll explain later. Hurry up.
Quit pushing!
Oh, phew, that was a close call. Let's drive around a while, Molly.
McGee, I will not stir one step until you explain why you are avoiding an old friend. That's not like you.
The old friend doesn't like me either.
Why not?
Well, a couple of us boys at the Elks Club saw Mort sleeping in a chair tipped up against the wall, and we stuck a couple of pool cues up his pant leg and then give him a hot foot. Mort gave a scream like a wounded brake drum and caught a glimpse of me ducking through the door.
Well, I always said there's nobody more impractical than a practical joker.
Now Mort wants me to pay for his torn pants, and the Elks want me to replace 2 busted pool cues, and... Oh, my gosh, Molly!
What's the matter? Is he
My car! It's gone! Somebody stole it! I remember leaving it right here by this fire plug. Somebody stole it!
No. Now, calm yourself, dearie. Standing here yelling about it won't help. Get back in the drugstore and call the police.
I'll say I'll call the police. Guy can't leave his car for a minute in this town without... Hey, did I take the keys out of it?
No.
Oh.
I did. And I gave them to you, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, come on and help me telephone the cops.
How can I help you make a phone call?
Well, you can tell me my name when I ask you. I'm so excited I probably won't remember. Oh, come on. Where's the phone booth? Oh, here.
You see, madam, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat... I'm sorry, buddy, this phone is in use. Johnson's glow coat not only preserves and protects your linoleum, but it also helps bring back its original beauty and luster.
Yeah, but
it requires no rubbing or buffing.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Harlow. Let me use that phone a minute because I got...
Oh, wait, brother. You'll bother me. Get your hand out of that door.
You should know that bothering him in the middle of a sales talk is like slapping a panther in the middle of lunch.
Yeah, but he didn't realize who I was. He thought I was some stranger.
I've heard people say that you'd make a very nice one.
I'll tell him who I am.
And furthermore, madam, Johnson's glow coat is extremely simple to use.
Yeah, but
just pour it on, spread it around, and let it dry. And in 20 minutes or less, you can walk across a sparkling, gleaming linoleum.
Hey, Waxy. Let me use the phone, will you? It's me, little Fibber.
Glad to know you. My name's Wilcox. Now go away, will you? You see, madam, spots and spill things are so easily removed from a glow-coated floor that housework is greatly simplified. Housewives...
Hey, Waxy, please, listen.
Look, mister, go send yourself a threatening letter, will you? I'm busy. You see, madam, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat...
You'll just have to let him finish, McGee. He's the skyrocket type. Won't come down to earth till he burns himself out.
Yeah, but gee whiz, I don't see why he couldn't...
You may have the phone now, sir. I'm very sorry that I was... Oh, hello, pal.
Don't call me pal.
Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Where's the nosy pup that was trying to crash the phone booth?
Well, that was himself here, Mr. Wilcox. He's got to call the police.
Somebody stole my car, Junior. I got to report it.
Oh, gee, that's tough, pal. Hey, look, when you get to the police department, ask for my cousin, Big Freddie Wilcox. He's a lieutenant. Here's a handful of nickels.
It'll only cost $1 nickel, Mr. Wilcox.
Not if you talk to Big Freddie. He doesn't catch on very quick. Usually costs me 35 cents to wish him a Merry Christmas. Well, good luck with it, pal. See you later.
Go on, McGee. Get with it.
Oh, okay. Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Hello, police department. I want to report my car stolen. Yeah, it's a blue sedan with a cracked windshield, a half a Hershey bar in the glove compartment, a bath mat, a lap robe that says Hotel Waldorf onto it, and, wait a minute. What's my name, Molly?
Fibber McGee.
You sure?
Yes.
Hello? Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. Yeah. Okay, Sarge. Okay, hop to it. He says they'll put it on the teletype right away, Molly. He says that What's the matter?
Look, dearie, when we get out of the car, where were we?
What do you mean, where were we? We were right in front of Kramer's drugstore, naturally.
And which way did we rush out when you saw Mr. Toops?
Out the side door on 14th Street. That was the nearest of... You mean...
I mean, take a look out the front window. There's our car right where we left it, on Oak Street.
Oh, I'll be a monkey's father's brother.
Yeah.
Come on, Molly. Imagine that. All that excitement for nothing.
Well, almost for nothing. Cost you a nickel.
Well, I'll pay a nickel any time to have that car, not to have that car stolen. I wouldn't pay any more than a quarter to have...
Well, hello there, kids. What you doing?
Oh, hello, old-timer. We thought somebody'd stolen our car, but we were mistaken.
Hey!
She said we thought our
Well,
car...
I'm glad you found it, kids. Dirty crime to steal anybody's car nowadays. Almost impossible to get a good one.
What are you doing downtown, old-timer?
Hey! Well, Johnny, I come down here to see Doc Gamble. Had a little consultation.
Nothing serious, I hope, old-timer.
Oh, no. You see, kids, when I was in the Seabees, down there in them beautiful sun-kissed, flowery, man-forsaken South Sea Islands, I took so much Atabrine, my system feels like the back room of a drugstore.
Atabrine, huh? That's what they use to cure malaria, isn't it, old-timer?
Hey!
Isn't that what they use to cure...
Yeah, malaria.
What's the treatment, old-timer? What's Dr. Gamble giving you?
The runaround, daughter. He says I'm a silly old fool.
Why?
Simply because Hey!
Why does he think you're foolish?
Because I asked him to give me malaria to get rid of the Atabrine. Well, I'll find somebody that'll do it. So long, kid.
Well, let's get on home, McGee. This has completely worn me out.
Me too. You got the car keys?
No, you have.
Oh, yeah. Well, in you go, baby.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. You know what, Molly?
What, McGee?
I forgot to call the cops and tell them we'd found the car. Remind me to do that the minute we get home.
It won't be necessary, dearie.
Yeah?
You can tell them right now.
What do you mean?
Hear that? What's the matter, officer? Did we go through a stoplight?
No, lady. This car was reported stolen. Your keys, please. Forget it, officer. This is our own car. I thought somebody'd swiped it, but I realize it's a very amusing situation, mister. But if you don't hand me those car keys, you will acquire a bump that will not be of humor.
Are you perchance threatening my husband?
Your husband? And how did a handsome, intelligent-looking woman like yourself happen to marry a car thief? Why, you look much too... Don't call me a car thief, you two-wheeled putt-putting ticket waiver. I'll pull you off that scooter and ram your siren so far down your throat you'll talk with a whine till you're 92. Get out of that car. No.
He doesn't trust himself, officer. He has a terrible temper.
I don't trust him either. Now listen, you. Start this car and drive straight to police headquarters. Drive slowly, because I'll be right behind you. And one wrong move will get you a .38 slug right in the upholstery. Now get going.
But, officer, if...
Get.
Got your reading glasses with you, dearie?
No, why?
I think they're going to throw the book at you.
Yeah, but, officer, for the 900th time, I tell you it's my own car.
He reported it stolen himself, Sergeant.
I'm sorry, but you two people were found driving a stolen car, and you've not identified yourselves to our satisfaction.
Well, call Mayor Latrivia. I tell you, he's a good friend of ours.
We did call him. His secretary says he's out shopping for flies. Whatever that means.
Look now, is there an officer here named Big Freddie Wilcox? He's a cousin of a very good friend of ours, Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson wax man.
Big Freddie Wilcox has retired.
Well, wake him up. My gosh, what's a few minutes sleep compared to getting the guy?
He's retired from the police force.
Oh. Did you call any of the other names we gave you?
More Toops?
Mr. Toop said you were a dangerous criminal and hanging was too good for you.
Why, that dirty...
Did you call Dr. Gamble?
Couldn't locate him. We left word for him at his office in the hospitals.
Mrs. Carstairs?
We tried Mrs. Carstairs. Her maid said she couldn't be disturbed. She was shampooing her husband's hair.
Oh, now look, officer, be sensible. You can see that
Let me talk a minute, madam. Just as soon as you can identify yourselves, you may leave. And we'll all love it. But this stolen car epidemic is serious, and we can't take any chances. If you were a police officer, saw your friends crippled and killed chasing hot cars at 80 miles an hour through traffic, you'd be a lot tougher than I am.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Bud, but...
If you'd seen as many young boys lifted out of wrecked cars they'd stolen for a thrill, you'd want to make leaving car keys in the ignition a criminal offense.
But we didn't leave our keys in the ignition.
You say you reported the car stolen. A high percentage of stolen cars were taken simply by turning the ignition key.
Doggone it, our car was not stolen. I made a mistake.
Go sit down, both of you. I've got work to do, and good evening, Doctor.
Hello, Ben. Did you call me?
Oh, McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Oh, Dr. Gamble, are we ever glad to see you?
Tell this guy who we are, will you, Doc?
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir. I never saw you before in my life.
Well, of all the...
Oh, now, Doc, cut it out. This is no time for that stuff. We want to get out of here. Come on. Come on, Aerosmith. Quit kidding.
This gentleman's name is not Aerosmith. He's Dr. Gamble.
Oh, that's just a joke, Sergeant. My husband always calls him Aerosmith.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I just call him all the time.
What are these two people charged with, Sergeant?
They were picked up driving a stolen car, Doctor.
Please, Dr. Gamble.
If you want a professional opinion, Sergeant, from a student of human nature and a fine judge of character, if I do say so myself, I'd say the lady is a high type of woman. However, this man has definite criminal characteristics.
Now, just a darn minute, that's all.
Quiet, you. Go on, Doctor.
Notice the lobes of his ears. Practically non-existent. You'll remember what Lombroso said about that.
Guy or Carmen?
And notice, too, the low brow and the rather loose mouth.
Please, Dr. Gamble, let's not carry this silly joke any further. Heavenly day.
Hey, Doc. Did you hear what we done to more Toops?
You mean about the pool cues?
Yeah.
Yeah, McGee, I did. Okay, McGee, you win. Turn them loose, Sarge. They're all right.
My goodness, Doctor, you really had me frightened there for a minute.
You vouch for them, do you, Doctor?
He'd better vouch for us, Buster, or I'll break every pill in his big fat handbag.
Yes, they're all right, Ben. Mrs. McGee is one of the finest women I know.
Oh, Doctor, I'll let you tell that to all the lady car thieves.
But her husband can stand watching, Sarge. He's the type that tickles coin telephones with pipe cleaners.
So what? I never made a nickel at it.
Well, come on, McGee. Let's go on home. Thank you for coming down, Doctor. Goodbye, Captain.
Good night, Mrs. McGee. Night, Doctor.
So long now.
Oh, my. Doesn't that fresh air smell good? Do all police stations smell like that, Doctor?
Approximately, my dear. They bring in some pretty stale characters there sometimes.
Hey, you going home or back to the hospital, Doc?
The hospital, why?
We'll drop you off on our way home, Doctor, if you'd like a lift.
In what?
In our car. That's it right over. Hey, where's our car? Molly, ain't this where we left our car? Right in front of the police station?
Why, yes, certainly. Did you take the keys out of it?
Take Molly home, will you, Doc? I'm going back in and give myself up.
always seems to me there's a touch of magic in the way wax can turn an everyday object into a thing of lasting beauty. Take one of your tables, say. Rub a little wax on it, polish it, and right before your eyes, that table becomes a handsome, shining treasure. That's because the wax brings out the natural grain of the wood and gives it a really gorgeous luster. The whole surface seems to glow. All through your home, you'll find that Johnson's Wax performs other apparent miracles. Floors take on a gleaming, mellow shine that adds enormously to their appearance. Johnson's Wax is wonderful, too, for your furniture, leather articles, ornaments, and other household accessories. And they are not only beautiful, that lovely, lustrous coat of protective Johnson's Wax is constantly on duty to guard against dirt, wear, and spilled things. Now, if you've never seen how Johnson's Wax can enrich the appearance of your home and save you hours of work in the bargain, put the name on your shopping list right now. Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Where'd you say you found the car, McGee?
In the police garage. I remember now. That motor cop took the keys when we got out.
And to think of getting a ticket on the way home for driving too slow.
Yeah. Now, those policemen are really on the job, aren't they? Great bunch of fellows. Honest, dependable, loyal, courageous.
When you do an about face, you really whirl, don't you, dear?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Many philosophers have pointed out to us that the one thing we can count on in life for certain is change. It may be imperceptible from day to day, but there's a constant change taking place all around us. And in household things, it's usually a change for the worse. Well, to help prevent or at least delay that deterioration, we paint many surfaces and we wax our floors, furniture, and woodwork. Today, more and more surfaces of all kinds, including leather, linoleum, and metal, are being protected with Johnson's Wax. Why? Well, for one reason, wax is impervious to moisture. The wax film, as long as it endures, offers remarkable resistance to aging and to the wear and tear of normal use. What's more, it's easy to apply additional coats of Johnson's Wax as they're needed, so that almost a permanent protection can be achieved against wear and against dirt. Now, you don't ordinarily think this problem through when you apply Johnson's Wax to the many surfaces around your home, but it will really pay you to understand just how and why Johnson's Wax does give such lasting protection to your things at such small cost and with a large net saving in work, plus an increase with every application in the beauty of every room in your home. Somebody is knocking at the door of 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly. Hey, there's somebody at the door with a package.
How do you know it's somebody with a package?
Well, he knocked. If he had his hands free, he'd ring the bell.
He had his hands free to knock. He's got his hands free to ring the bell.
Oh, not necessarily. You can knock with your feet or your knees, but did you ever try to ring a doorbell with...
Oh, for goodness sakes, I'll get it.
Okay.
Who is this the residence of?
Never end a sentence with a proposition. And if you must know, this is the house that Mr. and Mrs. McGee live in.
What do you got, Bud?
Package for Mrs. Fibber McGee. Sign here, please.
Oh, a package for me? Oh, who's it from?
That lady will forever remain a mystery with me, as I am only an individual which has been entrusted by the parcel delivery company to lay this precious burden in your pale white hands. And get your mitts off that package, Doc. It's for the lady.
I'm her husband.
Leave us not delve into the strange ways of women, comrade. Sign here, please.
I'll sign for it. There you are.
Thanks, madam.
And if you'll take my advice, you untaverned Duffy, you'll keep a civil tongue in your face.
Please strain yourself, mister. Was I consigned with a future in the profession of parcel delivery, I would eagerly drink in your pearls of wisdom. But inasmuch as soever that I am tomorrow morning being induced into the armed forces, you may button your kisser.
Fresh mug. Fresh guy. If it wasn't that I didn't want to maim a future second lieutenant, I'd have parted his nose with a knuckle.
I wonder who this package is from. I don't remember ordering anything.
Well, one way to find out if he'd open it up.
Heavenly days, flowers. Oh, and what a lovely bouquet. Oh, McGee, you sweet, thoughtful man. Give Mother a kiss.
I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Well, it'd be under false pretenses. I didn't send those flowers.
You didn't? Well, who did?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they were delivered by mistake. I hope.
Well, I'll see if there's a card in the box. Ho-ho!
What's it say?
It says, please think of me. Signed, Ralph.
Ralph? Who the Sam Hill is Ralph?
Ralph. Now, let me see. There was a Ralph Onslauger in my geometry class. But... No, he has 8 children and is married.
Well, what Ralph is this? I want to know. I'm not going to have every anonymous Ralph in the country sending my wife flowers. By George, I'm going to...
Well, hello there, Molly, darling. And Fibber, lad.
Hello, Uncle Dennis.
Hello, Uncle Dennis.
And what might you be celebrating this fine day with your handsome bunch of flowers and all, and McGee standing there with a silly expression on his puss? May them as loves cats forgive the loose use of the term, howsoever.
Well, I seem to have received these flowers from an anonymous admirer.
Yeah, well, he'll be anonymous till I catch up with him. Then he can easily be identified by his broken neck.
Well, now, isn't it a romantic thing? It reminds me of what happened to an old friend of mine by the name of Six Joseph O'Fegney, who was always trying to pick up a couple of bucks.
What did you say his name was?
Six Joseph O'Fegney. Well, sir, it seems...
Wait, you mean his first name was Six?
It was that. It seems they didn't know what to name him when he was born, so they wrote several names on pieces of paper, and they put them in a hat. And his father, unfortunately, drew out the label. Yeah. His real name is 6 7/8 Joseph O'Fegney. His father being a small-headed man.
Now, look, Uncle Dennis, do you know anybody by the name of Ralph who would be sending me flowers?
Oh, my course, anyone named Ralph who knew you would be wanting to send you flowers because you're the sweetest.
Oh, lay off of that mush, will you? Ever since you made that trip back to Ireland and kissed the Blarney Stone, you spread it on with a trowel.
Oh. Now, McGee, you know very well he went back to Ireland for his sister's wedding.
Oh, I did that. I couldn't resist it after getting a letter from Noreen that she was marrying an ostrich.
She was marrying a what?
An ostrich. Fella from Austria.
Oh.
Now, you don't mean an ostrich, Uncle Dennis.
Oh, I don't.
Why, certainly not. A guy from Austria is an Austin.
Oh.
No, McGee, an Austin is a little automobile.
I thought that was a bantam.
Oh, no. Oh, lad, I can correct you there. A bantam is a lad who drops chandeliers on people's heads in the theater.
Huh?
Yeah, did you see the bantam of the opera? I took care of that one, didn't I? That was a fella, though, that bantam that...
The bantam of the opera?
Yes.
No, Uncle Dennis. No, that's phantom, you mean.
That means a spirit or a ghost.
Sure.
Oh, well, fancy that now. My own little sister marrying a ghost. I thought he was a little thin, but nary a chain did he rattle nor a groan in the night. 'Twas a dirty trick he played on the girl, not telling her he was dead. Making her think he was a lad of spirit when all the time he was just the spirit of a lad. Oh, faith, begorra, bejabbers, wurra, and other alleged Irish expressions.
Stage Irishman. All he needs is a clay pipe, a shamrock in his hat band, and 2 friends named Pat and Mike.
Never mind him, McGee. Look at these beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
Aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
And to think of me having an unknown admirer.
Don't worry. He'll become known when I lay my hands on him. He'll become known as Rattling Ralph, the rat with the retractable ribs.
Why, sweetheart, I do believe you're jealous.
Jealous my clavicle. It's merely that I got no use for a hothouse Casanova that... Hey, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to call a private detective and have these flowers traced. Hello, operator. Give me the J. Edgar Hooper Detective Agency. It's across the street from that hot dog stand. Huh? No. The hot dog stand. Huh? Hotdog. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that, Mert? You did? Oh, got word that he's definitely going to run again this year, huh?
Is that official, McGee?
I think so. Well, I always said he'd run again, Mert. They got too much invested in him now to let him quit now.
Why, McGee, that's hard.
I'll never forget the time I saw him, Mert. It was the first time he'd won. Ah, what a hero. Standing there with his hair rippling in the breeze, eyes flashing, whinnying like...
Whinnying? Who are you talking about?
Whirl away. Mert says he's going to run again this year. What's that, Mert? Oh, okay, I'll call later. By George, I'm going to find out who this Ralph is and
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Thou Swell.
Give me 1 dozen roses, put my heart in beside them.
Please. I wish you wouldn't sing that. Gee whiz, here I am, seeing my home being busted up, my wife getting flowers from other guys, and I guess I'm just a failure.
Oh, don't talk like that, dearie.
Well, gee whiz.
Heavenly days, you make me sound like I'd been hooping around town waving a pocket flask and dancing on tabletops.
Well, gee whiz.
I didn't ask this Ralph person to send me flowers.
Well, gee whiz. Something must have given the idea he could get away with it. You know the old saying, never go around with a married woman unless you can go 5 rounds with her husband.
Yes, but nobody's going around with me but you. I'm very happy. Can I help it if a perfect stranger sends me flowers?
Well, no, but my guy's a perfect...
Oh, here's Alice Darling McGee. Hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, FM.
Hello, A.D. And I don't mean antediluvian.
What's antediluvian?
I don't know. That's why I don't mean it.
Jeepers, get a load of the flowers. Oh, you're lucky, Ducky, to have a man who loves you enough after all these years to send you $15 worth of flowers.
Nobody doesn't.
Why, I do, too.
Well, I mean, of course, that McGee didn't send these flowers.
Well, I would have if I'd have thought of it. My gosh, just because some homewrecker with more money than sense comes...
Oh, you don't think it shows good sense to send me flowers?
Why, sure it does. I didn't mean that. I mean, he's got no right to send flowers to married women.
Oh, but who sent them to you, Mrs. McGee?
Ralph.
Ralph?
Yeah. They were sent as a dying request from one of my wife's admirers, Alice.
What makes you think he's dying?
If I catch him, I'll guarantee it.
You mean you don't know who Ralph is?
Well, no. Do you?
Oh, I thought simply everybody knew about Ralph. He's always sending flowers to somebody.
Oh, he is he? Okay, Alice, give me the lowdown. Who is Ralph and what part of town does he crawl around in? When I get through with him, his own mother won't know him.
Oh, well, I guess I better not tell you on account I hate to think of such pretty flowers causing any trouble. I love flowers. I even wrote a poem about flowers when I was in school.
Oh, did you, dear? How did it go?
Oh, just fine.
She means, can you remember it?
Oh, of course. It was, I'm simply wild about flowers. I think all blossoms are dandy, but my favorite flowers for boys to bring me is candy. Gee, I wish Ralph would send me some flowers sometime.
Oh, this Ralph sends flowers to lots of women, does he? That's disgusting.
Oh, McGee, now you're acting like a jealous schoolboy.
I never know such a thing. I'm acting like any self-respecting married man that his wife gets flowers from strangers. By George, if they don't, hey, where are you going?
I'm going to put these flowers in a vase. Have you seen the big blue one that Aunt Sarah gave us 3 Christmases ago?
Oh, that cheap little hunk of bric-a-brac.
Listen now, that's a very pretty vase, and I happen to know that Aunt Sarah paid a great deal for it.
Well, she took an awful rooking then if she did. Cheapest grade of glass I ever saw. My gosh, if you can't even use it to crack a walnut with. Without it falling into a million pieces.
Fibber McGee, did you break that beautiful...
Well,
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Well, Molly, you look like a June bride, standing there with your arms full of flowers. Which reminds me, I think I'll send my wife a bouquet.
Oh, that's a nice thought, Mr. Wilcox. I'm sure she'll love it. I know I would.
What she's trying to say, Junior, is that I didn't send her those flowers.
Who did?
We don't know.
The card just says, please think of me, and was signed Ralph.
Oh, Ralph. Oh, him.
Do you, know them?
You know who the... Doggone it, Wilcox, tell me who he is and how big.
Well, let me tell you how I know him, pal.
Yeah?
You see, I have another friend who has an attractive wife, too.
Oh, thanks for the 2.
And one day, while I was visiting them, just sitting around the house talking, how Johnson's wax is so wonderful, particularly in the wintertime. Because with the changes in temperature and humidity, the wax protection does so much to keep furniture and woodwork and floors in good shape.
That's what you're just sitting around talking about, huh? Just casual conversation.
Yeah.
Small talk.
Yeah.
Trivialities.
That's it.
You know, Molly, I've often seen those ads in the magazines where a lot of people are sitting around in evening clothes talking about how Charlie is so much happier now that he started wearing neat neck, snug, fast, jolly collar shirts. I never believed people did that. But to think of spending an evening with Wilcox. Oh, murder.
I think Mr. Wilcox could make Johnson's wax a very interesting subject.
Well, I can talk about other things.
You can?
Why, certainly. I also discuss subjects like economics.
Oh.
And I can prove how much money you can save over a period of years by using Johnson's wax on luggage, lampshades, windowsills, and enamel surfaces. Because with that protection, they look well and last so much longer.
You see, McGee?
I retract, Junior. You can change the subject.
Why, certainly.
You can go right from how Johnson's wax saves your furniture, boom, right into how Johnson's wax saves your woodwork. Baby, what a conversationalist.
Yes, but how about this Ralph, Mr. Wilcox?
Who?
Ralph, the guy that sent the married woman the flowers while you were just sitting around fascinating everybody with your sparkling dialogue.
Oh, yeah. Well, there we were, just talking.
Yes, we know about that.
And suddenly, the bell rings.
Door, fire, school, Swiss, alarm clock, church, or telephone?
Door.
Oh.
Well, it was a messenger with flowers. Beautiful, too. Had a card in them from Ralph.
Well, get to it, Wilcox. Get to it. Who is Ralph?
I've been trying to tell you, pal. He's the guy who keeps sending married women flowers.
Oh, sure.
I'll run over and ask these friends of mine if they ever found out who it was. I'll call you back.
I wonder if I would be unfair to Mr. Wilcox if I sometimes suspected he only comes in here to deliver a message about that. Oh, I'm just being silly.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. He's just... Doggone it, Molly, I wish you'd stop burying your face in those flowers. You're enjoying them altogether too much.
Now, look, sweetheart, the flowers don't know who sent them. When I start burying my face in Ralph's manly shoulder, you'll have something to...
Don't talk like that. And if I ever lay my hands on that home-wrecking hyena, he won't have any shoulders. I'll tear him off so fast he'll have to go through life shrugging his hips.
Well, I'm sure it won't matter to me, dear. He has a nice taste in flowers, and that's all I know about him. Now, I got to get these in some water, too, before they wilt.
Ah, there goes a good kid. She don't get all fluttery and giddy just because some patsy sends her a couple of petunias. Why, shucks, I wouldn't... Oh, boy, I hope that's Ralph in person.
I'll hide the body under the coal pile till spring. I hope he's a small man. We haven't got much coal. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl.
Gee, what smells so good in here? Smells like flowers.
Yeah, probably my after-shaving lotion, sis.
Must be pretty strong stuff, mister. You haven't shaved since yesterday, I betcha.
I have, too. My beard grows fast. Have to shave twice a day, unusually.
Yeah? Who do you shave the second time, the cat?
Now, don't you get impudent, sis. You know, if I'd talked to my elders like that when I was your age, they'd have given me to the Indians.
What Indians?
What do you mean, what Indians? Indians, they were all around us where we lived.
Oh?
Out there in Arizona. I was practically brought up as a Sioux Indian. For years, my legs were all out of shape from riding horses bareback.
Gee, honest?
Yes, sir.
I always thought you were knock-kneed.
Man, that's because I gripped those ponies so hard with my knees. The minute I got off a horse, my knees would spring together. Ping! Had so much strength in my legs, I could crack coconuts with my knees.
Oh,
yes, sir, I was quite a lad, sis. I had a little bow and arrow, and by the time I was 7, I could keep 9 arrows in the air at one time.
Gee, honest?
Yep.
What'd you do, tie a string around them and toss them up, huh?
Okay, scoff if you want to. But those days of the Old West won't come again, sis.
No?
And you'll be sorry you didn't listen to one who was there. You know what happened when I was 9 years old?
Sure. Sitting Bull stood up and you fell off his lap.
No, sir. When I was 9 years old, my pappy gave me a handful of bullets, a rifle, a skinning knife, 3 pounds of flour, a side of bacon.
Which side?
Right side. That's all that was left. And he gave me a pony. Then he slaps me on the shoulder and says, "Okay, son, get out into the world. You're getting to be a burden on my family."
You were 9 years old then?
Not quite 9, 8 years and 10 months to be exact. So I leapt onto my pony and sat there till evening.
Why?
Because I wanted to ride away into the sunset. Nothing dramatic about leaving home at high noon. And there we went, a boy and his pony, facing every kind of danger with high hopes and a stout heart.
Gee, where'd you go, mister? Where'd you?
Well, search me, sis. Nobody ever saw a hide nor hair of us again.
Oh.
So now, if you'll excuse me,
hey,
sis,
mister,
I got... Huh?
Did a man come here with some flowers?
Yes, he did.
Who are they from?
Aren't you being just a trifle nosy, sis?
Sure.
Thanks. They were from a guy named Ralph.
Oh, boy, I win a nickel.
Hey, wait, what's the idea? How'd you win a nickel?
Well, he toops and I saw the man bring the package, and I bet him a nickel. Ralph was sending Mrs. McGee some flowers. Hey, Willie, I win. You owe me a nickel, Willie. It was Ralph.
Hey, wait a minute. What the... Who... Doggone it, does everybody know Ralph but me?
The King's Men sing Don't Touch It.
When I was just a tiny tot down in Tennessee, I kept my mammy on the spot, looking after me. I'd fool with this and fool with that, messing round about. And when I'd grab my pappy's hat, Mammy dear would shout, "Don't touch it, better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say." When Pappy missed his Sunday hat down in Tennessee, he'd fuss and cuss and start to look for me. Then pretty soon I'd have a date in the old woodshed, and with remorse I'd meditate on what my mammy said. Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone? Don't touch it, nay, nay, you'll catch it as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say. One day I went with Pappy downtown to buy a shoe. He said it was good for any man to have a sip of brew. But when he went to take a nip, we heard an awful roar. We turned around and there was Mammy shouting through the door. Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone? Don't touch it, nay, nay, you'll catch it as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say. How happy were those childhood days down in Tennessee. The dear old-fashioned country ways still appeal to me. I'd gladly be a boy again to mess around about. I'd step on Pappy's derby just to hear my mammy shout, don't touch it. Better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say.
McGee, these flowers fill 3 big vases. Don't they look beautiful?
I think they're gaudy and overdone. And in terrible taste.
I love to see you jealous, McGee.
I'm not jealous. I'm merely Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
Oh, I just tried combing it a different way. You like it?
Yes, I think. Hey, are you wearing your new dress?
What? Oh, yes. I just thought I'd slip it on to see how it went with the new hairdo.
Oh, Molly, I don't like this. My gosh, some stranger sends you a handful of silly asters and you go all coquettish. Fix your hair all different and wear new clothes.
Now, don't be silly. Though I will admit it's stimulating to get such a gorgeous bouquet. Say, McGee, the next time we're in Kramer's drugstore, remind me to try that new shade of lipstick. I think they call it person to person.
That's disgusting. Person to person. Oh, come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
What do you want, Aerosmith?
Himself is in a bad mood today, Doctor.
If I ever come over here and find him in a good mood, I'll bake you a cake. What's griping you, my boy? Draft board reclassify you LH2?
What's LH?
Level-headed. Flat on top.
Never mind the wisecracks, Doctor. When a guy's home is being broken up, a guy don't feel like swapping banter with guys.
Oh, now, McGee, you foolish boy.
He's foolish, all right, but he's no boy. Stop running your hands through your hair, beanbag. Get your chin off your solar plexus and tell the old family physician your troubles.
It's Ralph.
Ralph who?
We don't know.
Oh, fine. What has Ralph been doing? Writing limericks on your sidewalk?
He's been sending my wife flowers. That's what he's been doing. And if I ever lay my dukes on him...
Oh, that Ralph.
What's that? You mean you know who it is?
You too? Does everybody know this guy but me?
And me?
You mean you don't know who Ralph is?
I know who he will be. He'll be the guy they find floating down the river with every bone in his body broken by a blunt instrument named Fibber McGee.
But, Doctor, tell us now, who is he?
What time is it?
4:12. Why?
I can answer your question in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, but how...
You'll answer it right now, or by George, I'll pin your ears so far back, you'll have to add 3 feet to your stethoscope.
Don't get ambitious, my flabby little friend. If I didn't know you were upset about this thing, I'd hang a shanty on your eye that would solve the housing problem for the next 100 years.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Why, you overbearing, body-wrecking, supercharging, pulse-pinching...
What time is it?
4:14.
Well, turn on the radio.
Huh? What for?
Turn it on!
Oh, okay. Turn on the radio.
All right, dearie.
I don't know what you think you're
Now
going
be
to...
quiet, McGee. Listen.
Our great pleasure to announce that the lucky winner today is Mrs. Fibber McGee of 79 Wistful Vista. As you know, every Tuesday, some lucky lady receives a gorgeous bouquet of blossoms from Ralph, the friendly florist. Remember, friends, when you think of flowers, think of Ralph. And now we present Pink Sinatra in a transcribed...
Catch on?
Oh, this is...
ridiculous.
In normal peace times, when there isn't a labor shortage, nobody likes to do unnecessary work. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you'll find Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the kitchen shelves of so many homes across the country. Glow coat saves you work every week. In fact, keeping your kitchen and other linoleum floors clean and sparkling is no longer one of those chores you run away from. Glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floors are gleaming again. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy, and scrubbing, which is very hard on linoleum, is eliminated. That helps explain why Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, in addition to keeping its colors fresh and new-looking. Yes, if you're not using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, it's time you tried it.
Well, McGee, are you still angry with Ralph?
No. Just a publicity stunt, I guess. Matter of fact, I heard he's going into the Navy tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I thought I'd run downtown and wish him bonsoir.
Wish him what? What's that?
Bonsoir. That's French for happy landing, sir.
Oh, no, dear. You mean bon voyage.
Oh, and what does bonsoir mean?
Good night.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Uncle Dennis heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Singing Good for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Wax has certainly proved to be very helpful during these days when we have to take better care of our household things. Take your refrigerator, for example. A great many of you undoubtedly use Johnson's Wax, probably the cream wax, to protect the outside against fingerprints, smudges, and dirt. But I wonder how many of you have discovered that you can keep the wire shelves from rusting by giving them an occasional coat of Johnson's Wax. Let me read you part of an interesting letter that just arrived from a prominent businessman. Our electric refrigerator, like all others, he writes, is reaching the used stage. The wire shelves were rusting, and I suggested to my wife that she should clean them and give them a coat of Johnson's Wax. It really worked wonders and completely stopped the rusty condition of the shelves. Well, I'm very glad to pass this man's suggestion along. Johnson's Wax does protect metal surfaces against rust and corrosion. Try it on your refrigerator shelves the next time you're waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you could follow a mail carrier for one day and see the mixed emotions that he leaves in his wake, it would probably wear you out. So let's just follow the postman to one address, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Mersey-do, a letter for Jones, a postcard for McGee, a kiddly-divey too, postage due. Oh, Mersey-do, send number 79. And dozy-do, a little amsy peanuts, wouldn't you? Indeed I would. Nobody asked me. Good day, sir. Have I the extreme pleasure of speaking to Mr. Fibber McGee?
You have, Bud. At least I am.
Are you the new mailman?
Yes, I am, madam. And please let the post office department know if there's anything we could do for you.
Oh, fine.
We'd be glad to take a letter or postcard almost any place you say. By the way, do you need any stamps today?
No, Bub, I don't believe we do.
Have you seen the new airmails? Very attractive and only 6 cents a piece.
No, I don't think we
Well,
do.
how about some threes? I don't think any real American can have too many 3-cent stamps because...
Now, look, Bud, skip the salesmanship. You got any mail for me?
Yes, sir, I have. One letter. There you are.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Hey, what are you swaying back and forth like that for? You feel dizzy?
Oh, no, I'm just training myself.
Huh?
Someday I hope to be a railway mail clerk and just travel around like everything. Well, good day.
Great personality.
Yeah, reminds me of the Pony Express somehow. Around the neck, mostly. Hey, this is the letter I've been waiting for.
Who's the letter from?
Woman in New York that analyzes character from your handwriting.
Oh.
I sent her a sample of mine several weeks ago.
Oh, dear. What does she say?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. This woman is uncanny. She's got my character down perfect. Listen to this. Your signature shows definite professional ability.
Amazing.
Listen. It says, your writing shows a keen understanding of human nature, a deep sympathy for your fellow man. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to whistle for that mailman. He gave you the wrong mail.
No. Wait a minute. Now, listen to this. It says, "It is to be hoped you are a physician, for you would have made an excellent one.
Oh, dear.
You are analytical. You have a deep insight into human nature, and you have what is more important, the common touch." You get that, Molly? I got the common touch.
Why don't you study medicine, McGee? Or would you have to go back and finish high school first?
I always knew I should have been a doctor. Always wanted to be a doctor, in fact.
If people could see your bedside manner when you're looking for your slippers on a cold morning, I don't think
The common touch. Dr. McGee, physician and sturgeon.
Now, listen. Now, look, McGee, don't start believing everything you read in your mail.
To think of the years I've wasted, the lives I might have saved, the suffering I might have averted. All because I never knew till now that I had it. The common touch.
You know, McGee, I always thought you had studied medicine at one time.
Did you really, Molly? What made you think so? Because of my deep analytical?
No. Because no doctor has ever prescribed for you yet that you didn't give him an argument.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's because they all got what they know out of books. I got it right here, in the heart. If I was to ever...
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Good day, child. Please sit down. What's troubling you this morning?
Why, nothing is troubling.
Come, child, relax. You can tell me. This nervous tension is something to be avoided.
Well, how can she relax when you keep staring at the child, McGee?
Are you sure you're getting enough rest, my child?
Enough rest? Jeepers, I get 4 or 5 hours sleep every day of the world, my dear. That's enough for anybody.
For a girl her age, McGee, she's... Hey, how old are you, Alice?
4 going on 5.
4 going on 5? Well, what's the...
Oh, my birthday is February 29th, leap year day. I have my 5th birthday this year.
Ah, a 5-year-old child. Well, go ahead, doctor. Examine her. Maybe she's teething.
Please, ladies, please. Less levity. We can have any less. Now, child, I want you to stop worrying.
Worrying? Criminy, I'm not worried.
After all, things like this may pass off in no time at all. The main thing is to...
Things like what, Mr. McGee? Jeepers.
Oh, stop scaring the girl, McGee. There's nothing the matter with her.
Of course there isn't. Nothing serious, anyway. Tell me, Alice, do you have a slight feeling of hunger before meals?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Do you have a sort of a tired, sleepy feeling just before you go to bed?
Yes, is that very serious?
When you get out of the bright sunshine, when you go out of the bright sunshine into a movie theater, does everything go black for a brief time?
Gee, come to think of it, it does. Mr. McGee, is there something...
Now, Alice, what's the matter? You're getting pale.
I guess I don't feel very good all of a sudden. I think I'll go up and lie down.
The best thing you can do, child. I'm afraid you've been burning the candle at both ends against the middle. Here, have this filled.
McGee, what are you doing? You have no business writing prescription.
But this is just a blank piece of paper, Mrs. McGee.
Yes, that's to put your gum into. I don't want you swallowing it when you lie down. Now run along, child, and get plenty of rest. Drink a lot of milk, and don't worry.
All right, but jeepers, I feel awful.
Now, McGee. Jerry, what was the idea of all that?
The common touch, my dear, the common touch. Cheer up the sick ones and scare the bajunior out of the healthy ones. It's all a matter of human understanding. The common touch, and I got it.
Yeah, and you can have it.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Softly as in a Morning Sunrise.
the deep understanding of human nature, the humanitarian outlook. Take all the great physicians of the world. We all had it. The common touch. Now you take a great physician like Louis Pasteur.
Say, he discovered radium, didn't he?
Oh, no. You're thinking of the wrong Louis. That was Louis B. Mayer. Pasteur invented hydrophobia.
Oh. Well, it wasn't very smart of him. The world would be better off if hydrophobia had never been invented.
Well, that was his destiny, my child. When we got the common touch, like I got, we can understand that a human being is but a small cog in the vast machinery of the
Saved by the bell.
Yes.
Come in.
Ah, good day, Mrs. McGee. What a sight you are for sore eyes. And McGee, dear fellow, what a sight you are.
Nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wellington.
Hello, Sigmund, my boy. I trust you will forgive me for my rudeness at the Rotary luncheon this noon. I'm afraid I was not very tolerant, but that was before I knew I had the common touch.
What did you do that was so rude, McGee?
Oh, nothing really at all, my dear. It was really nothing. He merely sneered at one of my humorous anecdotes.
Oh.
The one about the little shepherd girl who disappeared, and they found her little sunbonnet weeks later out in the pasture.
Well, tell her the payoff, Sigmund. I consider it very amusing.
Thank you. The denouement of the anecdote, Mrs. McGee, is that the girl was victim of her own ignorance. Her name was Ivy, and she didn't know that little lambs eat ivy.
Yes?
Oh, that's all.
Oh.
It went big at the luncheon, Molly. You made a fine speech, Wellington. Incidentally, you better watch your diet.
I beg your pardon, old chap.
What about his diet, McGee?
For him, I'd recommend a high-protein diet. No roughage. Lots of whole wheat bread. No pork. Lots of milk products. Get lots of rest and cut down on the smoking, Wellington. Better come back again and see me in about 2 weeks. And don't worry, we'll pull you through this all right.
You'll have to. I won't go through it willingly. Oh, so sorry. I almost forgot what I came over for. Will you excuse me, Mrs. McGee?
Why, certainly, Mr. Wellington.
Thank you. I say, my dear fellow.
Huh? Oh, sure. Glad to, Wellington. And don't apologize. Remember the sportsman's motto. It isn't how you played the game. It's did you win or lose.
What a charming person. Well, I must go home and give my Great Dane his German lesson.
You're teaching your dog German?
Yes, in case we wish to travel in occupied Germany after the war.
Yeah, but how do you expect a dog to speak German?
But he already does.
What?
I started him off with Auf Wiedersehen, and already he can say Auf. Good day. Thank you, old boy.
Well, what did he want, dearie?
Wanted to borrow $2 till Saturday.
Well, if you didn't have it, at least you're getting it.
What?
The common touch. Though I suppose the touch for $1 would be even more common. What's the matter?
I just wondered if Kramer's drugstore's got a stethoscope I could buy. What's a doctor without a stethoscope?
Oh, now, just a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Don't go too far with this thing.
What you mean?
Why, the first thing you know, you'll be caught practicing medicine without a license, and I'll be writing tear-stained letters to the parole board.
Oh, come, my dear Molly, come. Medicine is merely a hobby with me. Remember, I have the soul, the heart of a great physician.
Really? Anyone I know?
Hand me the phone, my dear. I shall call the apothecary shop.
The what? You mean the apothecary shop?
Yeah, the drugstore.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore. Just below. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Busy. What say, Mert? Your uncle. Oh, that's tough. Lost a pair of rubbers, eh?
Doesn't he know where he lost them, McGee?
Sure, they went in the army. Mert's uncle runs a Turkish bath.
Oh.
What say, Mert? Okay, thanks. The drugstore doesn't answer. Maybe they ought to...
Hello, kiddies. Remember me, the man who sells the you-know that's so good for your stuff and things?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, boy. Sit down and stop worrying about it.
Worrying about what?
The crease in your pants. It's all very well to be neat and clean, boy. But overemphasis on one's personal appearance indicates that one is socially unsure of oneself.
You feel all right, pal?
He's all right, Mr. Wilcox. The great physician was lost in McGee, and he's trying to find it again.
Health all right again, boy?
What do you mean again?
Well, you did have the flu, you know, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Yes, and I remember a guy named Von Zell came in here and nearly ruined me. If you've got to analyze a character, pal, work on Von Zell. There is one.
Why, fine lad, Von Zell. Splendid personality.
Hey, by the way, what do you mean I'm worried about the crease in my pants? That never worried me, and you know it.
No, Mr. Wilcox is just naturally well-groomed, dearie. If that's a character deficiency, you could deteriorate a little yourself.
Oh, come. I was merely pointing out that too much neatness and couthness is merely the result of the subconscious mind trying to overcome a natural tendency towards sloppiness. Is that clear?
Well, personally, I think it's a lot of mahula.
Ooh.
When people are neat and clean, it only means that they like to be neat and clean, that's all.
Ah, but look, boy.
You mean to sit there with your head between your ears and tell me that people all over the world use Johnson's wax because they feel socially unsure of themselves? Birdseed. They use Johnson's wax because they know how it'll save housework. It'll preserve and beautify their floors and woodwork and furniture.
But subconsciously, boy.
Subconsciously, they feel they're economizing, too. Because wax-protected things last longer and require less frequent replacement.
Yeah, but the common touch, Mr.
The
Wilcox.
most beautiful common touch in the world is the touch of a Johnson waxed surface.
Oh.
The satisfying, smooth, satiny feel of a surface sealed against dust and dampness.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, if you want to play doctor, pal, don't try it on me. I wouldn't let you examine the tongue on my coaster wagon. Goodbye now.
Been holding out on me, eh?
What do you mean?
He never told me he had a coaster wagon. Oh, well, it's them little weaknesses of people that endears them to me. Hey, I wonder how I'd look if I grew a goatee.
Probably like a small buffalo, Bill. Now, listen, you can just sit here in your mellow little mood and love the human race. I've got to order some groceries.
Okay, Molly, dear. Ah, there goes a good kid. For her sake, I'm glad I never did study medicine. I'd have been constantly traveling all over the world, being consulted by famous people, with her sitting here alone, lonesome and neglected, watching out the window for her famous husband. I'm sorry, my dear, but my duty is to the world, I'd say. Did you know there was a petition to bury me in Westminster Abbey? No, not now. I mean after I'm dead. Ah, I can hear them bells. The chimes of Westminster... come in.
Hi, mister.
Good day, my child. Come in, little one. Do sit down.
Well,
I says sit down. I'm very happy to see you.
Are you kidding, mister?
No, my child. Why shouldn't I be glad to see you?
Well, gee, you almost hardly never are, I betcha.
Ah, but don't let my gruff exterior deceive you about my warm heart and great human understanding, sis.
Well,
Well, generally speaking...
My daddy says so, too.
Says what?
He says you're generally speaking.
Yeah. Your old man. Ah, yes, your father. Fine man, your father. Interesting example of a dual personality. If I can borrow a couple of pistols. Well, how do you feel today, sis?
Not very good, I guess.
You don't? I says you don't?
Don't what?
You don't feel good.
Gee, how'd you know?
Oh, just a gift for diagnosis. What's the matter?
I got a little sliver in my finger, see?
A what?
A sliver. It's too small for a splinter and too big for a sliver.
Well, that's nothing to worry about. I got one in my own finger. Come, sit on Dr. McGee's lap and I'll remove the sliver.
Oh, you're not a doctor, I bet you.
Now, you mean if I never went through the ridiculous formality of getting a degree? No. But I got all the qualifications, sis. Human understanding, knowledge of people, and the common touch. Now, hold still.
Okay.
There. Now, that didn't hurt a bit, did it?
Gee, not a bit. I never even felt it.
Well, that's because when you're a doctor at heart, you got a sensitive touch, a dexterity in your hands.
There's another reason, too, I bet you.
What's that?
You took the sliver out of your own finger.
Oh, my finger. Hey, Molly, bring the item. Hold on a minute.
The King's Men sing Johnny One Note.
Oh, Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. and Justo were lorded the fame. Poor Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his age. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself, by gum. Oh, poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note to howl like the north wind, a fourth wind that made critics rave. While Verdi turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood all alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping. Lions in the zoo were all jealous of Johnny's big trill. Thunderclap stopped clapping. Traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara's the sill. He stopped the trains. Whistle, 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 whistle. All whistles bowed to his skill. Sing it, Johnny One Note. Sing it out with gusto. Well, hold the crowd. Louder and louder and louder and proud. Oh, sing Johnny One Note about. Sing Johnny One Note. Sing Johnny One Note. Sing it and sing it out loud.
What on earth are you doing, McGee? I'm brushing up on my medical studies. Hey, we got to get a new dictionary, Molly. This thing hasn't even got a simple medical term like pneumonia in it.
Strange that our dictionary shouldn't have pneumonia. We leave it open half the time.
Ooh. Well, it ain't in here. Look, it skips from Newmarket right down to Newsboy.
Have you looked at the P's?
What good would that do? Pleurisy and pneumonia are two different kinds of things.
Come in.
Hello, folks. Remember me? I'm Beulah.
Oh, yeah. Toops is cook. Well, how are you, Beulah?
Come right in,
Yeah,
Beulah.
thank you kindly, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you getting along with the Toopses, Beulah? Mr. Toops like your cooking?
Oh, he do indeed, Miss McGee. He do indeed. I just at breakfast this morning, he said, Beulah, he said, he was addressing me personally, you know.
Uh-huh, yes.
Yeah, so he said, Beulah, he said, your biscuits are just like a feather. That's what he said.
Like a feather, huh?
Yes, and then he said, now can I have one that's more like a biscuit?
That old Mort, he's a clip. He's got more wheezes than a hawk shop accordion.
Hawk shop accordion, good man. Oh, he's real amusing, ain't he, man?
He's got the common touch, Beulah.
Well, what can we do for you this evening, Beulah?
Oh, nothing at all, Mr. McGee, sir. Nothing at all. I just brought you a half dozen cream puffs I just made fresh.
Oh, thank you very much. Himself here just loves cream puffs, don't you, dearie?
Yeah, I'd like to fall in a well full of them and eat my way out. Are you sure the Toopses can spare these, Beulah? We don't want to short them on ration points.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Toops, he ain't one for dessert, you know, and I saved some for the kids. Besides, I just want you to know Beulah's cooking, just in case.
In case of what, Beulah?
Oh, just in case, that's all. You know when a gal bend over a hot stove all day long, she can't get frozen to a job like that. Bye now.
Say, McGee, you think she's hinting for a job with us?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
There. She's a creature of impulses, as I read her character. Impulsive, warm-hearted, and loyal.
Yes, sir. She's the kind that...
Ah, if I only had my medical degree. At $5 a call, I'd have made $30 so far today.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. How are you today, my little hypothyroid?
Please, doctor, there's a lady present. I'd suggest we leave my thighs out of the conversation.
Don't mind me, boys. You know, it's been a long time since I was so delicate that I called a leg of mutton a limb of lamb. You know, you look tired, Doctor.
I am tired, my dear. I've been sick for a week. But my confounded patients won't leave me alone long enough so I can go to bed and rest. I'm so run down, I got tread marks on my shirt.
Trouble with you, Doc, is that you bungle your cases. Huh? You rely too much on materia medica, not enough on human nature. The best way to practice medicine is not with pills. It's from here, from the heart.
I see. And what would you prescribe for influenza, Dr. Gillespie? Long walks in the rain?
Not at all, my dear sir, not at all. But I'd mix a little kindness and warm-hearted understanding in the treatment.
When you say things like that, dearie, you get the moist, happy look of a horse that's just had a nice roll in a dirt road.
Now, look, McGee, when I passed my medical examination...
You did? Oh, that's great, Doc. Hey, Molly, Doc passed his medical examination. I was wrong. He is practicing legally.
Why? Why, you insulting little gutter snipe? Are you trying to insinuate...
Now, boys, please. Come, McGee. Don't lose the common touch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I forgot myself.
Well, don't remember yourself on my account.
I was merely trying to point out, sir, that in the proper treatment of people, understanding is the prime factor. You got to get behind the illness, know what they're thinking.
I know darn well what they're thinking. They're thinking, A, is this going to hurt? And B, is Doc Gamble going to let me off cheap?
The answer is yes and no. The trouble with you, you lack the important essential for greatness in your profession.
Yes?
Yes, the common touch.
Well, of all the impudent, unmitigated, double-distilled arrogance, how you can have the infernal, shameless, insolent bumptiousness to stand there...
Hey, no sympathy, no understanding.
Stand there and tell me I don't understand my patient.
Well...
For 3 grains of monoacetic acid ester of salicylic acid, I'd kick your pudgy little carcass from here to Helsinki. Oh, yeah? Well, let me...
Now, hush, McGee. Look, Doctor, it's all from the letter that he got.
Yeah.
Letter? What letter?
This letter right here, Doc. It informs me in no uncertain terms that I got what you lack. Tolerance, understanding, the common touch.
Where did you ever get a letter like that? Off a Ouija board?
No. From a handwriting analyst, Doctor. She says McGee has the finest possible character to make a great physician.
Yeah, they could tell that from my handwriting, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't it wonderful how accurate they can size a guy up from a mere signature? My gosh,
Wait a minute.
Huh?
When you submitted that handwriting sample, didn't you ask me to mail the postcard for you?
Yes, you did, McGee. I remember distinctly.
Oh, so what, Doc?
This is wonderful.
What is, Doctor?
Huh? Why, his handwriting was so illegible I didn't have the heart to mail it.
Huh?
I filled another one out and signed his name to it myself.
He means they analyzed Dr. Gamble's handwriting and not yours, McGee.
Well, of all the dirty tolerance, my boy, understanding, don't lose that common sense. All that dirty, low-down, deceitful...
For those of you who have floors of asphalt tile, either in your home or place of business, you'll want to know that Johnson's Glow Coat is the preferred polish to use in protecting these floors. You apply Glow Coat to an asphalt tile floor in exactly the same way as to linoleum. There's no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It brings out the color of the tile, keeps it new-looking. It's a cinch to keep clean. And it leaves a tough film that protects the surface of the tile against wear, makes it last longer. And, of course, for the care of all your linoleum surfaces, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is the kind of product prescribed by linoleum manufacturers and good housekeeping authorities and proved in use on millions of floors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for the wonderful way in which you answered our recent appeal to you to buy war bonds. We're sorry we can't give you the final results as all the returns are not in. But we assure you, your response was magnificent.
And today is the final day of the 4th War Loan Drive. So if you haven't bought as many extra bonds as you possibly can, now is the time to show your friends and relatives in uniform that the home front knows what to do in the 0 hour.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Wellington heard on this program was
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee.